Running Super Street, run on over and get some breakfast this morning. If you're running Super Street, you might want to be getting your car ready to go.
Is your goal an NHRA championship? Then Ultronics has what you need. Ultronics DataQuest system is the latest in state-of-the-art data recording. The DataQuest full-color touchscreen dash is the only system available that puts your data at the touch of a fingertip. DataQuest's new integrated switch panel allows complete control of all your car's accessories directly through the touchscreen. And Ultronics DataQuest is an NHRA contingency product, which means you get paid to win. With tech support experts available 7 days a week, Ultronic is always there when you need them. For products that will get you to that final round, remember Ultronics and DataQuest data acquisition systems. Order one now at www.ultronicsinc.com.
Well, things are going along a little better than we had originally planned. The track's drying up very nicely. The traction compound is down. They've put some gold dust in, rubbed it in. Now the time is to call Super Street to the staging lanes, please. Super Street to the lanes. Please and thank you. Super Street, this is your call.
Brown & Miller Racing Solutions is proud to be a contingency sponsor in the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. Brown & Miller manufactures the lightest, most flexible hose and fitting solution for your race car. Racers worldwide use BMRS hose and fittings, including NHRA champions Antron Brown, Alan Johnson, Greg Anderson, and Jason Line, as well as Mike Edwards, Larry Morgan, and Hector Arana. Visit Brown & Miller on the web at bmrs.net or see one of their trackside reps at a Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event. Brown & Miller Racing Solutions, #1 worldwide in hose and fittings. Race car to hot rod. If you have a leaf spring vehicle, you can count on the Calvert Racing Team to set you up with the best in leaf spring performance. From their CalTrack system to split mono-leaf springs to their full line of shocks, Calvert Racing has been revolutionizing leaf spring systems to outperform the competition. It's no secret, with the CalTrack system equipped on 7 out of 10 of the current NHRA World Champions. And the first leaf spring car in the 6-second quarter mile, Calvert Racing has what you need to get you to the win light. Visit their website at calvertracing.com for more information for their leaf spring application, bolt-on 2-link system, and CalTrack's traction bar system. Collector Tethers offer a combined 60 years of racing knowledge behind their products. The simple and eye-pleasing products offer optional primary and collector diameter applications in all sizes. Collector tethers are available in fixed or custom lengths and were designed to work on everything from heavy brackets to pro stock race cars, including those applications with standard, tri-Y, and merge collectors, along with boreless-style mufflers. Collector tethers are stainless steel in construction, weigh under 1 pound, and take less than 10 minutes to install. Collector Tethers is posting contingency at Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series events and at all 7 Summit ET Series team finals. Visit CollectorTethers.com for more information. For over 45 years, racers have come to depend on Moroso Performance products to help get their car to the winner's circle. With a full line of oil system and must-have racing products, it's important that the factory support goes farther than just the purchase. For 2015, Moroso Performance is expanding trackside support to most divisional races, while continuing to pay contingency on all Moroso oil pans. The Moroso Trackside Support Trailer is designed for the sportsman racer's needs and peace of mind while attending these events. Stop by the Moroso Performance Trailer and have your tire pressure gauge checked for accuracy on the Moroso fully certified calibration tool. Maybe it's time to replace that old coil wire with a new one for the season. Remember, that coil wire will see 8 times the workload of the rest of the spark plug wires. Stop by the trailer and see just what is available for purchase. Moroso Performance product questions and inquiries can be answered in person by a factory representative. Moroso Performance, since 1968, it's our passion that drives us.
Super Street, Super Street, Super Street to the lanes, please. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Super Street. Bring them up, please.
Is your goal an NHRA championship? Then Ultronics has what you need. Ultronics DataQuest system is the latest in state-of-the-art data recording. The DataQuest full-color touchscreen dash is the only system available that puts your data at the touch of a fingertip. DataQuest's new integrated switch panel allows complete control of all your car's accessories directly through the touchscreen. And Ultronics DataQuest is an NHRA contingency product, which means you get paid to win. With tech support experts available 7 days a week, Ultronic is always there when you need them. For products that will get you to that final round, remember Ultronics and DataQuest data acquisition systems. Order one now at www.ultronicsinc.com.
Brown and Miller Racing Solutions is proud to be a contingency sponsor in the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. Brown and Miller manufactures the lightest, most flexible hose and fitting solution for your race car. Racers worldwide use BMRS hose and fittings, including NHRA champions Antron Brown, Alan Johnson, Greg Anderson, and Jason Line, as well as Mike Edwards, Larry Morgan, and Hector Arana. Visit Brown and Miller on the web at bmrs.net or see one of their trackside reps at a Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event. Brown and Miller Racing Solutions, #1 worldwide in hose and fittings. Race car to hot rod. If you have a leaf spring vehicle, you can count on the Calvert Racing Team to set you up with the best in leaf spring performance. From their CalTrack system to split mono leaf springs to their full line of shocks, Calvert Racing has been revolutionizing leaf spring systems to outperform the competition. It's no secret, with the CalTrack system equipped on 7 out of 10 of the current NHRA World Champions. And the first leaf spring car in the 6-second quarter mile, Calvert Racing has what you need to get you to the win light. Visit their website at calvertracing.com for more information for their leaf spring application, bolt-on 2-link system, and CalTrack's traction bar system. Collector Tethers offer a combined 60 years of racing knowledge behind their products. The simple and eye-pleasing products offer optional primary and collector diameter applications in all sizes. Collector tethers are available in fixed or custom lengths and were designed to work on everything from heavy brackets to pro stock race cars, including those applications with standard, tri-Y, and merge collectors, along with boreless-style mufflers. Collector tethers are stainless steel in construction, weigh under 1 pound, and take less than 10 minutes to install. Collector Tethers is posting contingency at Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series events and at all 7 Summit ET Series team finals. Visit CollectorTethers.com for more information. For over 45 years, racers have come to depend on Moroso Performance products to help get their car to the winner's circle. With a full line of oil system and must-have racing products, it's important that the factory support goes farther than just the purchase. For 2015, Moroso Performance is expanding trackside support to most divisional races, while continuing to pay contingency on all Moroso oil pans. The Moroso Trackside Support Trailer is designed for the sportsman racer's needs and peace of mind while attending these events. Stop by the Moroso Performance Trailer and have your tire pressure gauge checked for accuracy on the Moroso fully certified calibration tool. Maybe it's time to replace that old coil wire with a new one for the season. Remember, that coil wire will see 8 times the workload of the rest of the spark plug wires. Stop by the trailer and see just what is available for purchase. Moroso Performance product questions and inquiries can be answered in person by a factory representative. Moroso Performance, since 1968, it's our passion that drives us.
When it's time to purchase a data acquisition system, turn to the industry leader Computex Systems. Computex has been providing racers with the best in motorsports technology since 1986.
So once again, we need Super Street to the staging lanes at this time. We need Super Street to the lanes. Folks, we're running about a half an hour behind here, and we want to try and catch up and get on schedule. So right now the call goes out to Super Street. Third call for Super Street. Super Street to the staging lanes at this time, please.
Just ask any of our past NHRA contingency winners, including Alan Johnson, Warren Johnson, David Rampey, and Al Kenny. Computex Datamax data logger with a digital dash will fit anyone's need.
Hey, Super Street, I just got a directive from Richie Bowers. Said we're third call. Actually, this will be fourth call for Super Street. We have no cars in the staging lanes. If you guys want to run this morning, we'll go ahead and get you in the staging lanes at this time. If not, we'll move to the next class, which will be Stock Eliminator. Stock Eliminator, you're on standby. If we don't get Super Street in the lanes, we're going to go right to round 1 of Stock. So last call for Super Street. We need Super Street to the staging lanes at this time. We're about a half an hour behind schedule, and we want to get racing today.
Give Computex a call today to discuss their data acquisition system and reserve your free copy of the latest demo software. The Datamax from Computex can help put you on the fast track to the winner's circle. Call 1-800-870-8383 to order risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Also, visit us on the web at www.computex.com. K&N now brings you an extreme duty oil filter, and the same engineering that goes into the world's best air filter has developed a premium oil filter that features a 1-inch nut on the bottom of the can for easier installation and removal. This high-flow oil filter protects some of the most expensive racing engines in the world. Shouldn't it be protecting yours? K&N oil filters are available at all automotive retailers. Find out more online at knfilters.com. Engine builders stay in business by making power. As champion Pro Stock engine builder Roy Johnson states, for 11 years I've been using Diamond pistons. They have the best quality and service in the industry. To keep a step ahead, Diamond constantly invests in the latest engineering, machining, and inspection apparatus. You can share in the excellence that Diamond has to offer by incorporating these fine pistons in your next engine build. Diamond Pistons. It's your race and our reputation. Visit Diamond at www.diamondracing.net. When you want proven performance, there's one brand that's been around for over 75 years, Edelbrock. Building the finest American-made performance products for the street and track, Edelbrock's Total Power Package delivers dyno-proven parts for maximum results. Edelbrock has thousands of made-in-the-USA performance products for all makes and models. Visit Edelbrock.com to get your free 2014 Edelbrock Performance Catalog and to see what's available to take your ride to the next level. Hogan's Racing Manifolds would like to thank all of their past and present customers for making them such a success, as they are now celebrating over 41 years in business. One thing has not changed. They still take pride in each and every manifold they build. One of the ways that Hogan's Racing Manifolds likes to give back to their customers is by offering contingency for all NHRA national and divisional events. Though they have made their reputation in the racing field, Hogan's Racing Manifolds also builds manifolds for the street enthusiast and for show cars. Visit them online at hogansracingmanifolds.com, Facebook, or just give us a call today.
Jiffy-Tite, the preferred manufacturer of quick connect fluid fittings since 1963, is proud to once again be a major contingency sponsor of NHRA. Jiffy-Tite will be posting contingencies at national, divisional, and Jegs Sportsnational events in support of the racers. Jiffy-Tite Quick Connect fuel fittings are approved for use in virtually all fuel, water, oil, and transmission systems in your race car. Unlike threaded fittings, Jiffy-Tite Quick Connect fittings connect and disconnect in seconds with no tools and feature revolutionary valve technology at both the socket and plug for minimal flow restriction and added safety. In addition, Jiffy-Tite's 100% leak-proof seals hold up under the most extreme racing conditions. Get the racer's advantage. Make the switch to Jiffy-Tite Quick Connect fluid fittings today. Visit us on the web at jiffytitemotorsports.com. Low Car Motorsports is pleased to be a continuing contingency sponsor for the divisional Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series, as well as the Summit ET Series for sportsman racers using our header tether system. Low Car's patent-pending header tether system has been accepted by NHRA for use in all categories of competition and is built with the high standard of quality that Low Car is known for. The Low Car header tether system features our unique U-cut-to-fit design, allowing the user to place the brackets in their desired location for a clean install. Low Car products are made in the USA and backed with a lifetime warranty. Low Car, quality, plain and simple. Is your goal an NHRA championship? Then Ultronics has what you need. Ultronics Perform Air weather stations have been the choice of champions for over 20 years. The Perform Air's unsurpassed accuracy and prediction technology will put you in the winner's circle. Ultronics Perform Air systems are available from trailer-mounted to handheld, with paging and text messaging capabilities. With Perform Air's new apps, you can receive your weather and prediction right on your smartphone. And Ultronics Perform Air is an NHRA contingency product, which means you get paid to win. With tech support experts available 7 days a week, Ultronics is always there when you need them for products that will get you to that final round. Remember Ultronics and Perform Air weather stations. Order one now at www.ultronicsinc.com.
Holley HP carburetors have been the standard in racing carburetors for nearly 2 decades. So how do you make them better? You make them 38% lighter, increase the fuel capacity by 20%, and add 30 other new features. They're available in our all-new hardcore gray hard coat anodized finish with black billet metering blocks and base plate for superior corrosion protection. They're also available in natural tumble-polished aluminum with your choice of black or red metering blocks and base plate. The aluminum Ultra HP comes in 600, 650, 750, 850, and true 950 CFM.
Day 2 of the Jegs Northern Sports Nationals. We're getting ready to go hot here in just a moment or two with Super Street, Stock Eliminator. You're on standby. Guys, get ready. We got round 1 of class eliminations in stock. So for today, what's on tap? We got a little bit of qualifying left to do, so a couple of time trials. We got class eliminations, stock and super stock. We got the Moser Sportsman Shootout and the Draw RFC Super Shootout Series presented by Moser happening here today. So a lot of stuff going to happen. Going to have a full day. Right now, Super Street in the staging lanes, and we're getting ready to go with first time session for Super Street. Once again, Stock Eliminator, be advised, you guys are on standby. We'll be calling you here in just a few moments. Okay, here we go. Time session number 3 for Super Street. Last and final time session for the 1090 cars. We're going to move into stock eliminator class eliminations. Time for things to get real here and get real quick. All the qualifying and time sessions is just about over with. This is the last time session for Super Street. Of course, we're going to have another qualifying session for top dragster comp a little later on today. But right now, Super Street rolling into the staging lanes. Yanko Nova coming in here. Rob Garabrandt out of Lancaster, Ohio. He'll be rolling into the water box here in just a second on the toy barn side, the left side of the racetrack. Light up the scoreboards. They say 10 and 9/10. Tells me it's time for Super Street. So Rob Garabrandt and Dewey Boggs. The Garabrandt Motorsports 71 Nova 454 big block Chevrolet comes to life out of the water box alongside of John Kastner. Kastner comes down out of Clearwater, Minnesota. Division 5 player, 86 Chevrolet Camaro, 502 big blocks Chevrolet. Him and Paul Milliman. 1090, the index. Day 2 of the Jegs Northern Sports Nationals. Full day of action. And I want to make a quick apology to the Super Street guys. We finally got them into the staging lanes. We had to postpone it for just a little bit. Of course, we rounded up some drivers and get them strapped in their cars. And it's time to go racing. Time session number 3. Last and final time run for the 1090 class. We got starter Brad on the starting line there. Put the traction in. Brad just shut him off for some reason. Well, almost identical reaction time, so a little bobble with the Christmas tree didn't bother him at all. We forgot to plug in the Christmas tree this morning, but it's working. Everything's fine. Timing system's working. How about a 1090 with an 8 for John Kastner right out of the trailer this morning? 133 miles an hour. Good job, John. 1095, 141 comes up for Rob Garabrandt. Well, top end of the racetrack, Scott Jamison just went 1091 at 123 miles an hour. Chase Batt, 1132, 126. He's off the mark a little bit. Next pair up is going to be Ronnie Maggart out of Carthage, Tennessee. Maggart's Auto Sales, 1970 big block Chevelle. And he'll roll in alongside of Joe Gallucci out of Independence, Ohio. Joe, the 86 Camaro, 572 cubic inch entry. Currently staging up on a Sunoco lane. Ronnie Maggart so far the number 1 qualifier. 1090 with a 1 was his best effort yesterday.
Those two flags.
1091, 145 miles an hour for Ronnie Maggart. He's on the mark. Ran a 1090 yesterday for number 1 qualifier. And Joe Gallucci, he's off a little bit, 1104, 120 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need stock, stick to the lanes, and stick combo. Once again, stock eliminator stick and stick combo. To the staging lanes, please. And thank you. Jason Statterly. Wheels up launch. 99 Firebird out of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. alongside of Don Moyer, the Pickering, Ohio-based 67 Camaro. Don, one of the guys that won a first national event in Super Comp back in '82. I'm sorry, Super Gas, and a former U.S. national winners to boot. So it's a 1091 pass for Jason. 1089 with a 1 comes up for Don Moyer. He's right about where he wants to be. Rob Cropfield now, the Vega Grocery Getter Wagon out of Hamilton, Ohio, alongside of Frank Vincent, the 66 Deuce out of Bath, Ohio. A couple of small blocks here. Cropfield ran an 88 yesterday. Vincent ran 11:01. Let's see if he can improve on that. Reaction time not bad for Frankie. 0:16 bulb off the tree. And he'll run it on down to a 1088, 127, went 2 the other way. And that's a good place to be. Rob Cropfield, 1091, 132, not bad. Here comes Ricky Ship Jr. out of Needham, Indiana. The 35-year-old aircraft mechanic, his 70 Nova, alongside of Frank Corno. Frankie comes out of Morris Plains, New Jersey. 1970 Nova, 440 bow tie. Ran a 1090 with a 7 yesterday. Qualifying got pretty good yesterday. Number 10 spot, 1090 with a 7. It tells me there were 10 guys run dead on with a little bit of change yesterday. So things are going to tighten up today. This is the last time session for these guys. Let's see how close Frank Corno is. I think he's got a pretty consistent hot rod here. Throttle stops into play. Now it's wide open. Hammer down, high gear, 1-2 change, and high gear charge down to the finish line. 1093, Corno falls off by 3, 136. Ricky Ship runs 11 flat, 140. Here comes now Doug Wood out of Massillon, Ohio. A 54-year-old forensic vehicle specialist. A 69 Cutlass, bow tie 498, alongside of John Parsons, his Camaro, the 84 version, with a 445. Hails from Pataskala, Ohio. John Parsons, Triss. He ran a 1091 with a 7 yesterday. That was good enough for number 2 qualifying spot. And Doug Wood, 1090 with a 4. So I got to tell you, John Parsons, right where he needs to be yesterday, ran the number with a thou. Don't get any closer than that. A little front tire wobble out of John Parsons' car once it landed on the ground, but he gathered it back up. That's going to throw him off. Hey, not a bad pass after all. 1093, 144. I got to tell you, John Parsons right now looks to me like he's got the car to beat so far. Doug Wood goes 11 flat, 138. Next pair up. Kenny Underwood out of Delaware, Ohio. The Jegs, 67 Chevy Deuce wagon. 420 small block alongside of Joe Cardamone. The man from Baltimore, Ohio, in the 68 Camaro, the 511 big block Chevy. He and Randy Groom ran 11:38 yesterday. And Kenny Underwood pretty close there with a 10:92 pass, his best one attempt yesterday. Look at the reaction time for Kenny Underwood. Bottom of the scoreboard, 0-0-0 across the boards. Let's see what the package looks like. Hey, a 1091 with an A, 1 thou package, 128 miles an hour. I got to tell you, that's going to give you quite a bit of confidence going into round 1 elimination. Bitsy Satterley waiting to pull her Camaro, fat tire Camaro, into the water box. The 68, 415 cubic inch entry. Bitsy out of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. Melissa Collins watching on. Attention in the pits. We need stock, stick, and stick combo to the staging lanes, please. Once again, we need stock, stick, and stick combo to the lanes. Please and thank you. So Bitsy completes her burnout. Looks like it's going to be a solo. Yesterday, her best attempt was a 1096. Let's see if she can pick up the pace a little bit here. Ronnie Maggart still showing as number 1 qualifier with a 1090 with a 1 alongside of John Parsons, who also had a 1090 with a 1. Alex Mello, 1090 with a 2. 2, a 3, a 4, a 4, a 5, and a 7. All the way down to the number 13 spot. We've had 13 cars run the number, and that's Mike Rizzico with a 9. So Bitsy just runs 1096. And that's going to bring up Nikki Looney. If anything, Bitsy's very, very consistent. Knows where she needs to be. I don't know if I want to have a car run 90 with a 1 or a car that's going to be consistent. Nikki Looney out of Centerburg, Ohio. 85 Thunderbird. 377 cubic inch blue oval horsepower. Runner-up at the Indy Points meet this year. And Mike Rizika out of Asheville, Ohio, the 50-year-old pipe fitter. 1970 Plymouth Duster. 440 Mopar. He and Jeff Rizika watching on there. Ran in 1090 with a 9. Nikki Looney yesterday was 2 under with an 88. 001 reaction time for Looney. As he takes a look at the Christmas tree, looks pretty good. Starter Brad and those guys found a little bit of something out there, maybe a little bit of fuel. So 1092, 130 miles an hour, pretty good package for Looney with a 001 reaction time. And Mike Rizika is going to go 1098, 119 miles an hour. He fell off by 8. Brian Workman going to work now out of Willard, Ohio. The 72 Nova starting the water box procedure out on the toy barn side. 421 cubic inch Chevrolet horsepower alongside of Alan Kent. Well, they're going to back the musician out of the water box. The pickup truck's got a problem. So it looks like Workman's going to make a solo pass. Ran a 1091 yesterday. Down at the finish line on the Toy Barn scoreboard, it comes up 1095, 125 miles an hour for Brian Workman. That's going to bring up Bob Smith now, out of Grove City, Ohio. 67 Chevy Deuce, 509 big block. A couple of divisional national event wins. He ran a 93 yesterday. He'll stage up alongside of Blake Richardson, 19-year-old college student out of Greenbrier, Tennessee. The Richardson boys. Little S10 pickup truck with a LS motor in it, 427 Chevrolet. Well, Blake's going to run it on out. 1092, 130. 1088 comes up for Bobby Smith, 193 miles an hour. Oldsmobile Cutlass now rolling in on a Toy Barn sign. That's going to be the man out of Morningview, Kentucky, Tony Tanner, 82 Cutlass. Alongside of Dewey Boggs. Dewey in his 67 Camaro 434 power plant. Dewey comes out of Lancaster, Ohio. Ran a 1091 yesterday. Tony Tanner posted up an 1101. He's going to want to improve a little bit on that, judging by what I've seen so far. Tony took a shot at a tree. He was right there under by a thou. Time trial situation. Well, 1087 and 132 for Tony Tanner. 1092, 142 for Dewey Boggs. Cool looking Tempest there. 63 Tempest. Well, now on the Toy Barn side, it's going to be Rob Foss, Lucas, Ohio-based drag racer, 54-year-old mechanic. 84 S10 pickup truck with a small block 406. And the opponent on the Sunoco lane is going to be Ron Foss, 60-year-old welder. I got Doug talking over the corner of my shoulder here. He said both sons of Marianne Jackson. Ron, the 82 S10 pickup truck working the Sunoco lane. I'm sorry. Ron, the Camaro. That's a 1095 for Ron, 139 for bragging rights. Rob Foss comes out on top of the 1092, 125. Ran a 1090 with a 7 yesterday. It's going to bring up Frank Jenkins. Take a look at this. Beautiful 63. I thought it was a Tempest, but it's a Le Mans. Pontiac Le Mans. 540 big block bow tie. Galleon, Ohio-based runner Frankie Jenkins and Vicky. Alongside of Scott Mackey, the 66 Deuce out of Milford, Michigan. Scott Mackey makes his living as a financier. Good-looking flame Nova. So 1092, Frank Jenkins' best effort, and 1093, Scott Mackey's best effort. So Frankie goes 1092 at 137 miles an hour, and for Scott Mackey, it's a 1095 at a 151. I got to tell you, Frank Jenkins got a very consistent hot rod. Ran 1092 with a 5 yesterday. Come out here this morning right out of the box, and we're on a 1092 with a 5 today. I would say that little Le Mans is a car to watch. That thing is very dialed in. Ron Harkey now to Toy Barn side, the 1970 Camaro 496. He comes out of Bridgeport, West by God, Virginia. Ran a 91 yesterday during the day and time run. And Rudy Matthews, his 69 Camaro with a 511, comes to the starting line out of Ohio City, Ohio. He ran a 95 yesterday. A little bit better reaction time as Rudy this round with an 015 and runs it down to a 1089 with an 8. 145 off by 2. 1095 comes up for Ron Harkins, off by 4 from yesterday's performance. It's Denny Napier now, starting the burnout procedure. The big block Vega, 77 version of a Chevrolet Vega, comes out of Pataskala. Ran a 91 yesterday. And Madison Fenn, the 19-year-old student out of Vermilion, Ohio, 72 Camaro 540 big block entry. He's staging up here in a Sunoco lane. Yesterday's best effort was 11 flat. Let's see if Madison can pick it up a little bit. Wow, look at the reaction times. Denny Napier with a 001. Madison shows capable of pulling a 00 ball with a 008. Needs to pick up the pace by 2/10. Ran 11:18 at a $141. But Denny Napier is right exactly where he wants to be. Ran a 1089 with a 9 at 140 miles an hour. Just a little tap of the brakes at the stripe for eliminations, and he's got a package. Here comes Alan Kennedy. He got the truck fixed. A musician out of Baltimore, Ohio. 67 Ford F100 with a Chevrolet bow tie horsepower, 421 cubic inch power plant. He and Stephanie Stokoza and Ethan Kennedy. And Bobby Sesko and his Camaro working the Sunoco lane as I speak. The coal miner out of Lansing, Ohio. Into high gear he'll go. 1096 with a 4 for Robbie, 130. 1036, 128 miles an hour for the pickup truck. He's a little bit quick. A little bit slow yesterday by 10th and a little bit quick by 6. So Kevin Myers rolls in on the Toy Barn sign out of Williamsport, Ohio. The burnout procedure complete, and 71 Chevrolet Nova, 565 big block. He and Elena alongside of Dale Schaefer. Dale, the 1970 Maverick, true blue oval horsepower, the Ford 460, the Chester, West Virginia-based runner. 007 reaction time for Dale. Runs it down to a 1093, 131, and Kevin Myers goes 1091 at 130 miles an hour. Kevin Myers picked up the pace quite a bit from yesterday. Here comes now David Mann out of Burton, Ohio, out on the Toy Barn lane. His first look at the track. Alongside of Craig Meyer, the Kendallville, Indiana-based runner. Kendallville, Indiana, there's like nothing in the middle of Kendallville, Indiana. 42-year-old machinist, Meyer Racing, 62. Sport Fury, 500 cubic inch Chrysler horsepower. So, Lynn and Carolyn Meyer. 1094 was his best effort yesterday in the black Dodge. Actually a black Plymouth. And he runs a 1092 today, 138 miles an hour. David Mann will post up a 1099 for his best shot at 127 miles an hour. So once again in the stock pits, we need stock, stick, and stock combo to the lanes, please. Stock, stick, and stock combo. You should be in the staging lanes at this time. Right now, Ronnie Maggart still number 1 in qualifying alongside of John Parsons. Both of them have 1090 with a 1. Haven't seen a perfect pass yet, but that doesn't surprise me. I guess 1090 with a 1 is about as perfect as you're going to get, and it's pretty stellar pass. Ronnie Ferris, Rod Ferris out of Dover, Ohio, and his 71 Camaro, a high winding small block, a little 383 stroker motor. Phil Smida, the 88 Cavalier out of Canfield, Ohio. Phil and Phil Sr. Ran yesterday with 1090 with a 4. 008 reaction time for Smida. Smida runs a 1089 with a 2, 147 miles an hour. Next pair up. Let's take a look at Kelly Sperry now, the Fort Wayne, Indiana-based runner, the 81 Malibu, alongside of Damian Hazelton out of Continental, Ohio. Hazelton, 92 Camaro, the Lucky Dog Racing entry.
All sticks. All stock. All sticks.
Heads up in the stock pits. We need all stick to the lane, please. All sticks to the staging lanes. So Kelly Sperry ran a 1094, and best effort for Damon is a 1096. And Kelly Sperry's car finds attraction to his liking out in the Toy Barn lane. He goes wheels up, and now it's wide open to the stripe. 1094, 134 miles an hour for Kelly. 1093, a little bit better, Damian Hazelton. 131 miles an hour, sneaking up on the combination. Here comes Scotty Ryan's child. Scotty and Kendra, Brooksville, Indiana-based runner. Scotty now in the Corvette, 69 version. Ran a 92 yesterday. Alongside of Lauren Daddis. Lauren, the 23-year-old nursing student out of Vermilion, Ohio, in an 84 Ranger pickup truck. Chevrolet horsepower. Identical reaction times, 011, one in each lane at the stripe. It's going to be Scotty get down through there first, 1088 with a 139 mile an hour pass, and Lauren falls off at 1102, 126. And that's going to bring up Rod Ruddick, Frederickstown, Ohio, 89 Sundance, 340 Mopar, alongside of Larry Forsythe, the Chester, West Virginia-based runner, 82 T1000 Pontiac. Little Pontiac with a big block Chevy, the 454 entry. Here's the mayor of Chester, West Virginia. That's kind of neat. Now, so heads up in the pit area, the guys that are involved in the and gals that are involved in the NHRA Moser Sportsman Shootout. Your first round, if we stay on schedule, should be right about 1 o'clock. Just about the 1 o'clock period will be the Moser Sportsman Shootout first round, just so you know. Brings up our next pair. It's going to be Zach running. Lapeer, Michigan-based 87 Firebird, small block 400 cubic inch entry. Zach ran 1092 yesterday. He'll roll in alongside of Brian Richardson, the Woodburn, Indiana-based 98 Firebird. Richardson's best attempt was 11:17 yesterday. Let's see if he can pick up the pace a little bit today. Zach running with a little bit better reaction time on his time run. Starting line, I just see something come off the car down about the 330. Good eye. So Zach runs 1083, 122, under by 7. 1093 comes up for Brian Richardson. It's quite an improvement from yesterday's performance. Ran at 143 miles an hour. He's 3 off, perfect. Jason Lawrence, the 72 Duster, 360 Mopar entry out of Hamilton, New Jersey. Division run runner out, he and Richard, alongside of Josh Nant. Wellington, Ohio-based 66 Fairlane, 582 cubic inch Chevrolet horsepower. And Badman. So Josh ran a 1084 under by 6 yesterday, his best performance. And Jason, currently your number 4 qualifier. Jason ran her down to a 1090 with a 3. We'll see how consistent that Duster is going to be this weekend.
1090 with a 3. We'll see how consistent that Duster is going to be this weekend. 1090 with a 3. 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 1090 with a
Well, Jason, number 4 qualifier, not bad reaction time, 0:18. Let's watch him. Runs a 10:92, 130. That puts him in playing field. And 10:87 comes up for Josh, under by 3, 143 miles an hour. And that's just a tap of a brake. That'll make you a player as well. So Mark Smith comes up out of Bowling Green, Kentucky, the Fox Body Mustang, 82 version, 420 cubic inch big block Ford. He and George, and they'll roll in as Rick Watson completes his burnout. Comes right out down the road out of Buckeye Lake, 79 Malibu, 383 stroker motor car. Rick and Mac Watson, they were a number 11 player, ran the number with an 8 yesterday. Mark Smith ran a 1091. So watch Rick Watson, this home track advantage here.
Sales manager, Calvert, Chevrolet.
Watson is? 1089 with a 4 for Rick Watson. Doug just tells me he's the sales manager for Coghlan Chevrolet. You notice Coughlin's got a bunch of cars out here on the grass, the infield here on display. Big sponsor out here at National Trail Raceway. 1087 under by 3 at 135 miles an hour. And Sean Frick coming up next. Sean Frick out of Flemington, New Jersey, waiting to get the directive from starter Brad. They're doing a little touch-up there. 02 Pontiac, Division I player, 42-year-old IT salesman. And Mike Handress come out of Flemington, New Jersey to come race the Jegs Northern Sportsnationals. While we got a little bit of quiet time, I'll go ahead and remind the guys in the Sportsman Shootout, tentatively you're set to go at 1 p.m. for the Mosier Sportsman Shootout. Well, a couple Division I players. Timothy Fletcher up here out of Churchfield, New York, the Fletcher boys. 69 Nova. I believe that's an LS motor, 427 out of Churchfield, New York. Ran a 1090 with an 8 yesterday, and Sean Frick, of course, ran a 91. So let's see if they're going to have consistent hot rods here today. Stellar reaction time for Timothy Fletcher, 006 off the tree. Top end of the racetrack, he's right there, 1089 with a 9, 128. And Sean Frick goes 1090 with a 2, 137. That's going to move him up to the top of the field. Brings up now Alex Miller on the hard burnout on the toy barn side. Comes out of Mansfield. 80 Mons at 496. Miller Racing transmission entry alongside of Gary Fleener. Fleener, the 79 Z28 Camaro, 496 big block. Comes out of Port Clinton, Ohio with that entry, him and Kim. Ran an 89 with a 3 yesterday. Alex Miller wound up being number 3 qualifier yesterday. Ran 90 with a 2. Let's watch Alex Miller, see what kind of package he can put together today. Last look, last time run for the Super Street guys. Well, Gary Fleener with a 008 reaction time. Looking good on the Sunoco lane. He'll run 1095, 144. And Alex Miller, pretty consistent hot rod at 80 Monza. He runs a 1091, backs up to 1090 with a 2 with a 1091 at 143 miles an hour. And Dennis Floyd out of Wakeman, Ohio, the 67-year-old millwright, his 67 Camaro. And his wife, Margot, staging up on the toy barn side, ran a 95 yesterday, and he'll roll in alongside of John Coughlin. Jeggy and the crew out there watching on. The 52-year-old drag racer out of Jegs in Delaware, Ohio. He ran a 1093 yesterday. So John Coughlin, 027 reaction time. Dennis Floyd, 017. Side by side, they'll go down at the stripe. John goes 1084, 131 under by 6. And Dennis Floyd goes 1081 under by 9. 143 miles an hour. He don't want to give up on old John, man. He's right alongside of him. Wasn't going to lift down there. It's a time run. Here comes George Forster out of Greencastle, Pennsylvania. Division I player and his 65 Deuce. Good-looking little 65 Nova. The 46-year-old mechanic. Staging up alongside of Chad Taylor, the Sellersburg, Indiana-based runner. 88 Chevrolet Camaro 391. Just about dead even on reaction time. Sizing each other up down there, 1079, a little bit quick, Chad Taylor is. And a little bit less quick is George Forrester, if I can use that term. Under by 3 to 139 miles an hour. So apparently we've got a radio station doing a live broadcast here from the Jegs Northern Sports Nationals and National Trail Raceway. We've got a couple of radio personalities in the Hondas, and they're getting ready to do a little bit of grudge racing. And here to tell you a little bit more about that is the voice of National Trail, Doug Ford. Doug, tell me what's going on here.
Well, you got Boots Longinette in the left lane. It's a Germain Honda, pair of Germain Honda cars, and he's taking on all challengers, Boots says. He's the automobile expert here in Central Ohio. You have a problem with your car, call the radio Auto Smarts on 610 WTVN every Saturday for a couple hours. They're broadcasting live this morning.
Well, it looks like the Toy Barn side. Better reaction time, 7:29. I'm sure they're listening to us on the radio down there. So it's 16:74 for the Toy Barn side. Who's that?
I said Boots got to work on his reaction time, 7:29. Boots, come on, you got better than that. But that's better than the 1.267 for the right side.
A little bit quicker and faster down the Sunoco lane, 16:58, 87 miles an hour. The fast car in the right lane. So we're going to do a quick shuffle on the starting line. And things are getting real quick here, Doug. We're going to go into round one, stock eliminator. Class eliminations here today for stock. Okay, attention in the stock pits. We need all stock to the staging lanes, please. All the rest of stock eliminator to the staging lanes at this time. Stock. I'd like to say good morning to my good friend out there, Starter Brad. Brad Michelle's in the house. He was obviously absent yesterday, made it in late last night. So he's here to lay down some traction for us here today. Should be picking up the pace here a little bit. Out there carefully watching the starting line, doing a little touch-up, a little shuffling. You're going to see a lot more flurry of activity, I think, with the starting line here this morning. And once again, we need all the rest of stock eliminator to the staging lanes, please. All stock eliminator to the staging lanes. First round class eliminations at the Jegs Northern Sports Nationals. Stock class combo here running under the index. 15.25 the index on the underdog, Maverick. The 67 Nova going to run him down with a 12.35 index. Right about now he's in high gear, catching up to him, and the wind light says the Nova. 11.49 at 110 miles an hour for the wind. The underdog runs 15 flat. Ben Wenzel rolling in on the Sunoco lane out of Michigan. The 67 Chevrolet Camaro taking on the Fox Body Notchback Mustang. 12.85 his index. Ben Wenzel in at 11.35. Stick combo. Ben Wenzel with the A stick. 68 Camaro. Shades of nostalgia. Well, the Fox Body out in front, but here comes Ben. 1, 2, 3, 4 through the Jericho he goes. In a high gear charge, and he'll run it on down. He'll give it up at his stripe as the Mustang takes the wind, goes 11.86, 108 miles an hour. Chevrolet pickup truck with a solo pass. Wheels up launch for the pickup truck. 13.65 the index. Let's see how close he can run to the index for a solo pass and a round win. Picks up the win at 13.21 under by 4. 84 miles an hour. The stick man, Donnie Beeler, coming out of the water box here on the Toy Barn side, taking on Dave Walther, the 69 Z28 Camaro. 11.90 the index for the stick man. Walther, 11.90. Heads up here. Dave Walther wheels up, launch, and side by side they'll go. The stick man right alongside into high gear. At the stripe, wind light says Dave. 10.92, 120 miles an hour for his effort. So I have to apologize to you all a little bit. We're having a little bit of problems with the CompuLink Star Trek system on my side of the board. Everything's working fine with the timing system. I just don't have an announcer screen. So I'm kind of winging it here. You have to bear with me. I'm a little bit new at this. The 67 Camaro Ragtop. 12.20 the index, taking on the second generation Camaro here on the Sunoco side. 12.20 his index. So heads up racing here. And the A-stick car going at it. Top end of the racetrack. It's the Sunoco lane. 11.81 at 112 miles an hour. Love the sound of it. Small block Chevrolet at a 4-speed with a man who knows what to do with it. He's going to run it on out to 1141, 116 miles an hour. All right, here we go. We're back in action and carried on with class eliminations. Here the class is A stick, and it's Jason McCormack. Jason and Judy and Carla out of Columbiaville, Michigan, a 66 426 Belvedere. Alongside of Brett McFarland, the man out of Manchester, Ohio, the 54-year-old drag racer, 68 Camaro. Brett and Cam, the 396 Chevrolet. A couple of A sticks on the line. Heads up racing at its finest, boys and girls. A stick. God, I love this class. Jason McCormack coming qualified number 35 yesterday. Ran a 10:21 on a 10:95 index, and Brett McFarland number 43 ran under by about 8/10 or 6/10 of a cent. Little wheels up launch for Brett McFarland. Man, was that pretty. Takes it over a little bit towards the center line, but gathers it back up, puts it into high gear, and now they're side by side at the stripe. McCormack under by. Well, he runs under by 6 for the win. Jason runs 10:38, 130 miles an hour, and that's going to bring up our next pair. Denny Ford, the man out of 84, Pennsylvania, 66-year-old drag racer, the 69 Camaro, 427 entry. Alongside of Joe Martins, the North Olmsted, Ohio-based 69 Camaro SS, the 396 entry. So once again, categories A stick, 1095 the index. Joey Martins qualified a little bit better. He ran under by 7 yesterday with a 10:22. And it's a red light foul for Denny Ford. Joe Martins marching on and going into round number 2. Let's see how he runs, what the consistency is on this car. Another 10:22 for Joe Martins. 10:22 with a 2 at 130 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up the solo pass for Caleb McFarland. Manchester, Ohio-based 23-year-old. 2001 Pontiac Formula, 346 cubic inch entry. Last man out and A stick, and we got A automatic coming up. So Caleb McFarland, number 9 qualifier yesterday, ran a 9.99 under by 9.5. Beautiful wheels up launch for McFarland as he lets go of the clutch. The car goes back on the wheelie bars. And I'll run a 10:23, a good safe pass for Caleb. Car slows down a little bit. That's okay. It's a round win, 106 miles an hour. Caleb McFarland goes into round number 2. Here comes now Jim Bailey. A stock automatic, double A stock automatic, the 65 Belvedere 426 out of Bradenton, Florida. He'll roll in alongside of Jim Nichols. beautiful 64 Savoy, the 426 Plymouth, the Centerburg, Ohio-based runner. Heads up racing here. Double A stock automatic. 1060 the index. Jim Nichols and Mooch taking a first look this weekend. Mid-Ohio Paving Company, 64 Savoy. Red light foul for Nichols. Jim Bailey marching on. Bailey running down the toy barn side. Picks up a round win. Runs 989, 132 miles an hour. Good enough for class. So if you're just joining in, we're dead in the middle of first round eliminations, class eliminations for stock eliminator. Next pair up is going to be Ron Siebenik and Claude Buchanan, e-fuel injected stockers. Siebenik out of Perry, Ohio. Will be staging up on the toy barn side and just got the go-ahead to fire him up. Little Oldsmobile 130 cubic inch entry. The 92 Olds achieve it. Ron Siebenik. Claude Buchanan out of Madison, Ohio, the 71-year-old drag racer, the 86 Ford Tempo. 140 cubic inches of blue oval horsepower. Category for EF is 1745, the index. So the front-wheel drive cars in the heat of battle right now. Claude with a little bit better reaction time. Claude's had a look at the track yesterday. Ran 1675. Under by 6. And he'll take the win. Claude goes 1680, 79 miles an hour for the win. Back into round number 2 he'll go. That brings up factory stock, or F-stock automatic. F-stock automatic. Bob Marshall in the toy barn side out of Columbus, Ohio, the crane manager. 73 Dodge Dart with a 340 power plant. He'll roll in alongside of Chuck Weber. Beautiful 81 Corvette. This car is just beautiful inside and out. I saw it during tech yesterday morning, and beautiful car to look at. Fewsburg, New York, his hometown, a Division I player. Currently qualified number 24. He and Dave Pence ran an 11:02 with this car yesterday. So heads up racing. F-stock automatic, 1185 the index, and here we go. Both cars staged, set, and ready to flash yellow and green as game on for class eliminations. Bob Marshall, Chuck Weber in the heat of battle. Top end of the racetrack, the wind light says Chuck Weber. Chevrolet Corvette coming back for round 2 with 11:01, 118 miles an hour effort. And that's going to bring up Zach Ross and Dick Kincaid. As we continue on with F-stock automatic, the 72 Barracuda comes out of Belmont, Ohio. He and Jeff and Dick Kincaid, beautiful. Ultra clean, plain vanilla, 67 Deuce. Navarre, Ohio-based runner, 70-year-old drag racer at the controls. Former U.S. national winner and former Division III stock champ, Dick Kincaid, working the Sunoco side. A little bit better reaction time for his effort, and he'll give it up to the stripe there to Zach Ross. Zach goes 11:28, under by 6 for the win at 115 miles an hour. So Zach Ross coming back for round number 2. And here's the odd man out, Chuck Beach. Last car in F-Stock Automatic for class. Out of Delaware, Ohio, the 58-year-old IT consultant, a 68 Barracuda with a 340 Plymouth horsepower. Number 15 qualifier ran a 1095 best yesterday at 1185 index. And he'll run 1095. Once again, 110 miles an hour. Ran 1095 with a 4 yesterday, 1095 with a 3 today. There's one consistent hot rod. Watch for Chuck Beach to go rounds here today. Factory stock C. Pair alike, Jimbo Burka and Dan Sayers. Jimbo Burka, Coraopolis, Pennsylvania base runner, Division I player, and his 015 Copo Camaro, the 427 entry, alongside of Dan Sayers, identical Copo 15 Camaro, out of Waverly, West Virginia. Another 427 entry. Bo Burka was the number 10 player yesterday as he ran a 935 with a 7. The index is 1030, so he was over by almost a whole second. Red light foul for Sayers. Jimbo Burka marching on. Into round number 2, he'll go. He ran a 93 yesterday, and he runs a 935 today. He ran a 35 yesterday, 35 today. 1/1000th of a second off the pace from yesterday's performance. I got to tell you, that 15 Copo Camaro of Jimbo Burka is a very consistent hot rod, and that's going to pay off in spades later on today. Here comes our next pair. Norm Sabine, senior out of Canton, Ohio, and his 96 Camaro, 350 power plant, C-Stock automatic. Doug Baker alongside out of Newark, Ohio, the Doug Baker Racing 68 Mustang, 428. 1086, his best effort yesterday, and of course the index you see on the bottom of the scoreboard, that's 1140. So here we go with Norm Sabine and Doug Baker for class. Nice wheels up launch for Norman. Doug Baker alongside your classic Chevrolet Ford matchup here. Down to the stripe they'll go, and it's a round win for Doug Baker as he goes 1095 at 120 miles an hour for the win in round number 2. The odd man out there in C-Stock Automatic is going to be Mitch Truman out of North Manchester, Indiana. This is cool, man. I list his profession as a 60-year-old tilt-a-whirl operator. You know, you've seen the guy, the long hair, and he's got his shirt off there, smoking a cigarette, operating a tilt-a-whirl, enticing the young ladies. Mitch Truman, number 32 qualifier, ran a 1063 yesterday on an 1140 index. Let's see how well he runs today. Odd man out, automatic pick win slip for this gentleman in class. Wow, perfect reaction time. He's going to wish he'd save this one for later on. It's a solo pass, and he's got a perfect bulb. We'll take it. 1063 yesterday, runs 1070 today, 124 miles an hour for the win. We're moving along here in class eliminations, and next pair up is going to be John Foxbauer and Brian Merkel for B-Stock Automatic. John Foxbauer out of Franklin, Ohio, 68 Mustang, 428. John and Linda, and they'll stage up alongside of Brian Merkel, Dave Merkel, and the crew out of Johnstown, Ohio. The 45-year-old factory worker in his 2000 Firebird B-Stock Automatic. The 346 Pontiac power plant. Former U.S. Nationals runner-up and a 2-time Division III champion. Brian Merkel. Ran a 74 yesterday and 1050 for John Foxbauer. Beautiful launch for Foxbauer. The 68 Mustang puts it on the wheelie bars and runs it on down the toy barn side. And at the stripe, side by side, they'll go, and Brian Merkel gets there first, 1051, 118 miles an hour, and Foxbauer gave it back at the stripe. Joey Wilkes now staging up on the toy barn side of Zanesville, Ohio, the 2001 Pontiac Formula. Pontiac 346 cubic inch entry. Alongside of Mark Williams, another B-Stock automatic car. South Charleston, West Virginia-based runner, the 99 Chevrolet Camaro, 346, 50-year-old field service engineer here. So the tree is set. Here comes the countdown. It's game on. Red light foul for Joey Wilkes, and Mark Williams picking up the winning ET slip on this round. Class eliminations. And he'll run 10:44, under by 2 at 126 miles an hour for the win. Next pair up, Travis Morgan, the Brazil, Indiana-based 35-year-old truck driver. His 75 Malibu 400 small block will be staging alongside of Patrick Downing, the man out of Adrian, Michigan, the grocery getter. Downing Farms 83 Malibu wagon. 305 cubic inch power plant here in Sunoco Lane. Patrick Downing, tough player here in the Division III area. M-Stock Automatic, 1285 the index. Patrick Downing shows up as being number 3 in points here on my CompuLink stream. Look at this grocery getter. Hiking the front end up. M-Stock Automatic. Top end of the racetrack. Wind light says Travis Morgan. Travis runs under. He runs a 12:18 on an 85 index, 107 miles an hour. Good, consistent race cars. Morgan ran 17 yesterday. He ran a 12:18 today, and that's going to bring up Steve Sullivan. He's the odd man out in M-Stock Automatic, the Westchester, Ohio-based runner, the 58-year-old drag racer. 88 Mustang LX, 50302 pony car. Steve and Peggy Sullivan, former Division III champ back in 2003. Going to solo on round and pick up a winning ET slip, come back into round number 2. So 1285 the index. He runs it under 1203, 96 miles an hour. Brings up our next pair. Judy Bierman, E-Stock Automatic, alongside of Daryl Boreski. Julie, the Xenia, Ohio-based 57-year-old materials engineer. 68 Pontiac Firebird. She and Tim and Daryl Boreski, the Oldsmobile, 442. 455 cubic inch power plant, the E-Stock Automatic entry out of Elgin, Illinois. Regular player in Division III. So Daryl Boreski gets a little bit out of the groove, does a little twist and shout on the starting line there, and Julie Bierman hikes the front wheels and travels right on down the center of the groove. Wind light says Julie. 1094, 1170 index, 120 miles an hour. So we continue on there. E-Stock Automatic heads up competition with Ryan Rudick and Dan Walcott. Ryan Rudick, a pair of Mopars on the line, the 19-year-old out of Frederickstown, Ohio, and the 1970 Duster Chrysler 340. Alongside of the 65-year-old drag racer out of Gaylord, Michigan, and that's Dan Walcott. The 62 Sport Fury. The 383 Mopar, the Plymouth. Ryan Ruddock, a little bit of a reaction time advantage into play here in the Toy Barn side as they make their way down to the 1320 at the stripe. It's going to be Dan Walcott pulling it off for the win. Walcott left 116 back here at the starting line, but he made it play at the finish line as he ran 11:20, 116 miles an hour. A little bit faster vehicle. The car did the job for him. Austin Richardson now, the Richardson boys out of Greenbrier, Tennessee. Here's the 16-year-old, the 67 Chevy 2, 327, alongside of Billy Fodder, Garden City, Michigan-based runner, and the 1972 Trans Am with a Pontiac 455. He'll be looking at the Christmas tree here on the Sunoco Lane. E-Stock Automatic index 1170. Well, it's a red light foul for the 16-year-old. Austin Richardson is going to go red and foul, and that's going to hand the win light over to Billy Fodder. He'll be your instant winner. In round number 2, he'll go 11:25, 117 miles an hour. Well, change the class real quickly. We're going to go into factory stock. 2008 newer category, the Tim Lowe car out of Macy, Indiana, starting his burnout procedure. That's the 2015 Culpo Camaro, the 350 entry. The 64-year-old Farmer. Farmer must be good there in Macy, Indiana. 11:20 will be the index, and he'll roll in alongside the 013 Mustang, a Tim Rohrenbeck. Tim comes out of Canal, Winchester, Ohio, the 55-year-old electrical contractor. So it's Tim Lowe and Tim Rohrenbeck. Picking Tim to win. Well, the starting line team has found a problem with Tim Lowe's Copo Camaro, so that means Rohrenbeck's going to solo for the class win. And he'll run 1074, 130 miles an hour on 1120. That puts him under by about 9. Well, tough break for Tim Lowe, and the team of Tim Lowe and Patty Lowe has found a little drip out of the transmission on the car, so do a little quick clean up in aisle 2, and we'll be back in action in just a minute. Continue on with Factory Stock F. Class eliminations. George Iago going to get a bye run here in Factory Stock F, the Jefferson Hills, Pennsylvania Division I player. And his 15 Copo Camaro, 350. He was the odd man out, so he'll solo in for class win. Number 4 qualifier ran 1021 on 1120 dial, under by a second. Let's see how close he can run to the 1020 number performance from yesterday. Well, so far looks like a nice right groove, and he'll run 11:02, 184 miles an hour. He's off the. He'll take it. That brings up now the iStock automatic cars with Katie Sepanick and Rich South. Katie in a white Chevelle, the 1972 version, high wide and small block, little 350 cubic inch entry out of Moosic, Pennsylvania. The Division I player. Former Northern Sportsnationals winner back in 2008. Won a divisional out in Division I, a couple of them. She and Jack Sepanick will stage up alongside of Rick South of Pataskala, Ohio, a local-based runner. 85 Chevrolet Camaro 307. So the index is 1230. Looks like we're going to shut him off for a minute here. Yeah, Katie's going to roll in and stage. Problems for Rick South. A little fluid on the track there, so Katie's going to make a solo pass and pick up the class-winning ET slip. Nice wheels up launch for Katie. That car launch is nice. Likes the traction out there to Toy Barn Lane. $11.56 comes up for Katie. 92 miles an hour. She's under by 8. Nice pass. Jack likes it. Jack, the car looked good launching, man. He likes the traction here on that lane. Good job. Pair of D-Stockers. D-Stock Automatic, David Pazak and Paul Booster. David Pazak out of Upper Burrell, Pennsylvania, the 68 Gettix, the GTX 440 Mopar, alongside of Paul Boster, the Pataskala, Ohio-based runner, the 2003 Chevrolet Corvette 346 entry, 1155 the index. Record's down to 1032, and yesterday Pazak was just a little bit quicker on the pace with a 1079 to Paul Boster's 1091. We'll see how this works out today. Heads up in the pits. We need lanes. Sizing them up now down at the stripe, and the wind light says it's Boston. Boston takes the win at 1084, 122 miles an hour, and then round number 2, Roadkill. And Pazak back here ran an 83 to an 84. So Boster quicker on both ends of the track for the win. And Nick Reeder, the odd man out in D-Stock Automatic out of Warmester, Pennsylvania, is going to get an automatic win slip. The 71 440 Charger. Nick and Billy Reeder, former divisional champions, Division 1. He's just going to save the car and idle on down, and he'll take the win on a nice, slow, easy pass for the Dodge. Don't make a lot of them old 440s anymore. Why beat it if you don't have to? And that's pretty smart racing in my book. Coast on down to a 21:38. Well, that's going to bring up a guy that I know out of Route 66 Raceway, Jack Larson, the Cropsey, Illinois-based runner, the 55-year-old truck driver, and his 77 Grand Am alongside of Bob Mitchell and his identical 77 Grand Am, a couple of 400 Pontiacs on the line, a couple of O-Stock automatic cars, racing. Guy out of Ohio. Retiree at the controls here, Bob Michael. Multi-time Lucas Oil Drag Race Series winner, Spring National runner-up, and Cincinnati Drag Race winner in 82. And Jack Larson's got a national event to his credit. So Jack Larson, Bob Michael, O-Stock Automatic. This is for class 1227 on a 1315 index, 107 miles an hour for Bob Michael. Factory stock D now up, John Kunizak, and Wexford best Pennsylvania-based runner. He's a 70-year-old truck sales repairman. His 2015 Copo Camaro 427 entry, alongside of Jed Coughlin. The Jegs machine. Jegs stock Challenger 2010, drag pack Dodge at 392. Factory stock D entry, 1060 the index. Here we go. Looks like the 2-1 deal here. 2 cars left. A pair and a half, actually. Win light says John Kunzak beats Jegs at his own race. He goes 978, 140 miles an hour for the win. Jeg falls off a little bit, 1024. A little bit better reaction time for Jeggy. 016 bulb for his effort. A lot better reaction time, actually, because John Kunzak left 221 back here at the starting line. So Jed Coughlin did his job on the starting line and was up to the car from there on out, and just not enough. That brings up now Steve Novazel. He's the odd man out in factory stock D. Troy, Michigan-based drag racer. He's the 68-year-old drag racer. He's the chairman. It's a Detroit Autorama. That's a big deal up there. They had the Riddler Award up there. That's the coveted reward at the Detroit Autorama. Those guys like Chip Foose and all the heavy hitters in the car show field that really try to win that award. So Steve Novazel is going to solo for class. Ran a 967 yesterday in a heat of battle. Let's see what he can do today. .972 comes up, 136 miles an hour for the win. Change of class here at factory stock K and a factory stock G. Charlie Downing, out of Britain, Michigan, out there in the Toy Barn side, a 2010 Cobra Jet Mustang, 281 cubic inch power plant. Charlie and Bob and the crew, alongside of Tom Fletcher. Tom and Dan, Churchville, New York based. Peak Performance sponsored, 2015 Camaro, factory stock G. 1190 the index for Charlie Downey on factory stock K. 1135 for G for Tommy Fletcher. So both cars pre-staged. Charlie goes in, Tommy comes in. Just barely flickers the bottom bulb. Here comes a tree, and it's game on. So Charlie Downing and Tom Fletcher. Top end of the racetrack, wind light says Downing. Charlie goes 1090 flat on it, 1190 under by a second at 116 miles an hour. Car picked up by 0.3 of a second for the win. Good job for Charlie. Came around when he needed it. Here comes Kevin Skinner out of Grove City, Ohio, the factory stock A automatic. The Grove City, Ohio-based runner. 2013 Cobra Jet 302. Gotcha there. Got us. Super gas to the lanes, please. Super gas. This is your call. Say what? Is that important? Yeah. All right, Kevin goes 882, 136 miles an hour for the win. Picks up a winning ET slip. Once again, we need super gas to the staging lanes, please. Super gas to the lanes. Ryan Whitworth and Allison Smith. Ryan out in the toy barn side, comes out of Corydon, Indiana, A-stock automatic. Heads up class here with Allison, also an A-stock. Allison, the electrical engineer out of Uxbridge, Massachusetts, the Portatree people. Father come up with Portatree. She's developing a kill switch and also the notification system for all the class racers and sends out notifications to your smartphones. That's Allison's little brainchild there. Allison, the 98 Firebird, little 350. She loves this car. Man, this girl's a treat to talk to. Very intelligent and very easy to get along with. Just met her yesterday. And she'll take the win. Allison comes back. 1034. 128 miles an hour for the win goes Allison. And that's going to round out A-stock automatic with Randy Wilkes. Randy Wilkes, a local hero out of Zanesville, Ohio. A little mop action there on the toy barn sign, dressing up the starting line for Randy. And he was your number 45 player yesterday. Ran 1029 with this car. The 2000 Firebird. Beautiful paint on the Wilkes racing entry. The 48-year-old business owner out of Zanesville. Former world champion, stock eliminator. Won Bristol back in 2006. One up in Chicago there, Joliet Raceway, Route 66 Raceway in Joliet. Brad Buchel and my home track. So Randy Wilkes, odd man out, going to get an automatic win for class here. So we continue on class eliminations, stock eliminator. At this time, Super Gas, you should be in the staging lanes, please. Super Gas, this is your call. You should be in the lanes at this time. Wow, look at the wheels up launch for Randy Wilkes. Perfect reaction time on a solo pass. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. 1029 runs an identical 1029. That's the car to beat so far. Perfect reaction time. Runs off by 5 thousandths of a second. 1029 backed up to 1029 here today. Randy Wilkes. Good job. That's what makes world champions right there. J-Stock Automatic, the class for Randy Taylor and Eric Compolito. Randy Taylor out at Toy Barn side of Beaver Creek, Ohio-based 87 Chevrolet Camaro 305. And he'll roll in alongside of Eric Compolito, the Salem, Ohio-based 17-year-old student. Big car. 96 Caprice. 1245 the index. 350 small block Chevrolet. Eric and Caden. It's a red light foul for Randy Taylor. 17-year-old student going to get a class win. 016 reaction time for Eric. Bottom bulb racing at its finest. He'll go to 1163. Off the 1171 passes yesterday at 108 miles an hour. Matt Butler now A-stock automatic alongside of Ken Witcher. Matt Butler, the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania-based 22-year-old college student. The 69 SS 350 Camaro. Ken Witcher brings his 69 Camaro from Beloit, Ohio to the starting line here. Ran 1137 yesterday. It's a 1215 index. Pair of nice wheels up launch. Traction's well, almost identical on reaction time. So we got a drag race in progress. Side by side they'll go to the stripe. The wind light says Ken. 1131. 114 miles an hour for the win. Ken Witcher goes into the next round. Nathan Botten, a man out of Plainfield, Illinois, over by Brad Michelle's house. Nathan, the 48-year-old sales and marketing executive, the Botten Racing family, 73 Mach 1 Mustang, 351 cubic inch Cleveland, alongside of George Antrobus. Antrobus comes out of Bellbrook, Ohio, the 63-year-old drag racer. He's at the controls of a 89 Z28, small block 350. So, George, your number 15 qualifier, the car ran 11:22, and here he's working the Sunoco side. Let's see how close he can run to that number. If he pulls it off, should be around win, and he does. Botten had the better reaction time. George left 2:00 back here at the starting line, but the car did the job and ran 11:32, 107 miles an hour for class win. And Ryan Richardson going to be the odd man out in H-Stock Automatic, the 20-year-old college student. The Richardson boys out of Greenbrier, Tennessee, and he'll stage up with his 69 SS Camaro, small block 350. Let's see what Ryan's got to show for himself, as he's already poised for a winning ET slip now. On the trans brake for a long time there. Ryan shuts it down to 11.99, 84 miles an hour. So, G-Stock Automatic with Tom Rambo and Billy Baker coming up. Tom Rambo out in the Toy Barn Lane out of Washington Courthouse, Ohio. The 73-year-old drag racer, beautiful 68, 327 Chevrolet. Camaro, the Billy Baker car, the 71 Buick Grand Sport, 50-year-old carpenter out of Westerville. Billy Baker looking good early on. Sizing each other up down there, and Tom Rambo comes around for the win. Left 089 back here at the starting line. But at the stripe, it was all Tom Rambo. 11:14 at 116 miles an hour. Tom Rambo for the win. G-Stocker. Last odd man out, Jeff McKinney, G-Stock Automatic. 54-year-old store owner out of Carrollton, Ohio, and his 90 Chevrolet Corvette 350. Jeff McKinney. Ran 11:21 yesterday with this car. Car plants real well. Launches hard. Back on the bumper he'll go. Settle it down. Time to just sit back and relax and put her into high gear and see what the car does, and it'll run 11:24, 115 miles an hour. So 11:21 yesterday, 11:24 today, 115 miles an hour for Jeff McKinney. On his way into round number 2. Michael Brandt, another G-Stock Automatic. Not sure how this is playing out here. Hayden, Alabama-based runner, the 73 Formula, Pontiac 455. 12 flat the index on G-Stock. And Brand runs 11:31, 105. Next pair up. PJ North on the Toy Barn side. L-Stock Automatic, the Gahanna, Ohio-based runner with his 88 Cutlass, 307. He'll stage up against the N-Stocker. N-Stock Automatic for John Turk out of Lebanon, Indiana, the 74 Grand Am. 400 cubic inch Pontiac horsepower. Rayanne Turk and Don Turk. And Don's a 55-year-old general manager here. Getting ready to go to work on a Christmas tree here in the Sunoco side. I got to tell you, PJ North's on a good one here. Interest of fair reporting. I'll tell you a little bit more about that on down the line here as they go side by side towards the finish line. Well, PJ throws away a perfect reaction time. Don left 127 back here at the starting line, but the car did its job, ran at 12:18, maybe about 4/10 quicker than PJ North. So Don Turk picks up the round win here. 12:18, 108 miles an hour. Well, the front-wheel drive car of Bill Owens. F-Stock out of Grand Blanc, Michigan. 2000 Grand Am alongside of Brian Siebenek, the R-Stock Automatic. 84 Buick Regal. V6 power, 252 cubic inch. A 35-year-old IT administrator out of Toledo, Ohio. Bill Owens, former Division III stock champion with that little front-wheel drive car. Man who's inducted into the Michigan Motorsports Hall of Fame. At 69 years of age, still out here drag racing and doing a pretty good job of it. So Brian Seaman, Bill Owens in a heated battle right now, and Brian's trying to reel in the little four-cylinder and top end of the racetrack. Does not catch him. Bill Owens holds him off. A little bit better reaction time for Brian Seaman. Bill Owens did the job at the top end of the racetrack, ran 14:26. And that brings up Steve DeZorny out of Leonard, Michigan. Steve and Judy McCormick and the crew. The old 2 Dakota pickup truck. McCormick Racing out of Leonard, Michigan. Steve's the odd man out, K-Stock automatic. Ran 1173 yesterday with the truck. The Dodge 360 cubic inch power plant. So 1265 the index. Car's 9 under. Traction looks really good this morning, I got to tell you. .1176 is his best effort, 111 miles an hour. And Steve DeZorn is going to pick up winning ET slip for class. And put a period on first round of class eliminations for stock eliminator, and we got Super Gas coming your way. Super Gas, the 990 index is coming up. Well, Superclass time session number 3, Steve Eckert and Jim Unum coming up. Eckert out there in a 2001 Corvette Roadster, the 565 entry out of Pataskala, Ohio, and multi-time winner and former Division III champion here on the Toy Barn side. He'll roll in alongside of Jim Unums and his 67 Chevy 2. Beautiful little deuce out of Anna, Ohio. He and Retha, Jim Unum. Time session number 3. There's the reaction times on the bottom of the scoreboard. They'll show up since it's a time session. 0:25 for Eckert and 0:49, so you know what the time reaction times look like. So it's a 987 for Eckert. 162 miles an hour at 991. 50 miles an hour for Jim Unum. He looks in pretty good form here. First pass down the track today. Robert Wright now coming up on the Toy Barn side. The 96 Grand Am Chevrolet horsepower out of Buchanan, West Virginia. And Shane Snyder, the 63 Corvette Roadster, 584 cubic inch Chevrolet power plant out of Sunbury, Ohio. Their 36-year-old manager. Well, Shane Snyder's having a little bit of problem down the Sunoco side. It's part of Chuck Cheeseman's crew there. I see Chucky out there talking. Robert Wright's going to run on down to a 998, 141 miles an hour. And for those of you fans and stands just joining in here, we're in the middle of time session. We're actually just getting a good start on time session number 3 for the Super Gas category. And this is the 990 category. That's the magic number to hit. Right now, Gary Linkhorn and out of Cumberland, Ohio, working the Toy Barn side, and Bill McCulloch Jr. out of Pinkerton, Ohio, and the 27 Ford Roadster. He'll run 992 closer to the index at 136 miles an hour, and Gary Linkhorn goes 994, 154. A couple more Roadsters coming up here with Dale Barnard out of Meadville, Pennsylvania, the 67 Toolmaker. Lives in Pennsylvania, runs in Division III with this car. The 34 Chevy Roadster, 588, alongside of John Pelican, Attica, New York, Division I player. His 2013 Corvette Roadster with a 427. Pretty sure that's an LS motor. So John and Kerry out of Division I here on the Sunoco side. Looking for a 1090 run. Ran looking for a 990. Ran 991 yesterday. Dale Barnhart wound up in number 5 spot. Got to tell you, there was a bunch of guys hitting 990 yesterday. Barnhart was one of them. Ran 990 with a 6 with that Roadster out on the Toy Barn sign. Let's see what he can do today. So throttle stops into play. Now the butterflies are wide open. 1-2 shift into power glides, and it's game on to the starting line, finish line. Hey, 990 pass for Pelican. Picks up the pace from yesterday. Runs 990 with a 9, 161 miles an hour. I'm going to tell you, that's a very consistent hot rod out of Attica, New York. And 987, Barnhart quick by 3, 159 miles an hour. Doesn't matter right now, but that quick by 3 will cost you a round come time for eliminations. Rich Peak coming up now. The 68 Camaro Roadster. You don't see a lot of those cars, but I think it's very cool. It's a Coshocton, Ohio-based runner. 454 big block Chevrolet. He'll stage alongside of Larry Turner and size him up out of Columbus, Indiana. The 27 Ford Roadster. Beautiful paint job. It's a very pretty car. Actually, I saw this in tech yesterday. Car looks good all the way around. Chevrolet 496 power plant for the man out of Columbus, Indiana. So Rich Pick picks up the pace quite a bit from his yesterday's performance. Runs under by 8 with a 982 and 153 miles an hour. 987 up for Larry Turner, 140 miles an hour there on a Sunoco scoreboard. Well, the next pair up, it's going to be Ed Apple and Justin Moser. Ed Apple out of Beloit, Ohio, the 61-year-old drag racer. Retired gentleman, just does a little bit of drag racing. The 34 Chevrolet Coupe with a 454 Chevrolet power plant. And Justin Moser, third-generation drag racer. Rob watching on. Rob Moser's son out of Portland, Indiana, the home Moser Engineering. And the folks that put on the shootouts here this weekend, the Sportsman Shootout and the Draw RFC Super Shootout, we're going to be contesting here today. Justin Moser. .993 comes up for Ed Apple, 156 miles an hour. 986, 159 miles an hour for Justin Moser. That's going to bring up our next pair. Janice Swan, her little Opel GT, 1973 Opel GT. Not a lot of those left. Mooresville, Indiana-based runner. She's a 50-year-old consultant. 565 big block bow tie power plant. Roll in alongside the patriarch of Moser Engineering, the president, Rob Moser, ladies and gentlemen, the Moser Engineering S10 pickup truck. 632 cubic inch big block bow tie for Rob Moser. Rocky Van Note watching on. Janice Swan with a stellar 004 reaction time. And it's an 021 for Moser. Top end of the racetrack, 992 comes up for Rob Moser at 161 miles an hour. Janice under by 3 with an 87 at 160. Super Gas continuing here at Tommy Allen and Bill Jackson. Tommy Allen out of West Seneca, New York, and his 98 Cavalier, 555 big block Chevrolet, the 60-year-old drag racer. He and Rita, alongside of Bill and Marianne Jackson's entry. Bill Jackson at the controls. The Mansfield, Ohio base, 79 Monza with 496. Ran an 87 yesterday. 99 was the best ever for Tommy Allen. Heads up in the pit area. Superstock racers, attention, Superstock racers. Calling Superstock A automatic through Superstock M automatic. Once again, we need Superstock A automatic through Superstock M automatic to the staging lanes, please. Here comes now Leo Zenda and Paul Fiddler. Leo Zenda, the Ring and Pinion Shop. Clinton Township, Michigan-based 90 Cavalier. Ran a 90 with a 6 yesterday, and Paul Fiddler ran a 92 with a 3 out of Willard, Ohio, and he'll run a 90 with a 6 right now. Paul Fiddler picks up the pace. Looks like he's in pretty good form here. Runs 990 with a 6 at 140 miles an hour. Zenda goes 988 with a 3, under by 2 at 160. Next pair up, Gary Hartwig, the 68 Chevrolet Camaro out of Canal, Winchester, Ohio. The green 68 Camaro 555 big block alongside of Ron Lower. Lower comes out of Dundee, Ohio, his 81 Camaro, also with a triple nickel big block. So yesterday's qualifying session, Ron Lower was under by 5. Gary Hartwig was slow by a 10th. So let's see what Hartwig can do. See if he can pick up the pace here a little bit. He needs to pick up a 10th. Not enough. Runs 10:35, 130 miles an hour. Gary Hartwig with a little bit of problem with that car. That's a 991 pass for Ron Lower. 146 miles an hour. So that's going to put him in the field. And then Jeremy Schell out of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, and his 64 Deuce with a 505. Good-looking little Nova there. And he'll stage alongside of Rocky Clark. Rocky comes out of Willard, Ohio with his 90 Grand Prix with a 540 big block bow tie. Here's your number one qualifier from yesterday's session, 990 with a 1 for Rocky Clark. Jeremy Schell posted up the best of a 993. So let's see what he can do today. Let's see how consistent Clark is. Well, Clark's right there, 991 with a 5 at 176 miles an hour, and Jeremy Schell will shut it off with a 996 at 141 miles an hour as they turn off the top end of the racetrack down there. Continue on with qualifying here in Super Gas category with Steve Theodore and Paul Brown. A couple of open top roadsters. Theodore with a 63 Corvette roadster, 540 big block. He and Deb Reinshield, former Division III Super Street champion here on the Toy Barn side. And Paul Brown, the Cass City, Michigan-based drag racer, 51-year-old HVAC contractor. And his 27 Dodge Roadster with 591 cubic inches of Chrysler horsepower. Shelley and Mason, Paul and Racer Brown. There's a 990 pass for Theodore. He runs the number with a 9 at 158 miles an hour. And Paul Brown goes under by 2 with an 88 at 160. Had 93 with an O yesterday. Picked up the pace, went a little bit quicker. Here comes now Joe Carbacio, the Clarksford, West Virginia-based runner out of the water box there in the 83 Malibu. 565 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. Won the points neat back in 95 down at Indy. Joe and Janet, Division III players. Bob Hanschel, North Olmsted, Ohio, the 62 mechanical engineer. His 97 Pontiac Firebird. Chevrolet horsepower, the 436 cubic inch combination. Bob Hanschel right now with a better reaction time with an 015. Carbacio leaves 106 back here on his time run. And he's having his share of problems. He'll idle it on down, and Bob goes 984 at 146 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up our next pair. Temporarily shutting them off there. A little mop action going on in each lane. And here comes the pig farmer, Dwight Newst. 82 Rampage pickup truck, as usual. Beautiful paint on the pig farmer's new vehicle. The 65-year-old farmer comes out of Couts, Indiana with this car. Every divisional, every national event I've attended here in Division III. 414 cubic inch small block Chevrolet. Bob and Dan Zimmerman giving a little bit of assist, and wife Judy looking on. Doug Croft here in Sunoco lane. The Croft Construction 68 Pontiac Firebird. True Pontiac horsepower. It's got a 517 under the hood. Another Hoosier-based runner out of Wabash, Indiana. Currently number 3 in Fords. So 986 the best shot for Dwight down the track yesterday. 994 the best shot for Doug. Let's see how these guys perform here today. Almost identical run for Dwight Newst. He runs an 89, 152 miles an hour. 994 comes up for Croft. Just about mirrored his performance from yesterday. 149 miles an hour for Doug Croft. Here comes our next pair. Skip Sadler out of Erie, Pennsylvania. 65-year-old retiree. 88 Chevrolet Corvette 454 entry. He'll roll in alongside George Sarchenko out of Alexandria, Ohio, the 51-year-old furniture mover. That's a tough guy right there, man. 2005 Mustang Roadster. Chevrolet horsepower, just to keep it real, the 434 power plant. So Skip Sadler ran the number yesterday at 990 with a 1. Let's see what he does today. 999 falls off by 9 at 141 miles an hour. And it's a 10.66 pass for the Mustang at George's, and it's not going to be good enough. He's going to have to work on that first round. Well, the Fox Body 93 Mustang, that's Bill Nuzzo out of Irwin, Pennsylvania. Snap-on Tools dealer. He ran a 988 yesterday during qualifying. And Mike Legrose here in the Sunoco lane. A 62-year-old farmer out of Cass City, Michigan. His 92 Chevrolet Camaro. High wine and small block, little 409 power plant. Legros with a little bit better reaction time as he makes his way down to the starting line. Got off with an 019 and runs it out to a 992, 144. And it's a 985 best pass for Nuzzo. Ran an 88 yesterday and 85 today. Little tap of the brakes, and that'll put him in the program. Here comes Rusty Cook, a man out of Cynthiana, Kentucky. 99 Chevrolet Corvette, 588 cubic inch roadster. Alongside of Stephen Hoyt. And it's a beautiful car. Love the paint on this car for the man out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Steve Hoyt. Stephen Jan's 63 Corvette Roadster with a 565 power plant. Former national event runner-up. National divisional runner a couple of times. Steve Hoyt. All right, heads up in the pit area. Heads up in the super stock pits. We need Super Stock. Super Stock A automatic through Super Stock M automatic. To the staging lanes, please. Super Stockers. A automatic through M automatic to the staging lanes. Thank you. How about a 990 with a 4 for Rusty Cook and a 991 with a 5 for Steve Hoyt. Good side-by-side pass, and I got to tell you, Rusty Cook looking good. Ran 91 yesterday. 990 dead on with a 4 today. I'm liking that real well. Stephen Fields and Robbie Sesko. Stephen out of Carrollton, Michigan. 58-year-old transporter in his ring and pinion shop. 2000 Firebird working a toy barn side as I speak. And Robbie Sesko alongside with his 27 Ford Roadster. A pair of 991s. Steve Fields a little bit closer. 991 with a 1 at 152 miles an hour. And Sesko 991 as well. And here comes Tom Diamond and Jerry Spoor. Tom Diamond out of Dublin, Ohio, the 61-year-old drag racer, and his 27 Ford Roadster, 555 big block Chevrolet entry, alongside of Jerry Spoor, the Van Wert, Ohio-based contractor. 82 Mustang, Fox body hatchback, 532 big block Ford entry. Chevrolet Ford matchup here. Jerry Spoor a little bit better on reaction time. Ran an 85 yesterday, and Diamond ran a 91 yesterday. 991 with a 5 today, 991 with a 4 yesterday. Tom Diamond with a very consistent drag racer. 992 for Jerry Spoors, and he's picked up the pace right where he wants to be. Steve Williams coming up on a toy barn side out of Noblesville, Indiana. 94 Ford Probe, 355 cubic inch blue oval horsepower. 996 his best effort yesterday, and he'll run alongside of Timmy Gillespie. Gillespie out of Xenia, a 33 Ford Roadster, 468 Pontiac power plant. Number 3 finisher in Division 3 back in 2001. Indy points meet winner in the past. Got a few, been to the winner's circle a number of times with this car. Tim Gillespie and Judy Bierman. It's a 993 pass for Williams, 994 for Tim Gillespie. Brings up now Jacob Elrod, his Corvette Roadster, 92 version. Lima, Ohio, his hometown, Suncoast Chassis Roadster. And Dan Childs out of Van Wert, Ohio, here in the Sunoco lane. Sport contract, 33 Ford Roadster. Ford horsepower. Bears mentioning a 514 cubic inch Ford power plant for Dan Childs. And Dan ran 990 with a 2 yesterday with that black Roadster. Let's see how well he can do. That was good enough for number 3 spot in qualifying. A little twist and shout thing launches just out of the black marks there on the starting line. See if that's going to cost him. 992 with a 715 miles an hour. Might have cost him a little bit because it's pretty consistent hot rod. 992 today, 990 yesterday. He'll be a player. 990 with a 1 comes up for Jake Elrod. 159 miles an hour. Good job, Jake. Got to like that one. Here's a beautiful Camaro, 68 version for Corrine McMillan. Corrine out of Ajax, Ontario, Canada. The Sunset engine. 68 Camaro, 569 cubic inches of Sunset horsepower. Alongside of Joey Fisher out of Clayton, Ohio, the 63 Corvette Roadster with a 582. Joey ran a 992 yesterday, and Corrine was a little bit off the mark yesterday at 10:01. But she'll pick up the pace today. Right now she runs 998 at 120 miles an hour. And Joey Fisher goes down 986 under by 4 to 166 miles an hour. So Fisher getting a little bit quicker here today. John Sickish out of Belmont, Ohio, staging up on the Toy Barn Lane out of 63 Corvette Roadster, 632 cubic inch big block, alongside of Jeff Gerber. Gerber, the 27 Ford Roadster. Massillon-based runner, the Jeff Gerber Racing entry. So yesterday's qualifying effort, Gerber posted up a 986. He runs the number today, 990 with a 4, 184 miles an hour. John Sickus, 995 for his best effort, 172 miles an hour. And that brings up Edmund Richardson, the patriarch of the Richardson boys and the father. His Don Davis 015. Brand new car for him this year, the 69 Cavero Roadster. Very cool car. 604 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. Yeah, they get their horsepower out of Sunset engines. He ran an 86 yesterday, and he'll roll in alongside of Ron Brady. Ron's got a 94 Chevy Lumina, 582 big block Chevrolet. Makes his home there in Clarksburg, West by God, Virginia. A 62-year-old mechanic. Former runner-up to Bristol National event. So Ed Richardson's quick by 4, 161 miles an hour as he turns it off at a 986, and Ron Brady falls off a little bit, 10:03 to 160 miles an hour in the Mustang or in the Lumina. Last call for Superstock A automatic through M automatic. Superstock A automatic through M automatic. And all GT cars to the staging lanes, please. Better hurry up, guys. We're running out of cars. We need some cars in the staging lanes. Once again, we need Superstock A through Superstock M. Also, all GT cars to the staging lanes at this time, please, and thank you. Another shout out there to the Moser Sportsman Shootout players today. The 16 qualified car field will go off probably, we're hoping, about the 1 o'clock hour. That's what my schedule says. And Eric Lott's come up and asked me to hit it again because he got a few people come up asking questions, so I thought I'd let you guys know. Once again, the Moser Sportsman Shootout players, the 16 car qualifier field, about 1 o'clock if we're on schedule. And we can get these super stockers into the lanes, we'll be able to stay on schedule. So once again, we need last and final call for Superstock A through M automatic. And we also need all the GT cars to the staging lanes, please. And thank you. Run order for today, just so you guys know, we just finished up with Super Gas. Now we're going to run Super Stock. Then it's time for Super Comp. So Super Comp, be on your toes. Then Super Street, once again. First round eliminations, Super Street. Then Super Gas and Super Comp. Right now we need Super Stockers to the lanes.
mind, I can do that, but
Eric Lotz, ladies and gentlemen, from the home office in Glendale, California, is here, and he just set down a big trophy in front of me. And what it is the Jegs Crown Trophy. It's a trophy up for grabs for anybody capable of winning 2 Jegs Sports National events in 1 year. Of course, we have the Cajun Sports Nationals down in Bella Rose, Louisiana. That's where the triple crown of this race begins, the Jegs Sports Nationals in Bella Rose, Louisiana, the Cajun Sports Nationals. Then it goes on to Fontana, California for the Jegs Pacific Sports Nationals. And it winds up here, culminates here at National Trail Raceway, the home of Jegs. And we've got the Jegs Crown Trophy up here in the tower window. It's only been done one time. It's not an easy thing to do. We got sportsman racers that are, you're talking about going all over the country to run this event, the Jegs Sports Nationals. And it's happened one time. Mike Ashley won it in what class, Eric? Pro Mod. So it's happened one time, and so we're looking for somebody that double down here in the Jegs Sports Nationals here to pick up the Jegs Crown Trophy. So here we go with Superstock L Automatic, class eliminations, and it's going to be Bill Rink and Garrett Gezzi. Locking up an L-Stock Automatic, or Superstock L Automatic, sorry. Winlight says Garrett Gezzi. The 69 AMX, Adkins Racing, AM Express, going into round number 2. 10:59, 132 miles an hour for his winning effort. Superstock class eliminations. It's getting real here today, boys and girls. Time for some eliminations today. We're going to knock out a whole bunch of classes here. We're going to knock out stock. We already done first round of stock class eliminations. We've got super stock coming in through the staging lanes now. Round 1 of eliminations, and super comp and super gas is going to be happening after round 1 of super street here today. So super stock on the line. We got another time run for super comp, and then it's going to get real in all the classes. Super stock to the staging lanes, please. Hey, it's eliminations time. We're going racing. We need super stockers. All super stock to the staging lanes immediately, please. All super stock to the lanes. So once again, Super Stock Racers, we were having a little conversation up here in the tower, and what we were looking at here is maybe chance of fighting the weather here today. So we're going to try and expedite this program the best we can, and we're going to need your cooperation. We need all Super Stock cars to the staging lanes immediately, please. All Super Stock cars that want to race today, it's time to get to the staging lanes. We're racing. It's eliminations. It's time to go. All right, here we go with Super Stock A Hemi. The King Cuda, Joe Tootin, Shreveport, Louisiana, the 68 Barracuda 426 Hemi. And he'll roll in alongside of Jim Pancake. Jim Pancake, the local hero out of Delaware, the 64-year-old retiree. You know what he does? Drag races, and he does it well. The 68 Dodge Dart 426 Hemi, Joe Tootin, and Jim Pancake. Pancake's wife's name is Patty. That's right, Patty Pancake. You can't make that stuff up. So 930 the index. Yesterday, Tootin went 897, 866 for Pancake, the quicker car here, the Dodge Dart. Former Superstock A automatic record holder. The class now is Superstock A Hemi, and this is a cool category. We're supposed to have 3. We have 2. This is for eliminations. Joe Tootin, Jim Pancake. Let's watch. This will be wheels up launch. The King Cuda. There's one down at the Superstock A Hemi and U.S. Nationals in the past. And Jim Pancake. Former winner Jegs Sportsnationals. Won the Dutch Classic. Runner-up in Indy in 07, the Hemi Challenge. Runner-up Vegas with the Hemi Challenge. He and John Holt. Pancake with a little bit of starting line advantage with an 027 down at the stripe. It's going to be Jim for the win. Jim Pancake, 870, 156 miles an hour, Superstock A Hemi. 5 ticks off the national record, but good enough for a round win. There we go. Here comes Zach running and Brad Ross. Ross Family Motorsports. 2 dads, 2 sons out here in competition. The Ross Family Motorsports. Brad now the 32-year-old body shop manager out of Clarksville, Ohio. St. Clarksville, Ohio is his hometown. A 68 Barracuda 340. That's a good-looking car. Very pretty. And Zach running, the 29-year-old out of Lapeer, Michigan. Zach, Rod, Brad, and the crew. Superstock H automatic. The index is 1105. Zach a little bit quicker qualified yesterday in the Achieva. 10:39, his best ever. 10:47 for Ross yesterday. Class eliminations here on the line. 2 go down, 1 come back. Problems for Ross not getting off the line. Zach away with a green light pass. He'll take the round win. 10:29 for his effort, 127 miles an hour. Car picked up by a 10th here today's weather. Well, apparently we had a little glitch on the starting line there with Zach running and Brad Ross, so looks like there's going to be a rerun here for H Automatic. Well, change the index, change the class, the Superstock I automatic. We'll take a look now at Joe Larkin. Man out of Division 7. Oakville, California, his hometown, a 67 Pontiac Firebird 400. Alongside of Bill Edelis. Bill out of Cleveland, Ohio, the 70 GTO. This is a beautiful car. 70 GTO, Pontiac 400. He's the emergency vehicle technician. Bill Edelis, Cleveland, Ohio-based runner. 1070 the index for Superstock I automatic. Looks like we got 3 cars in I. Joe Larkin is from Bill. And then it's guy right here, Ricky Decker, the automatic 4 Camaro. Small block, 350. Time. Jegs all multi-times. Was a Jegs All-Star representative. 2009. Decker, ladies and gentlemen. Ran a 996 yesterday on the 1070 index. Of course, the record's 994, so let's see how close Ricky Decker to run to that national record on the solo pass. Look at that beautiful launch for Ricky Decker. Puts her back on the wheelie bar, settles the car down. 1-2 shift, and right on down the groove he'll go. Runs a 986 at 134 miles an hour. Very stellar pass for Ricky Decker. Superstock I automatic winner. Very cool. Here comes Michael Beard. The loose rocker entry. 1980 Dodge Volare. 360 Dodge horsepower to Columbus, Ohio. Alongside of Al Ross. Fuel injected Superstock H out of Flushing, Ohio. 1085 the index. Al Ross here on the Sunoco lane. The 72 Dodge Challenger 360 cubic inch power plant. Out of Flushing, Ohio. The body shop owner. Michael Beard. Graphics designer, 41 years young. Local hero right here out of Columbus. Dodge Challenger puts her on the wheelie bars there off the launch here in the Sunoco lane. Al Ross out in front. He'll take the win. Runs 10.06 on a 1085. Index at 129 miles an hour. Brings up now the... And that's going to Norman. Jerry Kolaric. Him up at his 5 Calvert. It's a beautiful car. This was a former Cobb Eliminator car. Superstock D modified entry. 1 in each lane. The index 975. 296 V6 Chevrolet for Jerry Kolaric. 294 for Norm Sabine, the power plant. Norman Spike Sabine staging up on the toy barn side. Yesterday's qualified, Jerry found himself running a 976 on a 75 index. Going to want to pick up the pace a little bit here. I think this is class eliminations here for Superstock D modified. All kinds of problems for Norm Sabine. Jerry Kolaric on a pretty good pass, and his little Cavalier runs it on down to a 966. Picks it up by a tenth at 139 miles an hour, and Norm Sabine have his share of problems. He coasts on down the toy barn lane. All right, we're back in action. Stock F automatic. Zaskowski 1/3 of the Zaskowski Racing Team. The Pollock. Hey, I don't write them, I just read them, man. 66 Nova 327. 1060 the index for him and Brad. This is his son, the 34-year-old home builder out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Brad Zaskowski, his '87 Chevrolet Camaro. Bill Zaskowski, Division III winner deck in Joliet in 2009, and Cajun Sports National Champion 2 times. Brad, the Jegs Cajun Sports National Champion. Division III points winner, number 2 in 2009, and Brad Zaskowski, one tough hitter in Division III and had his share of success division. Look at the wheel stand for Bill Zaskowski. Man, does that Nova look good on the starting line. Bill Zaskowski, Brad Zaskowski, side by side, heads up racing, family honors at stake here. And it's Brad Zaskowski going to pull off the win. 10-10, 120 miles an hour. Bill, a little slow in reaction time as Brad Zaskowski handed it to him on both ends of the racetrack. And that's for class round win and family bragging rights as well. Here comes David McGee and Irvin Johns. David McGee, the 68 Nova 454 entry out of Morning View, Kentucky. Superstock B automatic. Irvin Johns. Johns Racing 08 Cobalt, 346 cubic inch Pontiac power plant. Puts him in a GT category. So GTB automatic, 1 in each lane, 1025 the index. So Irvin Johns and Gina. I'm looking at the Christmas tree here in a Sunoco lane. Irvin ran a 945 yesterday during qualifying and a 946. Let's see how consistent that hot rod is. He's out in front right now as Dave McGee struggling to run the number. 930 comes up for Irvin Johns. 1032, not good enough for Dave McGee. Irvin Johns going to pick up one of those winning ET slips and advance into the next round. Jerry Sylvans, odd man out in B automatic here out of Van Buren, Ohio, the 71-year-old drag racer, 2005. Chevrolet Cavalier, 350 power plant. Been to the winner's circle a number of times and runner-up at Pontiac Performance Nationals. Former H automatic record holder. So Jerry Silvius going to solo into the next round, runs 925. Picks up the pace from yesterday's performance at 141 miles an hour. Good run for Jerry Silvius. And the crew's all going to like that one as he picks up a winning ET slip here today. All right, time to continue on with Superstock class eliminations, and the category goes to GTC. David Manning and Ernie Neal getting ready to size each other up. Neal with a 350 cubic inch power plant, his Cavalier, that makes it a GT car. And David Manning with a 327, his 89 Beretta. Manning comes out of Louisville, Kentucky, the 57-year-old retiree. He ran a 962, the index 1020 for GTC. Ernie Neal and Robin White out of Columbus, Indiana. Their little gray 05 Cavalier. They'll be staging up here in a Sunoco lane. So Ernie Neal, David Manning. Two cars in GTC. This is for class. Ernie Neal, a former record holder in C with that little Cavalier. David Manning, been doing this for a long time. His Beretta. Well, problems on the Toy Barn side. Ernie Neal, 936, 141 miles an hour. And problems on the Manning lane. So win light for Ernie Neal, and that brings up our next pair, Bill Krell out of Chester, West Virginia, an 84 Chevrolet Camaro 305, and the class now moves to Superstock J automatic. Carl Chirizenza out of Murrayville, Pennsylvania, Division I player. 70-year-old drag racer, 65 Nova SS 327. Alongside of the 84 Camaro 305 of Bill Krell. It's a red light foul for Carl. Bill Krell staying alive. Tough break for Chirenza as he throws it away. Bill Krell runs under with a 1034, under the index by 7, 127 miles an hour. Here comes Dan Fletcher, ladies and gentlemen. Superstock J Automatic out of Churchville, New York. The 69 Chevrolet Camaro. Dan Fletcher, your Superstock winner from the Jegs Northern Sports Nationals. He's the defending champion here. Last year's event, Dan Fletcher runner-up against Alan Wade. Dan Fletcher won against Alan Wade. Alan Wade was a runner-up here in Superstock category. So looking to double down here. 2014 Jegs, all Jegs Sports National winners. He's on a solo pass, and he's on his way into the next round right now as I speak. Ran a 10:53 yesterday, and he'll run 10:39 today. Picks up the pace by 0.2 of a second at 127 miles an hour, ladies and gentlemen. Dan Fletcher. Looking to see if he can double down here. It'd be neat to watch him do back-to-back Jegs Northern Sports Nationals here. Bob Easy, out of Charleroi, Pennsylvania. The Easy Brothers Performance 92 Trans Am, the category is Superstock A-Stick. And Wes Leopold, out of Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. 52-year-old drag racer in his 05 Dodge Stratus. 394 Hemi. Bob Easy and Wes Leopold. Bob ran a 9:36 yesterday. Leopold a little bit quicker pace with an 8:53. So watch the Leopold car here in the Sunoco side. We'll see if he can take Bob to task. Heads up racing, 960 the index. Looks like Leopold's out in front, but here comes Bob. Let's see if he's got enough in that Pontiac to make the pay off the top end. Not enough. Wes holds him off. Wes goes 8:55, 159 miles an hour for the win. 8:46, a national record. He runs 8:55, 159 miles an hour. It's going to put him in round number 2. And here comes Todd France, GTA automatic, 88 Beretta out of Louisville, Kentucky. The 40-year-old body painter. A beautiful car, that 88 Beretta. Former national champion in comp eliminator. Todd France and Gary. Nil size up Dave Dupes out of Germantown, Ohio. Dupes the 08 Cobalt. 350 power plant makes it a GT car. GTE automatic, the class. 1065, the index. Cars are sized up pretty equal in performances. France run a 977 yesterday. Dubs run a 974. So this is a real close matchup here, as it should be. An E-automatic. Wheels up, launch for Dave Dubs. Beautiful launch on the Cobalt. Pretty close on reaction time. No real big advantage. Maybe a little bit for France, but Dave Dubs pulls out the win. Runs 974 on 128 miles an hour. 5/100ths of a second quicker than Todd Francis. France runs a 79. And that brings up Kevin Panzino. Evans City, Pennsylvania runner out of Division 1 in a 92 Camaro, small block 350. Superstock F automatic. The class, and J.P. Schuster, Damascus, Ohio, 23-year-old engineer. 98 Chevrolet Camaro 327. 1080, the index for F automatic. Here we go. Red light foul for Schuster. Panzino gets the instant win with an 038 reaction time. Schuster went under the tree by 21. So Panzino picking up a winning ET slip. He'll run 1049 on a 1080 at 126 miles an hour. Nice round for the team out of Evans City, Pennsylvania. That brings up Jeff Neiswanger, F automatic. 350 small block, 87 Chevrolet Camaro out of Zanesville, Ohio. 59 years old. Makes him living as a cereal packet technician. I don't know what that means. Maybe he licks the lids on a cereal boxes shut. Not sure. John, Amy, Jeff Neiswanger going to solo. Superstock F automatic, the GT car. Quick check of the wheelie bars and look for any kind of drips here from the starting line official. Looks good, wheels up launch. And man, I love Superstock cars when they launch like that. So John ran a 1017 yesterday, or Jeff ran to 1017 yesterday. He runs 1015 today, picks up 200ths of a second at 113 miles an hour. Change the class, change the index. 1120 the index for GTI automatic. Dan Steed, Dave Dukes Jr. sizing each other up, starting their burnout procedures here. Danny Steed comes out of Radnor, Ohio. A 67-year-old grain farmer. Immaculate 66 Chevy Deuce. 283. Alongside of Dave Dubs Jr., the Germantown, Ohio-based 87 Chevrolet Camaro 305. Dukes Jr., a little bit better qualifying position yesterday. Ran a 33, a 1033 to a 1057 for Dan Steed. So Steed looks like he's going to have his work cut out for him, as Dubs were showing, at least on paper, 0.2 of a second. Well, Dan just might have made that up on the starting line, as Dave Dubs left 3 numbers back here on the line. Top end of the racetrack. Dubs had the quicker car, though. He ran 1042 to a 1060 for Dan Steed. Steed had him covered off the starting line, but Dukes made it pay down at the finish line. And here's the rerun between Zach running and Brad Ross. We had a little glitch in the Christmas tree on their previous round, and Zach went back, got the old Chiva cooled down. Young man out of Lapeer, Michigan. Now he's sizing up again against Brad Ross. Ross, the man out of St. Clarksville, Ohio. They got away side by side. Zach running and Brad Ross. Zach was all prepped to pick up a winning ET slip, and it was our fault, but Zach's going to win it fair and square this time as he goes 1029, 127 miles an hour for the win. Brad Ross gave it a good shot, ran on 1041, picked up the pace from yesterday's performance, but just not enough for the running car. Aaron Allison now on the Toy Barn side, the Macedonia, Ohio-based 30-year-old engineer. 90 Cavalier. And Chuck Gallagher. Gallagher out of Defiance, Ohio's 90 Camaro. Superstock B modified. Well, it's a red light foul for Chuck. Aaron's staying alive. Low 17 reaction time runs it on down to an 889 for the win. Ran 920 yesterday. Picked up the pace by quite a bit here today. Doing my math, I say 0.4 of a second quicker than he was yesterday. Brings up Ronnie Troutman, his 05 Grand Am, 328 cubic inch bow tie horsepower out of Baden, Pennsylvania. Superstock B. And Bob Lowry, the Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio base runner, his 84 Corvette, staging up here in the Sunoco lane. Ronnie Troutman, by virtue of the qualifying effort yesterday, has got a little bit of advantage here with a 929 best to Lowry's 945. It's competition time here today. Let's see what they got to show for themselves. Yeah, Ronnie pulls it out with a 923. 138 miles an hour. Picked it up just a little bit for the win from yesterday's performance. And Skip runs a 42. Got a good consistent race car. Just not enough for B. Next pair up. Next single up. It's going to be Todd Mathias, the odd man out of Monroeville, Ohio. A 51-year-old machine operator. 86 Chevrolet Camaro 316. He's got a good, strong B car. 927, his best effort. So Todd Mathias takes the win, 928, 145 miles an hour. Look at my screen here real quick. Believe it. Yep, 145 miles an hour. And here comes Terry Allison and Jeff Taylor. Terry Allison out the Toy Barn side out of East Palestine, Ohio. 98 Grand Am 327. Superstock D automatic, the GTD automatic cars. Jeff Taylor now in Sellersburg, Indiana, here on Sunoco Lane. Jeff Taylor Performance. 2006 Chevrolet Cobalt 350 power plant. 4-time world champion, 8-time divisional champion here on a Sunoco Lane. Jeff and Patty Taylor. Staging up on the Sunoco Lane, sizing up Terry Allison. Jeff ran 63 yesterday. 10:36 was Terry Allison's best effort, so Jeff Taylor definitely has a little advantage in his heads-up matchup. Terry Allison with a little bit better reaction time. Jeff Taylor is sizing him up now, and he'll take the win. 967, 135 miles an hour. Very consistent hot ride for Jeff and Patty Taylor, and beautiful round win. Murdered the national record. The national record's 10 flat. Tyler Bohannon out of Louisville, Kentucky, in his 85 Formula, Pontiac Formula with a 327 cubic inch Chevrolet horsepower. That makes it a GT car. GTD automatic. He alongside Bill Little out of Belmont, Ontario, Canada. A 60-year-old engine builder in his Pontiac Grand Am. Janice, the cat lady, watching on. Bill Little launches it hard, almost identical out of the gate, side-by-side action here. Real close on reaction times. And the wind light says Bill Little. 998 mirrors his performance from yesterday. Ran 998 with a 2 yesterday, backs it up with a 998 with a 5 today. Watch that car going D automatic. 130 miles an hour. Very consistent hot rod. So class eliminations right now, and pretty much after this, boils down to a kind of like a super stock bracket race. Bill Fodder, Rick Brown sizing each other up. Fodder out in the Toy Barn side. The Canton, Michigan based beautiful 69 Corvette. Superstock D automatic taking on Rick Brown. Superstock D automatic 87 Chevrolet Camaro. Little small block car, 350 power plant. Comes out of Lebanon, Ohio, this car. And a former U.S. Nationals runner-up. Won a couple of national events with this car. Rick Brown and Tom Perdue. Heads up in the pit area. We need Super Comp to the staging lanes, please. Super Comp to the lanes. Rick Brown advancing, 991, 131 miles an hour. Good pass for Rick Brown on a 1050 index. 1026 for Bill Fodder's best. Ran at 21 yesterday. Rick Brown, the very strong Superstock D automatic. Well, the category now changes to Superstock A. Got one in each lane with Tony DePillo and Ray Paquette. Tony DePillo there on the Toy Barn side. His Dodge, the 64 Plymouth, actually. The honkin' Hemi. 426 Hemi, the man out of Dayton, Ohio. Former Superstock B national record holder. And Ray Paquette, the man from the Varsity Ford team. His Thunderbolt. 69-year-old mechanic. Multi-time record holder. Numerous class wins. Look at the Thunderbolt go back on the bumper. Man, is that cool. Look at these two cars, ladies and gentlemen. This is a little bit of history to make. In 64 Plymouth, 64 Thunderbolt. Side by side across the stripe they'll go. Ray takes the win by just a little bit with an 8.72 at 152 miles an hour. Man, that was just a very cool matchup. That really made me happy. Ray Paquette, the number 7 qualifier at 152 miles an hour. Next pair up. Continue on Superstock G, the category. It's going to be Dave Dufresne out of Elkville, West Virginia, and his 67 Camaro small block 350. Sizing up Richard Feldman, the East Liverpool, Ohio-based runner, the Feldman Agency 66 Impala. Superstock O automatic. So 1045 the index for David, 1220 the index for Richard. Be a handicap start here. Richard Feldman's going to get the lead first with the big Impala. Well, red light, foul for Feldman. David Frayne, his Camaro takes the win. Car launches hard, plants it back down. He ran a 73 with this car yesterday, under the index by 2. 964 here today at 136 miles an hour. David Dufresne picks up the winning ET slip. Once again, we need Super Comp to the staging lanes, please. Super Comp, this is your call. Super Comp. So Dan Jacobs coming up on the Toy Barn side out of Elizabeth, Indiana. The Jacobs Logging 2005 Cavalier GTG entry. Pretty little car, and he'll take on Larry Wilson. Wilson comes out of Mount Washington, Kentucky. A 66-year-old retiree. His 64 Chevy Chevelle 283. Superstock L. Handicap start for Wilson. Wilson lights the red bulb, and Dan Jacobs, your instant winner. 1075 the index for Jacobs. He runs a 996 at 110 miles an hour, and he murdered the national record. Dan Jacobs advancing, and here comes Jim Evanuk, North Versailles, Pennsylvania, the 98 Escort. Superstock A alongside of H.K. Adkins, the 69 AMX. Superstock B car, Ravenswood, West Virginia-based runner. Henny Adkins. He ran a 904 yesterday. Jimmy ran a 901. There's a tenth of a second difference, and Toy Barn side's going to get the handicap head start right now. Henny goes red. Jim takes the win. Toy Barn side going to turn off the top end of the racetrack. Come back for the next round. 8.99 for his effort at 148 miles an hour. Jim Ivanuk goes into round number 2. Ken Sharp now on the Toy Barn side. Superstock K automatic, the Superstock H automatic, sitting here in the underneath the tower. Quick little touch up. Starter Brad, guys out there doing a little starting line prep. Quick little shuffle out there as the gold dust goes down, and Brad will spray a little bit of traction compound down. So we continue on here with Superstock class eliminations here. The Jegs Northern Sports Nationals. Once again, we need Super Comp to the staging lane. I'm sorry. Yeah, Super Comp to the staging lanes. Get that right. Super Comp, this is your call. We need the dragsters to the staging lanes. Brad says fire them up, touch up complete. We're ready to go back into action here with Ken Sharp and Jeff Donna. One piece at a time. This is a very cool car. How about a 90 Eldorado? Runs GTK automatic out of Middletown, Ohio. The 71-year-old drag racer, Ken Sharp. A chance to talk to Ken yesterday, and he's walking around. He's got a little poodle in tow, and the dog's just as peaceful as could be with all the noise going on and stuff. He was having a great time out here, and it's a good-looking car. Said, I wanted to build a car nobody else has got. Here it is. 1990 Cadillac Eldorado, 425 entry. And Jeff Donna, the Donna Racing. 98 Firebird, 350, out of Gordonville, Missouri. Superstock H automatic. So Jeff Donna will come in, 1060 his index, 1145 the index for Ken Sharp. So Ken Sharp will get the handicap start. Let's watch and see how this Cadillac plants. Nice launch by Donna. Sharp goes red. Jeff Donna goes into round number 2 via the red light. Jeff Dona, 987. On a 1060 index at 106 miles an hour. Ran a 997 yesterday. The car picked up by 1/10 of a second. And here comes Mike Morgan, his Pontiac Trans Am, the 77 version, out of Brazil, Indiana, his hometown. Superstock M automatic. And Bob Marshall here, the 65 Dodge Coronet, 426 Hemi car. Local hero, here out of Columbus, Ohio. Superstock A automatic. 970 the index, so Mike Morgan's going to get the handicap. 946 the best effort, Bob Marshall's Mopar yesterday. 1105 came up for Mike Morgan for his effort. So there goes Morgan. It's time for Bob Marshall to go to work, and Bob Marshall a little bit early. He turns on a red bulb, and that's going to end his effort. Mike Morgan staying alive. 11:01, 120 miles an hour for his winning effort. It looks like Charlie Walk's going to get an easy pass here. He'll solo on down. The man out of Wellsville, New York, a Division I player. His 72 Duster, a 340 cubic inch Mopar. Superstock K automatic. 11:25 the index. He ran 10:58 yesterday with this car in qualifying. I got to tell you, Charlie Walk is one happy guy. He's on a solo pass right there. A little bobble on the starting line, but hey, he turned it in, parlayed that into a round win. He'll take it 1061, 123. And the last few cars here in Superstock, we continuing on here. We'll take a look now at Jeff Ross, Barton, Ohio-based 2009 Dodge Challenger. One of the patriarchs of the Ross family. Like I said, there's 4 of them here this weekend. 2 fathers, 2 sons, brothers, uncles, cousins. And it's a 1082 for the win at 122 miles an hour in Jeff's solo pass. Ran 1082 yesterday. There's a good, consistent Mopar right there. Dan Kyle coming up now. Superstock G automatic entry out of Lawrenceburg, Indiana. 87 Pontiac Firebird, 350 Chevy car. Makes it a GT car. 1090 the index. He ran 997 yesterday in the qualifying session. I got to tell you, man, just from my vantage point here in the tower and watching the way these Superstock cars are launching, I'm thinking the starting line's very good right now today. And Dan Kyle goes under 10:05, 132 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up our next pair, the factory stock cars. Factory stock. Keith Lynch, Madison, Ohio-based runner, the 68-year-old drag racer. In 2010, drag pack Dodge, 345 cubic inch entry. Keith, Donna Lynch, Sam Montalone out of Harrison Township, Michigan. 67-year-old drag racer. He's a CNC programmer. It's 2013 Cobra Jet Mustang. Factory stock D. 990 the index for Sam Malone, 1080 the index for Keith Lynch. So Keith Lynch is going to get the handicap head start for, well, just about a second and a tick. Keithy ran 998 yesterday, his qualifying session, and Sam ran 912. So there goes Keith out in front. But here comes Sam, going to try and track him down. Watch, ladies and gentlemen, down the top end of the racetrack. Sam trying to come around, and he does for the win. 902, 151 miles an hour, and he had that car on the floorboards. 902 on a 990 index, 151 miles an hour, and Sam advances into the next round. Here comes Nick Morris and Mike Skinner. Fuel-injected GTF out of Louisville, Kentucky, the Morris Motorsports 98 Mustang. 352. national event wins, Memphis a while back, and a couple of divisional wins to his credit. And Mike Skinner here on the Sunoco line, his 2014 Cobra Jet Mustang. Grove City, Ohio base runner, 965 the index. He'll give chase. Red light foul for Mike Skinner. It's going to stop his advancement. And Nick Morris moving on, staying alive. So 997 for Nick, 117 miles an hour under the 10-second index. So Nick and Bob taking a round win. Here comes our next pair, Tommy Gordon and Mark Nowicki. Tommy Gordon out there in the Toy Barn side with a 68 Barracuda out of Houma, Louisiana. Fuel injected GTC. Here comes Mike Nowicki, the FGTD car out of Gaylord, Michigan, the 98 Avenger, 360 entry. Former record holder here in Sunoco Lane, runner-up U.S. Nationals back in 2008. Mark Nowicki, Bobby Howald. And it's a win light for Mark. 935, 142 miles an hour for his effort, and he moves on. It's going to be a solo pass for Alan Wade, Superstock D Automatic, 69, 427, Chevrolet Camaro. Man out of Rochester, Indiana, just down the road from my hometown. 66-year-old drag racer, the Rochester rotational molding guy. You know, they make like tanks and stuff. Big company down there. Rochester, Indiana. Alan Wade, currently number 3 in points. He and Bobby Hollowell campaign this car out of the Hoosier State. 1020 the index. He'll run 935 at 141 miles an hour. The car ran 932 during qualifying session yesterday. Still in fine performance. That's a beautiful Superstock D Automatic 69 427 Camaro. Paul Hillenberg staging up now on the Sunoco side. The Superstock C Automatic, the GT car, with a 350 Chevrolet power plant out of Dry Ridge, Kentucky. The 05 Cavalier. Dave and Kyle and Paul Hillenberg here in competition this weekend. The index for C Automatic, 1040. He ran a 943 yesterday, 1 second under the index. Right at about the peak of the power band, he'll shut it down, 956. 138 miles an hour for Paul Hillenberg. Good, solid pass. All right, put a period in class eliminations for Superstock here at the 2015 Jegs Northern Sports Nationals. And we've got one more time session here for the guys in Super Comp category. We're going to change the category, go back to index racing here. It'll be the 890 category. Super Comp coming up. We've got a bunch of them. So we got Super Comp in the staging lanes. That means Super Street, you're on standby. Heads up in the pit area. Super Street, you're on standby. I need to clarify that. I wasn't looking at my schedule very clearly, but I got the heads up from one of our track personnel. He said Super Street RFC draw shootout by Moser. You're on standby. Once again, the shootout cars for the Super Shootout category and Super Street. You are on standby for your first eliminator. 16 cars. So a quick little shuffle out there, a little bit of traction compound going down, and we're getting ready to go into the, I believe this is the third round of time trials for Super Comp. Yeah, time trial session number 3 for Super Comp. And here to tell you a little bit more about that is the voice of National Trail Raceway, Doug Ford.
Thank you, Dennis Switzer. Kevin Trusty, rating at the ready line from Groveport, Ohio, in his Kearns chassis alongside Adam Lear. Says, I am second. Adam does. Try to decipher that. This is the 890 class, 890 index, 4/10 Pro Tree Super Comp. Hey, it's near lunchtime, 11:30. Stop by the Hot Rod Grill, get some of that good food they offer there. Try one of those bratwursts. Those are really good. It's all charcoal grilled at the Hot Rod Grill, hence the name grill. You got hamburgers, cheeseburgers, hot dogs, bratwurst, French fries that'll melt in your mouth, ice cold drinks. They have it all at the Hot Rod Grill and prices you can afford. Beat the rush. Get down now where the line is not too long and partake of what they have to offer. Well, this is the final time trial session, actually for any class. We'll start off next with eliminations of Super Street. So Super Street, get your game on. Okay, that'll be Super Street Shootout. RFC Draw Shootout. Super Street RFC Draw Shootout. Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp. Coming out now, Adam Lear, Newark, Ohio, in the Race Tech chassis. He puts down as his occupation a nomad. 34-year-old Adam Lear, 582 cubic inch engine in the Sunoco lane. Kevin Trusty from Groveport, Ohio, is in the Kearns chassis, 565 cubic inches. Kevin and Teresa Trusty campaigning that car. Kevin did a long burnout. Final session of the time trials. Super Comp, 890. 410s Pro Tree, 886. For Lear, Kevin Trusty goes 888. Super Street Draw Shootout cars. Bring them up to the lanes, please. Super Street Draw Shootout cars to the lanes, please. Well, we got a car still in the track down at the big end. And he's gone. Now we're ready for Kevin and Adam. Leaving the track, Marty Cheeseman from New Albany, Ohio. The Cheeseman Racing American Chassis Dragster in the right lane. Left lane, Kendra Reinshield from Brookville, Indiana. 32-year-old purchasing manager in her American Chassis, sponsored by Fast Lube. Marty Cheeseman, right lane, Kendra Reinshield, we'll get that. Kendra Reinshield in the left lane goes 784. 894 for Marty Cheeseman. Boy, Kendra, tune that down some. 784. Dan Seaman from Bellevue, Ohio is in the left lane. Something in Red Racing, Boss Chassis. In the right lane, Bill Rudy, Lima, Ohio, Racetech Chassis. Rudy's a 72-year-old material processor, 632 cubic inches, a big block Chevy. That's a Ford-powered car in the left lane for Seaman, 429-inch Ford engine. Where the driver fills in their age on the tech card, Seaman put a lot. Can't be a whole lot more than Bill Rudy. Rudy's 72 years old. Well, a couple of early starts. As a matter of fact, Seaman left so early they didn't activate the timing system. Rudy had a red light start, which didn't matter during time trials. He goes 905, 167.61 miles per hour. All right, waiting behind the burnout box, one of the few door slammers we have in Super Comp, Steve Eckert, and that good-looking 91 Olds Cutlass from Pataskala, Ohio, the Pataskala Flash. Steve Eckert and the whole Eckert gang are out there. In the right lane, Bill Jackson from Mansfield, Ohio. Jackson Racing Engines, advanced chassis. Bill Jackson is a 50-year card-carrying member of the NHRA. As is his lovely wife, Mary Ann, who's in the pink out there. Talking to Bill? One of the Jackson Scratchers. All right, coming out, Steve Eckert, the Pataskala Flash, and Bill Jackson, the Jackson Scratcher. Jackson's in the red car. Eckert is in the blue car. The Door Slammer, Oldsmobile, Cutlass. As we told you earlier, Steve Eckert is the first Super Gas driver to win the World Championship, the first year of Super Gas, 1982. RC Super Street Shootout to the lanes, please. And Super Gas. Super Gas, RFC Shootout for Super Gas. Super Gas, Super Gas, RFC Shootout to the lanes. So that's Super Street and Super Gas shootouts. We need you to the lanes, please. Bill Jackson, 887, right lane. Steve Eckert, 892, left lane. So Jackson's a little too quick. Eckert's pretty close, 892. Here's Ed Toulis from Lisbon, Ohio, in the Diamond Chassis Dragster. And Sean Fricke, Flemington, New Jersey, 42-year-old IT salesman in the Racetech chassis, 615 cubic inches. I'll tell you, when they get over 600 cubic inches, it doesn't matter if it's 632 or 615. Somewhere in that ballpark will do. Sean Fricke goes 888, 887 for Ed Toulis. Ronald Finney from Greenwood, Indiana. Cartel car, 618 cubic inches, Chevrolet. Ronald is a 54-year-old professor. Doesn't say where. It's a Steve Schmidt engine. Pit crew is Mary D. Finney. Earlier he went 904. Dusty Cook from Cynthiana, Kentucky. 65-year-old retiree is in the Sunoco lane, American chassis. Pit crew Teresa. Finney had a good 003 light, goes 876. 889 for Rusty Cook. So Rusty, actually 894 was only 6 thousandths off of being right on the 890 index. Justin Kirk from Lenore, West Virginia is in the left lane. 22-year-old truck driver. American chassis, 540 inches. In the right lane, Derek Denny from Pleasant View, Indiana. Make that Tennessee. Pleasant View, Tennessee. American chassis. Kirk goes 887. 885 for Denny. Stephen Fields from Carlton, Michigan up next in the Toy Barn lane. Fields Racing Advanced Chassis, 540 cubic inches. In the right lane, Josh Nant from Wellington, Ohio. Nant's driving an American chassis, 565 cubic inches. Chevrolet. Earlier, Nant went 893 with a 7. Nant has a pretty good 012 light, goes dead on. 8900. You can't get any better than that. Dead on the 890 index. Stephen Fields goes 892 with a 2. Christopher Fields from Carlton, Michigan is in the advanced chassis in the Toy Barn lane. In the Sunoco lane is Adam Gerber, Massillon, Ohio. Gerber Racing, American chassis. Christopher Fields, 888. 889 for Gerber. Jacob Davies from Warren, Ohio is in the Miller chassis, left lane. Jacob is 24 years old. Chevrolet Power, big block. John Sickish from Belmont, Ohio is in the right lane. John Sickish Racing, Horton chassis, another big block. Earlier, Sickish went 889.3. Just 7 thousandths off of the dead on. And Davies went 894 on an earlier run. .007 light for Sickies. He goes 890 with an 8. Jim Bob Davies goes 890 with a 9. Side by side. Super Gas Shootout. We need you in the lanes, please. Super Gas. Super Gas. Super Gas Shootout. To the lanes, please. Shannon Roberts from Lawrence, South Carolina is in the Race Tech chassis, right lane. Toy Bar, the Sunoco lane. Left lane is Rick Forish, New Palestine, Indiana. Forish is a 60-year-old general manager. Forish and Spitzer chassis. Big block Chevy for power. Race Tech chassis for Shannon Roberts. Another big block. Roberts goes 892 with a 6. 898 or 889 for Forish. With an 8, that's just 2 thousandths too quick. You can dial that down. Leo Zinda up next. Clinton Township, Michigan. Ring and Pinion Chop Advanced Chassis. 64-year-old business owner. In the right lane is Blake Richardson. Greenbrier, Tennessee. 19-year-old student, the American chassis. pretty good lights. Leo's Indigo 017, 011 for Richardson. Richardson goes 887, 886 for Zinda. Jack Sapanik from Music, Pennsylvania is in the left lane, the toy barn side. Sapanik has done his share of winning. He was a Super Comp champion in Division 1, 2007. And through 2008, he won the Matco Tools Nationals, runner-up. Won Cecil County Division race. He was in the Jegs All-Star Division 1. Over in the right lane is the guy that heads up our junior dragster program here at National Trail, Nathaniel Stillwell, with his Chrysler-powered Pickens chassis dragster. 27-year-old lab technician. Earlier, Nathaniel went 896. Earlier, Sapanik qualified at number 5 with an 890 with a 9. And this time, Sapanik goes 888. 917 for Stillwell. Denver Maltbaugh from Newland, North Carolina is in the right lane, Race Tech chassis. PAR engine, left lane Ryan Richardson, Greenbrier, Tennessee. 20-year-old Ryan went 888 earlier in the American chassis, big block Chevy on both sides of the lane. Well, we should have all the Super Street and Super Gas Shootout cars in the lanes. It's a Moser Sportsman Shootout. Super Gas, we need you. Super Gas. Moser Sportsman Shootout, Super Gas. That's the RFC Shootout. Are we staying corrected? That is the sportsman, or the draw shootout we need in the lanes now. The draw shootout. The draw shootout for Super Stock, or Super Comp, Super Street, and Super Gas. Draw shootout's what we need in the lanes now. Super Gas, draw shootout. We need you in the lanes. Rob Kropfeld, Justin Moser. Kropfeld goes 892, 894 for Moser. John Grundy from Ashland, Ohio is in the advanced chassis, left lane, 360. Small block Chevy for power. Danny Waters, Jr. from LaGrange, North Carolina, in the right lane. Draw, shootout, Super Comp. Draw, shootout, Super Comp. To the lanes, preparing please. Draw, shootout, Super Comp. To the lanes for pairing, please. Well, Grundy got a little deep, got a red light, but it doesn't matter during his qualifying. 902 for Grundy. Danny Waters goes 891. Jason Hardig, Lancaster, Ohio, in the undercover chassis, left lane. Right lane, Matt Hewitt from Milan, Michigan, advanced chassis. Jason Hardig goes 885, 893 for Hewitt. Jacob Elrod, Lima, Ohio, Sunoco Race Fuels American chassis, 632 cubic inches. And Phil Smida, Canfield, Ohio, American chassis, 598 cubic inches. Both, of course, big block Chevrolets. Jacob Elrod goes 885, 886 for Smida. Steve Hoyt, Fort Wayne, Indiana. Steve and Jan Hoyt Racing Advanced Chassis, left lane, 572 cubic inches. In the right lane, Jeff McRoby, New Philadelphia, Ohio. 58-year-old mechanic fabricator. Spitzer chassis, small block, 423-incher. Good 8 light for Hoyt, 008. He goes 889 with a 2. Under by 8 thou. Jeff McRoby goes 881. Way under. Spitzer chassis in the right lane. Gary Fleener from Port Clinton, Ohio, in the Super Comp Diamond chassis in the right lane. Big block Chevy. Left lane, Barney Barnhart from Wadsworth, Ohio. Barnhart's 60 years old. Team Blaster Racing, American chassis. Big block, 565, Chevrolet. Pit crew is Penny. Earlier, Barnhart went 892 with a 4. And earlier, Fleener went 891 with a 1. Barnhart leaves a little early. Fleener had a good 007 light. He elapsed. The time for Fleener is 888. 890 with a 5 for Barney Barnhart. This is Aaron Allison from Macedonia, Ohio, in the Racetech chassis, 496 cubic incher. In the right lane, Bill Rudy from Lima, Ohio. 632 cubic inch powered Racetech chassis. Now this is a rerun. These cars made a run earlier. And they both got a red light, which they didn't think should be. Rudy goes 9 flat. 881 or 888 with a 1 for Allison. Here's Dan Seaman from Bellevue, Ohio. Something in Red Racing Boss chassis, Ford powered. Well, Seaman's not going to brag about that reaction time, but I don't think he cares about the reaction time. He wants an ET. And it's 888 with a 6. So that concludes the time sessions for Super Comp. Coming out next, the draw shootout, RFC draw shootout for the Super Street. And here's Dennis Spitzer to tell you about that. Dennis Switzer, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, thank you, Doug, very much. I appreciate it. Another round of eliminations coming at you right now. It's the Draw RFC Super Shootout. Super Street to category, 16 qualifiers. From yesterday's qualifying session, first round of eliminations in Super Street. A little tip of the cap to good folks from Mosier Engineering, the rear end manufacturer and supplier from Portland, Indiana. Rob Mosier here in the house, and Justin as well. They're running a super comp this weekend. Right now, the category is Super Street. The Draw RFC Shootout. What happens here is there's the racers come into the track, and while they're registering, they put $20 into the pot. And it's a fundraiser for Draw and RFC. It's presented by Mosier Engineering, and part of the pot goes to the racers, and some of it goes to Draw and RFC. So right now, our first pair is going to be Jason Satterley out of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, his 99 Firebird. And he'll be taking on Dewey Boggs, the man, out of Lancaster, Ohio, and his 67 Chevrolet Camaro. So Jason Satterley, Dewey Boggs, the index, 1090. 16 cars. It'll go 16, 8, 4, 2, 1. Jason's performance yesterday was a 1090 with a 7. Dewey Boggs ran a 1091 yesterday doing qualifying. All right, both cars away clean and green. Jason Satterley, Dewey Boggs. First round eliminations in the Super Shootout. For Super Street, wind light says Dewey Boggs. Dewey goes 1091, 135, brings up our next pair. Out of the water box. First to make noise, it's going to be Alex Miller out of Mansfield, Ohio. The Miller Racing Transmissions, 1980 Chevrolet Monza. Former Division III Super Street champion here in the Toy Barn Lane, and he'll be rolling in alongside of Rick Watson, local hero out of Buckeye Lake. 79 Chevrolet Malibu. 383 stroker motor for power. Ran 1090 with an 8 yesterday. Alex Miller, your number 3 qualifier in the Monza with a 1090 with a 2. So Alex Miller putting together a pretty good package yesterday's qualifying session. Looking to shine well here today. Rick Watson just gave it to him on the starting line. Let's see what happens at the top end of the racetrack. Wind light says Rick Watson. He runs 1090 with a 9 at 117 miles an hour. Into round 2 of the shootout he'll go today. Brings up now Mark Smith and Doug Wood. Mark Smith, the Fox Body Mustang, the attorney out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. 82 Mustang, 420 Ford horsepower. Alongside of Doug Wood's 69 Cutlass, the 498 Chevrolet inspired entry out of Massillon, Ohio. Doug and Tina Wood. Doug qualified pretty well yesterday, ran a 1090 with a 4 in the Cutlass. 1091 come up for Mark Smith there, qualifying lap yesterday. Different day here now. Eliminations start right here. Well, both cars away clean and green. Doug Wood with a little bit of advantage off the starting line. See if he can parlay that into the win. Take him on down to the stripe. He'll take the round win. 1092 with a 7, 132 miles an hour. Doug Wood will advance into round 2 of the RFC Draw Super Shootout Super Street category presented by Moser. Here comes Rob Faust and Ronnie Maggart. Ronnie Maggart was the guy that actually showed up qualifying number 1 yesterday. He ran a 1090 with a 1 on that beautiful 70 Chevelle, the Maggart Auto Sales entry. 582 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. He comes to the starting line out of Carthage, Tennessee. And he'll face Rob Faust. Faust, the mechanic out of Lucas, Ohio, the 84 S10 pickup truck with a high wide and small block, little 406 small block Chevrolet for power. Faust gets a little help from Bill and Marianne and Joe Jackson and the crew. Ran 1090 with a 7 yesterday, and Ronnie Maggart was really shining yesterday in the Chevelle. Let's see if he can mirror that performance today. That'll parlay that into a win. Oh, red light foul for Ronnie Maggart. Rob Foss staying alive. Tough break for the man who qualified number 1 for this deal. Rob Foss picking up a winning ET slip. He'll run 1093 at 124 miles an hour and a good, safe pass for that team. Bill Jackson liking that. He walked away with a big grin on his face. Frank Corno now, out of Morris Plains, New Jersey, the Division I player. The 1970 Chevy Nova with a 440 power plant. He'll roll in alongside of John Parsons. The local runner out of Pataskala, 84 Chevrolet Camaro, 445 cubic inch entry. John and Trish Parsons ran the number with a 1 yesterday. Good enough for number 2 qualifying position. And Frank Corno was right alongside with a 1090 with a 7. That's what he posted up yesterday for a qualifying effort. Side by side down at the finish line, and Frank Corno breaks out. It's a 1092 pass with John Parson, 144 miles an hour. So John Parsons into round 2 of the shootout. Next pair up is going to be Timothy Fletcher, the boy out of Churchville, New York. The 69 Nova, peak performance entry, 427 Chevrolet, and Jason Lawrence here in the Sunoco Lane out of Hamilton, New Jersey. Another one of those Division I runners. 1972 Duster, 360 Mopar. 29-year-old body mechanic. Ran a 90 with a 3 yesterday. Timothy Fletcher right alongside with 90 with an 8 during qualifying. So 2 guys very capable of running dead on here. Almost identical on reaction times. Got a pretty good drag racing progress. Side by side down at the stripe. It's going to be Timothy Fletcher coming out on top with a 1091 at 125 miles an hour. Good solid run by Timothy Fletcher. Took just enough strife to make the win work for him. Brings up Brian Workman now. The gray and black 72 Nova. A runner out of Willard, Ohio, and he'll take on Chad Taylor. Chad Taylor, the man out of Sellersburg, Indiana, the 1988 Chevrolet Camaro 391 will size him up there on the Sunoco side. We need stock back to the lanes, please. Stock eliminator back to the lanes. Class eliminator to the stage. I got to clarify that. Stock, class to the lanes. Please and thank you. Well, back here in the starting line as we continue on with the RFC Draw Super Shootout Series and Super Street category. We had 16 cars, and we got Super Gas coming up next. We're down to 4. It looks like problems for Brian Workman. He'll turn on the red bulb. Red light foul, and that gives Chad Taylor the instant win. Runs under by 2, 136 miles an hour. Chad Taylor wanted to see what the car had in it. He didn't even look over his shoulder. Floorboarded it on out to a 1088. And 2 more cars left in the Super Street Super Shootout, the RFC Draw Super Shootout. And we got Super Comp coming, or Super Gas coming up. Mike Ruzicka and Phil Smida. Ruzicka coming alive first out of Asheville, Ohio, as he starts his burnout procedure first. 1970 Plymouth. The Chrysler 440. Taking on Phil Smida, the man out of Canfield, Ohio. 88 Cavalier. Number 5 qualifier yesterday during the session is Phil Smida. Ran 1090 with a 4. Mike Ruzicka, 1090 with a 9 for his best effort. So a couple of cars capable of running a number right here. This is a pretty good matchup, I'm going to say. Well, Phil Smida looking good early on, but here comes Mike Ruzicka, going to make up the difference. At the stripe, Phil holds him off with a better reaction time. Runs a 1096 with a 1 at 137 miles an hour. Very careful not to take too much stripe down there. Had him covered off the starting line. And here comes the first round of the Super Shootout for Super Gas. I'm going to pick up the pace here just a little bit by a tenth. The 890 category, by 1 second actually. It's going to be Steve Theodore, the Fast Lube car, rolling into the water box here on the toy barn side. The local runner out of Columbus here, the 54-year-old drag racer. It's beautiful, absolutely fabulous looking 63 Corvette Roadster. 540 big block power plant. Former Division III Super Street champion here. He'll take on John Pillicane out of Attica, New York. John, the man, he was up in the tower yesterday. I want to make sure we knew who he was, because somebody announced him as Joe. That's John. John and Kerry come out of Division I here. Qualified number 8 for the shootout. Ran a 991 yesterday. Steve Theodore, number 16 spot. He wound up on a qualifying bump spot for the draw with a 992. Shows you how tight the field was for this thing. Super gas category. Red light foul for John. It's going to end his day for the shootout. As Steve Theodore staying alive. Into round 2 of the shootout, he'll go 993, 157. Next pair up. Roadster and a door slammer. It's going to be here comes Rusty Cook, the man out of Cynthiana, Kentucky, the 99 Corvette Roadster. He'll size up Skip Sadler here. Skip out of Erie, Pennsylvania, 88 Corvette, 454 big block entry. Let's see how consistent Skip can be here. Ran a 991 with a 1. That was good enough for a number 2 spot. There was 2 guys that ran 991 with a 1, and Skip was the other. 991 with a 4 was Rusty Cook's posted up yesterday during qualifying. It's a pretty good matchup here, at least on paper. As Alan Reinhart says, we don't race on paper. Rusty Cook a little bit longer on a throttle stop. It looks like he's going to make up the difference coming around for the win. Better reaction time. Skip Sadler left 090 back here at the starting line. Rusty Cook with the better reaction time. We'll call that a whole shot victory as he goes 10:01, 146 to catch him. Brings up now Robert Wright and Bob Hanschel. Bob Wright out of Buchanan, West Virginia. 96 Grand Am. And Bob's 97 Firebird on the line out of North Olmsted, Ohio. .991 with a 9 at 145 miles an hour gives Bob the win. He ran 90 with a 5 yesterday, so good, consistent race car for Bob and Mike. Next pair up. Robbie Sesko. Danny Childs. Robbie out in the toy barn side, first out of the water box with a 27 Ford Roadster. He's the 35-year-old coal miner running out of Lansing, Ohio. Dan Childs out of Van Wert, Ohio, the sport contracted 33 Ford Roadster. Ford horsepower, 514 cubic inch power plant. Number 3 qualifier ran 990 with a 2 with this car yesterday. Bobby Sesko's Roadster went 990 with a 991. Well, red light foul for Sesko. Dan Childs staying alive. RFC draw shootout. Runs a 991 with a 3 at 151 miles an hour for his winning effort. 8 pairs of cars in the Super gas category for the shootout, and Tom Diamond and Rocky Clark are getting ready to size each other up. Tom Diamond out of Dublin, Ohio, the 27 Ford Roadster, the 555 big block Chevy power plant, and Rocky Clark, the man out of Willard, Ohio. 1990 Pontiac Grand Prix, 540 cubic inch engine. Rocky and Janet, number 1 qualifier during qualifying yesterday with a 990 with a 1. So I believe there was 3 of them. Take a look here. Yeah, Skip Sadler was the other one. There's only 2 of them. So Tommy Diamond and Rocky Clark. Carburetors wide open now. Side by side, they'll go to the stripe, and it's going to be a 991 win. 154 miles an hour for Tommy Diamond.
Don't yell at me, but the girls made you.
So Dale Barnhart and Paul Fiddler. Side by side now. Barnhart out of Meadville, Pennsylvania, out of Toy Barn side. And Fiddler out of Willard, Ohio. Looks like Barnhart left before the tree was activated. Throw all the incrementals out because he's not going to get any. Paul Fiddler takes the win. Goes under by 2 with a 988 at 144 miles an hour. Dale Barnhart. Joey Fisher now coming out of the water box out of Clayton, Ohio, the 43-year-old business owner of the 63 Corvette Roadster. Alongside Shane Snyder, also in a 63 Corvette Roadster out of Sunbury, Ohio. Shane Snyder's best effort yesterday was a 991. 992 come up for Joey Fisher. I got to tell you, Shane looking good early on. With a 008 reaction time, he'll take the win at 989, under by a thou. Joey Fisher broke out by more at 162 miles an hour. Here comes Leo Zenda and Janice Swan. Leo Zenda out of Clinton Township, Michigan. That's the Ring and Pinion Shop car, the Chevrolet Cavalier. We've seen so often at divisional national events. And Janice Swan out of Mooresville, Indiana, the 50-year-old consultant, a little 73 Opel GT. I'm going to take a moment. Thank the girls upstairs, whoever you are, that sent down some food to the announcer. I really appreciate that right now. 007 reaction time for Janice Swan. Looks like she's going to take the round win if she doesn't make any mistakes. But here comes Leo. And it's win line for Janice, 9-92 at 159 miles an hour. And that puts a period on that round of Super Gas for the RFC Draw Shootout, presented by Moser Engineering. So we got Super Comp out in the staging lanes there. We're pairing those guys up. Round 1 eliminations for the Draw RFC Shootout for Super Comp.
Hey, it's lunchtime.
I said, you know he's going to yell at me for bringing him a plate.
Not a great big line at the Hot Rod Grill right now. Stop by.
I told him thank you very much. I was getting hungry.
Got the Pizza Cottage down there by the Hot Rod Grill. Those of you that want a good sub sandwich or a great pizza, stop down by the Hot Rod Grill. Next, just north of there is the Pizza Cottage. Fabulous pizza, fabulous subs. And, of course, at the Hot Rod Grill, they have the barbecue, the hot dogs, the hamburgers, the cheeseburgers. If you want some good food, stop down by the Hot Rod Grill, either the Pizza Cottage or the Hot Rod Grill itself, and they'll fix you up. And it won't hurt your pocketbook either. Steve Eckert from Pataskala, Ohio, is in the Oldsmobile Cutlass coming out alongside Derek Denny from Pleasant View, Indiana, in the American Chassis Dragster. A couple of beautiful cars. Team Eckert in the left lane, Steve Eckert. I see his brother Terry was here today. His dad Ed Eckert. Denny Napier standing behind Steve Eckert. Napier is Steve Eckert's nephew. He has his own race car out here. And Derek Denny from Pleasant View, Tennessee is in the right lane. American Chassis. 41-year-old business owner. This is the RFC Draw Shootout. They qualified for this, and Eckert gets a win. 890 with a 7. 891 for Denny. Eckert had a little bit better light also. Total package, as a matter of fact, was 19 thousandths. Good run. 19 thousandths total package for Steve Eckert. Do that all day, it's going to be tough to get beat. Christopher Fields from Carlton, Michigan, the left lane, advanced chassis. Right lane, Adam Gerber, Massillon, Ohio. Gerber Racing, American Chassis. Big block Chevys, both lanes. Christopher's pit crew is Mike. Adam Gerber's pit crew is Jeff. Four-tenths Pro Tree. Of course, deep staging is not legal. If you pull up in deep stage, you get a foul start, red light. What's a deep stage? Well, that's when you turn out the top pre-stage bulbs as you approach the starting line, when you're on the starting line. Adam Gerber goes 891 for the win. 893 for Christopher Fields. Fields had a better light, 003 reaction time, good light. Gerber is not too shabby with a 012. Gerber got there first, that's what counts, he got the win. Sean Fricky, that is, from Flemington, New Jersey, is in the right lane, a Race Tech chassis car. Big block Chevy. Left lane, Jack Sapanic from Moosic, Pennsylvania. Undercover chassis, big block Chevy. Wife Katie is his pit crew. Now, during qualifying, Sapanic had a 0.890 with a 9 kicker. Well, it doesn't matter what he turns now. Red light by Sean Fricky made Sapanic the winner. Fricky left too early by 0.003 of a second. 0.003 red light, but a red light is a red light. Sapanic is a winner. Barney Barnhart from Wadsworth, Ohio is in the Team Blaster Racing American Chassis. Big Block Chevy Power, Barney and Penny Barnhart, the team out there. In the right lane, Gary Fleener from Port Clinton, Ontario, or Ohio. I think it's Port Clinton, Ohio. Super Comp Diamond Chassis. 52-year-old racing transmission builder, Gary Fleener. Pit crew, Kim. Red light for Fleener. Barney Barnhart gets the win. Barney had a good 014 light. And he goes dead on. 8900 on the 890 index. There's another dead on. We had a couple of dead ons during the last time trials here. Now we got one during eliminations. 8900. Can't get any closer than that. With a 1.4 light, total package 14 thousandths. 14 thousandths total package. Phil Smida from Canfield, Ohio, American chassis, left lane. Right lane, Ed Toulis, Lisbon, Ohio. 63-year-old retiree in a diamond chassis, big block Chevy, both sides of the racetrack. Phil Smida's pit crew is his dad, Phil Sr. And the win goes to Smida. Breakout by Toulis. I think that's the first breakout we've had in Super Comp Draw Shootout. Toulis did it, 888. 893 for Smida, the winner. Adam Lear from Newark, Ohio is in the Race Tech chassis. Left lane, right lane, Corvette Roadster. Rob Kropfeld. Hamilton, Ohio. 63 Corvette. Pretty car. Small block powers that Corvette. Big block in the Race Tech chassis Dragster. Perfect light for Kropfeld. They both broke out. Kropfeld broke out the least, got the win. Kropfeld had a 000 on the reaction timers. Rusty Cook from Cynthiana, Kentucky. 65-year-old retiree is in the American chassis in the right lane, 588 cubic inches. In the left lane, Marty Cheeseman from New Albany, Ohio. Cheeseman Racing, 2012 American chassis, 602 cubic inches. See that bearded fellow out there in the black t-shirt watching his son? That's Chuck Cheeseman, or Chucky. He of alcohol dragster fame. Alcohol funny cars. And Marty breaks out. Cook does not. So Rusty Cook gets the win. Janice Swan from Mooresville, Indiana, in the Rumen chassis in the left lane. Right lane, Steve Hoyt, Fort Wayne, Indiana. Steve and Jan Hoyt Racing Advanced chassis. Big block Chevys on both sides of the racetrack. Jan Hoyt watching her husband Steve. Michael Swan, Janice Swan's husband, watching her go down the track. And the win goes to Steve Hoyt. 891 with a 9. Swan went 891 with a 6. A little bit quicker, but Hoyt had a little bit better reaction time. That got the win. Hoyt goes 019 on the tree. Swan goes 024. So the margin of victory was 26 ten-thousandths. That's .0026 margin of victory. Close race. Shame somebody had to lose that one. Now we have the F-Stock automatic and the F-Stock automatic as we go to the class runs for Stock Eliminator. And here again is Dennis.
All right, well, thank you, Doug. I appreciate you stepping in there, doing that round of Super Comp for me. I had to grab a bite to eat there. So we're back in action. Stock Eliminator class eliminations number 2 round here. Quick little shuffle on a starting line. We finished up the first round of the RFC Shootout in all the classes. Well, all right then. Starter Brad gives us a thumbs up, and Papa's going to send the cars out into the water box here as we go into round 2 action. The Jegs Northern Sports Nationals class eliminations for stock eliminator. It's going to be Zach Ross out of Belmont, Ohio, rolling into the water box here in that beautiful 72 Plymouth 340 Barracuda. 31-year-old drag racer. He's a real estate developer when he's not out here drag racing. F-stock automatic. The index is 1185, and Chuck Beach rolling in on a Sunoco side out of Delaware, Ohio, and his 68 340 Barracuda. Former record holder here on the Sunoco side, Chuck Beach, Zach Ross. F-stock automatic, heads up racing at its finest, boys and girls. Couple of Mopars in the heat of battle. A Chevrolet to follow, Weber Corvette. Zach Ross, Chuck Beach. Little reaction time advantage for Zach. Down at the finish line, it's all Chuck Beach. The car did the job for him. He left 123 back here at the starting line. Top end of the racetrack, though, he runs 1095 for the win at 111 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up the odd man out here in F-stock automatic, Chuck Weber, and that beautiful 81 350 Corvette out of Freesburg, New York, one of the Division I runners. Nice looking car. I got a chance to see that during Tech yesterday. Chuck Weber and Dave Pence out of Freesburg, New York. Once again, 1185 the index. This car's run as quick as 1102 this weekend. So watch as Chuck Weber solos into the next round. F-stock automatic class elimination. Car plants real well. Hooks up good. Already sees the wind light. He'll pick up a winning ET slip on a solo pass. Car picked up in performance as well. Runs 11 flat at 118 miles an hour. Chevrolet Ford matchup now. Factory stock F. Tim Rohrenbeck out of Canal, Winchester, Ohio. The 55-year-old electrical contractor. 2013 Mustang. The 302 cubic inch entry alongside of George Yago, the Jefferson Hills, Pennsylvania-based runner, and his 15 Copo Camaro. 1120 the index. Once again, heads up racing at its finest. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super stock class racers to the staging lanes, please. Super stock class to the lanes. All right, class eliminations continued. Stock eliminator, B-stock automatic on the line. Mark Williams and Brian Merkel right in the heat of battle. Got a quick announcement for the Moser Sportsman Shootout, guys. The Moser Sportsman Shootout, heads up, we'll be calling you to the staging lanes about 1:15. We'll need you and your cars, and we're going to do a 16-driver photo op out in front of the Moser banner. So we'd enjoy it right now if the Moser Shootout racers would be on their toes. At about 1:15, we'll be calling you to the staging lanes for the Moser Sportsman Shootout. The 16 drivers, we're going to do a photo op with you guys. Want to see all your smiling faces as well. That brings up Doug Baker and Mitch Truman, C-Stock Automatic. Baker on the Troy Barnes side out of Newark, Ohio, on his Mustang, taking on the Camaro of Mitch Truman out of North Manchester, Indiana. All right. Hey, got a racer in need, ladies and gentlemen. Racer in need. If you have a 7/16 thread insert, Ashley Tidrick needs a 7/16 thread insert. If you have one of those in a kit, take it over to Ashley Tidrick's pit. She's in dire need of it. She's in a shootout today. Ryan Richardson, Ken Witcher. Ken takes the win, 11:35, 113 miles an hour for H-Stock Automatic. We'll continue on here in class eliminations. We'll take a look now at George Antrobius out of Bellbrook, Ohio, the 63-year-old drag racer in his 89 Chevrolet Z28 Camaro. He's going to solo into the next round. 12:15, the index on H-Stock Automatic. He's run as quick as 11:22. So George Antrobius on a solo pass, heading into the next round with a lapse time of 11:40 at 98 miles an hour. We continue on class eliminations here at the Jegs Northern Sports Nationals. Travis Morgan, Steve Sullivan getting set and ready to do battle as they complete the burnout procedure. Travis Morgan on the Toy Barn side out of Brazil, Indiana, the 35-year-old truck driver in his 75 Chevy Malibu 400 cubic inch power plant. Alongside Steve Sullivan, the Westchester, Ohio-based runner. He's 58 years young and 88 Mustang LX 4302. Heads up racing, M-Stock Automatic style. 1285 the index for M-Stock Automatic. Steve Sullivan has run as fast and quick as 1184. So Travis Morgan's with his hands full with that little Mustang. Sullivan out in front. 1198 for the win, 108 miles an hour from Steve Sullivan. Yep. Superstock class eliminations to the staging lanes, please. Superstock class to the lanes, please, and thank you. And it's going to bring up now Joe Marcinowski and Brad Zaskowski. North Royalton, Ohio-based runner on the Toy Barn side. Joe, 79 Camaro 350 power plant. And Brad Zaskowski, heavy hitter out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. 85 Chevrolet Camaro working the Sunoco lane as I speak. Brad, Bill, and Shane and all the boys out of Grand Rapids. Win light for Brad. 11:48 under the index by 367. 116 miles an hour. Brad Zaskowski picking up a winning ET slip down there as he swings off the top end of the racetrack. Allison Smith now, the young lady out of Uxbridge, Massachusetts. Lovely and talented young lady, 27 years young. Engineer for Portatree. 98 Pontiac Firebird. That's her father watching on. Al Smith, the leader of Portatree Industries. He's watching Allison run an A-Stock Automatic alongside of Randy Wilkes, the man out of Zanesville, Ohio. The Wilkes Family Racing 2000 Firebird. 346 power plant. Former world champion and winner Chicago, Route 66 Raceway, and winner at Bristol back in 2006. So Randy Wilkes qualified a little bit better, ran 10:29 best. Allison's 10:33 during qualifying. Win light says Randy Wilkes, 10:20 on an 11 flat index. 129 miles an hour. Allison gave him what for a while, ran 10:37 under pretty well. But hard charging car there in the Sunoco lane. And a couple of Mustangs coming up. Charlie Downing out of Britton, Michigan in his 2010 Cobra Jet 281. Alongside it, Kevin Skinner, the factory stock A. So a little bit of a handicap situation here. Charlie Downing's index is 1190. Kevin Skinner, 970, the index. Kevin Skinner going to try and reel him in. Charlie Downing out in front via the handicap. At the stripe, Charlie holds him off. 1086, 118 miles an hour for Charlie. Car picked up in performance by 0.04 of a second from yesterday's qualifying effort. So good run for Charlie Downing. He's going in the right direction. As we continue on here at Stock Eliminator, we'll take a look at the man out of Las Vegas, Nevada. The 86 Chevy C10 pickup truck, 350 power plant. Paul Wong. Q stock, alongside of Tommy Russell's B stocker. 98 Chevrolet Camaro 350. East Sparta, Ohio-based runner. Tommy Jamie Russell. 1365 the index for Paul, 1120 for Tommy Russell. Tom Russell going to work on the 4-speed as he chases down Paul Wong. Right now, Paul's looking over his shoulder and say, how much of the stripes am I supposed to take? He'll take just enough. It goes 1261, 98 miles an hour. Tom Russell comes in behind him at 1037, 127 miles an hour. Tommy Turner in the water box, the Fox Body Mustang notchback out of Tompkinsville, Kentucky. 58-year-old mechanic. 85 Mustang 302, Ian Wanda. The M Stocker alongside of Bill Semsprott. The 66 Deuce out of Franklin, Ohio, the 283 runner. 64-year-old pipe fitter here in a Sunoco lane. So Jay Stocker for Bill Semsprott, 1235. His index, 1285 for Tommy Turner. Half a second the difference here. Tommy Turner's going to get to leave first, but not by a whole lot. About one bulb difference. So Bill Semsprott in a 66 Nova taking on the pony car, Ford Mustang. At the stripe, it's going to be Semsprott. Semsprott goes 1145 at 114 miles an hour in the deuce for the win. On the 1235 index. Billy Fodder and Dan Walcott now sizing each other up. Heads Up Racing in the E-Stock Automatic category. Billy Fodder out of Garden City, Michigan, the 72 Trans Am 455. Dan Walcott here on the Sunoco side, the Big Dodge, the 62 Sport Fury, 383 Plymouth horsepower, out of Gaylord, Michigan. Well, it's a red light foul for Billy Fodder. It's going to end his day in competition, and Danny Walcott marching on. So Walcott, he'll take the stripe, 1121, 116 miles an hour, as well as the win. E-Stock Automatic. So Julie Bierman going to solo into the next round. Julie, the Xenia, Ohio-based runner, the 68 Firebird. E-Stock Automatic. She and Tim watching on. Tim Gillespie. Car ran a 1094 during qualifying yesterday. Once again, 1170 the index for E-Stock Automatic. Super Stock Class Eliminators to the staging lanes, please. Super Stock Class Eliminator. We're still short a couple of cars in the staging lanes. Once again, the call goes out. Super Stock Class. So Julie runs a 1099 at 120 miles an hour on a solo pass win. And it brings up Kalen McFarland and Joe Martins, a couple of A-Stockers. Caleb McFarland, the 01 Pontiac Formula 346 out of Manchester, Ohio, alongside of Joe Martins, North Olmsted, Ohio-based runner, the 69 Camaro, the SS 396 entry. 1095 the index on A stock. Couple of stick cars, man pedals in them. Joe Martin, 4-speed Jericho. Joe Martins puts it on the wheelie bars, goes into second gear, pulls second gear, and the car comes back off the ground again. Beautiful launch by Martins. But Caleb McFarland with the performance advantage runs 10-10, 122 miles an hour for the win. He ran a 999 yesterday at the 10:05, 10:10 today. Not a lot of consistency there as we've looked in performance here throughout the day, but hey, it's a round win and he'll take it. That brings up Jason McCormick now, the man out of Columbiaville, Michigan. The 66 Belvedere 426 Plymouth horsepower. Jason and Judy, Carla and the crew. A stick. 1095 once again the index for A stick. The 4-speed Mopar. Wow, look at the wheels up launch for Jason McCormick. Is that pretty or what? Man, that was neat. High fives all around back here in the starting line as Jason McCormick runs it on down to a 1033, 129 miles an hour for a single run win. Man, you got to love that old Dodge, that McCormick Dodge. That's pretty cool. I get excited over that. Brings up now a pair of G-Stock automatic cars. Jeff McKinney in the 90 Corvette out there in the Toy Barn Lane out of Carroll, Ohio, and Michael Brand a second out of Hayden, Alabama. The 73 Formula. G-Stock automatic index 12 flat. And it looks like Michael Brand with a little bit of performance advantage during qualifying yesterday. He ran 11:14 with that car. Jeff McKinney about a 10th slower. We'll see if he can make it up here today. And not enough. Michael Brand pulls it off at 11:22. 103 miles an hour for the win. Jeff McKinney with a stellar reaction time. 003 back here at the line. McKinney had the quicker car in this stanza. Here comes Tom Rambo, the odd man out in G-Stock automatic out of Washington Courthouse, Ohio. 73-year-old drag racer with an impeccable 68, 327 G-Stock automatic Camaro. Ran 11:14 during qualifying with this car. 12 flat the index. So Tommy Rambo solos into the next round. This is a way cool car, man. G-Stock automatic 68 Camaro. Stockers are way cool. Alan Reinhart said so, and I agree. So it's an 11:18 pass at 115 miles an hour for Tommy Rambo, and here comes our next pair. D-Stock automatic, one in each lane, heads up racing at its finest. Nick Reeder out in the Toy Barn side out of Worcester, Pennsylvania. The 71 440 Charger, former divisional champion. And Paul Boster, the man from Pataskala, local hero, 03 Corvette 346. 11:55 the index on D-Stock. A little bit of advantage from yesterday's qualifying for Nick by about 3/10 quicker. Ran a 58. On and off the throttle, Dick getting a little bit gratuitous on the finish line. He'll take the win. 1071, 120 miles an hour. Paul Boster right alongside with a 1080 and 122 for his losing effort. And we'll take a look at this pair. Here's a pair to draw to. John Kunsak and Steve Novosel. John out of Wexford, Pennsylvania, Division I player. Steve out of local hero out of Troy, Michigan, Division III player. A pair of 2015 Copo Camaros running under the factory stock D category. So 1060 the index. And Steve Novosel here in the Sunoco lane qualified 967. And I don't know where things started happening where we got stockers running in the nines, but I think it's pretty cool. Stock Eliminator, 9-second cars. 1060 the index. Just about dead even out of the gate, ladies and gentlemen. Got a pretty good old drag race there. And Novosel gets just a little bit out of the groove and head towards the center line. That might have cost him, and it did. Kunzak goes 973, 140 miles an hour for the win, and Steve Novosel shuts it down to 975, 136 miles an hour for a losing effort. That brings up Don Turk, the man out of Lebanon, Indiana, the 1974 Grand Am Pontiac 400. And stock automatic taking on Steven DeZorny, the K-Stock automatic. A young man, college student for McCormick Motorsports out of Leonard, Michigan. Getting a little tutelage from Judy, the crew. The K-Stock Automatics 02 Dakota pickup truck, 360 Mopar power plant. Wow, Leo. Another one of the McCormick cars putting it on the bumper. Steve DeZorny looking good off the starting line. A little bit of a reaction time advantage for Steven, and he'll parlay that into a win with 11.79 pass at 110 miles an hour. Don Turk runs 12.17 and 108. Brings up now Bill Owen, the front-wheel drive car, the Pontiac Grand Am out of Grand Blanc, Michigan, on a solo pass. Former national record holder, one-time divisional stock champion here, Bill Owen. So the index is 1465. I'm sorry, index is 1515, national record 1465. He's run as quick as 1426 with that car this weekend. We'll get that all clarified there. And he runs a 1432 at 92 miles an hour on a solo pass. So Class 2, stock eliminator, and cross that off my last, and we're going into Super Stock Class 2. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need Super Street Draw RFC cars to the staging lanes, please. Super Street Draw RFC Shootout cars to the staging lanes at this time. And Super Gas cars, you're on standby. The 8 Draw RFC Super Shootout Super Gas cars, you are on standby. Right now we need the 8 cars left in Super Street for the RFC Draw Shootout. And we got Super Stock coming your way. Quick little shuffle on the starting line. Starter Brad out there putting down a little traction compound, a quick drag with the tractor. Squaring up the starting line here for the Super Stock class guys. All right, Jeff Ross, the first car to come to life, and round 2 action of the Superstock Class Eliminations. Superstock L Automatic, the GT category. Man out of Barton, Ohio, the 2009 Dodge Challenger 318 entry. He'll roll in alongside of Dan Kyle, the man out of Lawrenceburg, Indiana. 87 Firebird, 350 Chevrolet power plant. Puts him in the GT category, GTG Automatic. So the index 1090 for Dan Kyle, 1155 for Jeff Ross. Ross qualified number 33 yesterday, ran 1082 best. 997 Dan Kyle posted up yesterday. Dan and David Kyle. Jeff Ross, Dan Kyle. At the stripe, it's going to be Kyle. All the way down to 10:06, 116 mile an hour lap for the win. Brings up now Kevin Panzino. Evans City, Pennsylvania based runner, the gray Chevrolet Camaro, 92 version. Pair of cars and F Automatic. Jeff Neiswanger, the GT car out of Zanesville, Ohio, the 59-year-old drag racer, the 87 Chevrolet Camaro 350. Taking on the 92 Camaro Kevin Panzino. So 1080 the index. I got to tell you, by way of qualifying yesterday, looks like there's a performance advantage. It'd be towards Jeff Neiswanger's side. Ran a 10:15 yesterday during qualifying, a 10:17. Kevin Panzino's fast passed all weekend, 10:45 so far. Let's watch. And Jeff Neiswanger carries the front tires out to the 60-footers. And he'll take the win, 10:14, 113 miles an hour. Panzino runs a 41. Best lap of the weekend for Panzino, but not enough to hold off Neiswanger. And that brings up Bill Adelis and Ricky Deckard.
All of the super guys, super shootout guys.
All right, heads up in the pit area, heads up in the pit area. We need the Super Street Shootout guys, the staging lanes, Super Gas, Draw RFC Shootout, and Super Comp, Draw RFC Shootout to the staging lanes, please. All 8 cars and the 3 categories for the Draw RFC Shootout should be heading to the staging lanes at this time. And it's a round win for Ricky Decker. 10-10, 109 miles an hour for Ricky. Next pair up. That brings up Charlie Walk and his 72 Duster out of Wellsville, New York. Superstock K Automatic, alongside of Mike Morgan, the man from Brazil, Indiana. 77 Firebird, the Pontiac 350. Superstock M Automatic, 1185 his index. Once again, we need the 8 cars in the Draw RFC Shootout in each category to the staging lanes, please. All Draw RFC Shootout cars, be making your way to the staging lanes at this time. And Mike Morgan pulls out the round win, 11:02 at 120 miles an hour. Charlie Walk goes 10:58, 124 for his effort. That brings up Jeff Dona and the Dona Racing entry, the 98 Firebird out of Gordonville, Missouri. Jeff Dona, Superstock H Automatic, 98 Pontiac Firebird. High wine and small block, the 350 entry. 1060 the index. He's run as quick as 987 with this car this weekend. But Jeff Donna solos on through 980, 136 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up our next pair. GTB Automatic. Jerry Silvius, Irvin Johns. Silvius in the 05 Cavalier out of Van Buren, Ohio. He's a 71-year-old drag racer out in the Toy Barn Lane, and he'll take on Irvin Johns. Johns 08 Cobalt. 346 Pontiac power plant out of Memphis, Indiana. Jerry Silvius and Irvin Johns. Heads up at its finest. Side by side they'll go, and GTB Automatic at the top end of the racetrack. Jerry Silvius takes the win, 926 141 miles an hour. Irvin Johns right alongside with a 932. Brings up now Rick Brown, Bill Little, a couple of D automatic cars. 11 on Ohio-based runner Rick Brown on Toy Barn side. Bill Little working in the sundown saying out of Belmont, Sunoco side, out of Belmont, Ontario. And Rick Brown takes the win, 991, 131 miles an hour. Bill Little had a little bit of reaction time advantage. The car fell off a little bit. Jeff Taylor, he'll be the odd man out in Superstock D Automatic out of Sellersburg, Indiana. The Taylor Performance GT D Automatic. 2006 Cobalt. Small block 350. Jeff Taylor, ladies and gentlemen, going to solo into the next round. 4-time world champion. 8-time divisional champion. Jeff and Patty Taylor. Going to be a solo pass here. Absolutely stellar reaction time with a 007 for Jeff Taylor. And he runs 976, 124 miles an hour for the win. Quickest pass this weekend was a 963. Very good performance for Taylor. Here comes now Nick Morris and Mark Nowicki. Nick Morris out of Louisville, Kentucky. His 98 Mustang. 4.352 staging up on the Toy Barn side alongside of Mark Nowicki, the Gaylord, Michigan runner out of the Wolverine State. 98 Dodge Avenger. Well, it's red light, good night for Nick Morris and Mark Nowicki staying alive. 97 reaction time is good enough for him for the round win. He runs it on down to a 941 on a 1035 index at 137 miles an hour. And here comes David Dufresne out of Elkville, West Virginia. The 67 Chevrolet Camaro 350 power plant entry. Superstock G. It's a stick car. Taking on Dan Jacobs. Beautiful. 05 Cavalier. A GTC car, the 305 small block Chevrolet for power. The Jacobs logging entry. David Dufresne ran 964 under the 1045 index yesterday. And 985 comes up for Dan Jacobs on a 1075 index. So Jacobs with a little bit of reaction time, or starting line advantage via the handicap. But here comes Dufresne. Not enough real estate down there as Dufresne shuts it down, and Jacobs takes the win. Runs 983, 126 miles an hour. David Dufresne right alongside with a 972. Gave it a valiant effort, but not enough, 136. So that's going to bring up Jim Evanuik out of North Versailles, Pennsylvania. 70-year-old drag racer out there. Beautiful 98 Ford Escort. 351 entry. A GTA car. Number 2 qualifier yesterday. He ran 899 with this stick car. It's a solo win. He'll save the car. So Jim Evanuik solos into the next round. Nice easy pass for the car. Here comes Todd Mathias up on the Toy Barn Lane out of Monroeville, Ohio. 86 Chevrolet Camaro, Superstock B-Stick, alongside of Ronnie Trotman, the Baden, Pennsylvania runner, 05 Grand Am. Heads up at its finest, ladies and gentlemen. 965 will be the index. These guys are pretty equal in performance, judging by yesterday's qualifying efforts. Matthias run a 27. Ronnie Troutman run a 23 during qualifying. So Todd Matthias might have been able to make that one up on the starting line right here, but Troutman holds him off, runs a 922, 145 miles an hour. Looks like he was holding a thou. A good side-by-side finish, though. Here comes Bill Krell. Looks like there's problems for Krell as Dan Fletcher rolls up. So roll back a year, the 2014 Jegs Sportsnationals. The winner, Super Stock, is right here on the line. Dan Fletcher. Out of Churchville, New York, the Peak Performance Machine. The winner in Super Stock last year, Alan Wade locked up in the final round. Wade run it up to him. The two guys out of New York. Fletcher's going to solo into the next round. Tough break for Bill Krell. Danny Fletcher's going to shut it off early. Goes through 1091, 97 miles an hour. Car went as fast as 1039 yesterday during qualifying. So Fletcher's holding a little bit there, about 6. All right. Okay, attention in the pits. Last and final call. All of the 8 finishers in the draw RFC shootout should be in the staging lanes at this time. All 8 competitors in each category should be in the staging lanes for the RFC draw shootout. So heads up. For the Moser Sportsman Shootout drivers, we need you guys to report to the staging lanes at this time as well. The 16 qualifiers for the Moser Sportsman Shootout, we need you to the staging lanes. Bring your car and gather up at the winner's circle banner here. You'll see the big Moser Shootout winners banner. We're going to do a photo op here real quick, so we need all 16 drivers for that. The 16 drivers are Brian Siebenek, Matt Hewitt, Scotty Reinschild, Bob Smith, Nick Morris, Todd France, Austin Richardson, Ben Wenzel, Marco Abruzzi, Ashley Tidrick, Jerry Albert, Marco Abruzzi, top sportsman car, Kendra Reinschild, Justin Moser, Jacob Elrod, and Stephen Hoyt. We need you all to report to the staging lanes at this time with your cars. Once you get your cars to the lanes, get parked, come on up. We're going to gather around at the Moser banner there and get some photo ops. By the way, I want to take a moment and congratulate you all for qualifying all season and making it to this race here for the Moser Sportsman Shootout. Good job. There were actually 13 people qualify for this. Marco Abruzzi qualified in 2 different categories. And we had 2 wild cards. Brian Siebenek and Matt Hewitt were the wild cards drawn. So congratulations to all those qualifiers. So here we go with the round 2 action, the Super Street category for the RFC Draw Moser Shootout. RFC Racers for Christ Draw, the Drag Racers Association of Women organization. Getting a little bit of money with a little help from the racers. They all ponied up $20 when they signed up. And part of it goes to RFC and Draw, and part of it goes to the racers. It's going to be John Parsons and Doug Woods lining up against each other right now. John Parsons on the Toy Barn side, comes out of Pataskala, Ohio. The 84 Camaro 445 entry, alongside of Doug Woods. The 69 Oldsmobile Cutlass. Massillon-based runner. Once again, Index Racing at its finest with 10 9/10. Both of these guys during qualifying ran 1090. John with a 1, Doug with a 4. Let's see how they work it out here right now. 8 cars left. 8, 4, 2, 1. That's the way it's going to go. So it's a 991 win for John Parsons at 1091 win for John Parsons, 142 miles an hour. Brings up now Bob Foss and Phil Smida. Bob Foss, Lucas, Ohio-based 84 S10 pickup truck, and Phil Smida, the Canfield, Ohio runner. Phil Sr., and their 88 Cavalier. Phil, the 31-year-old here on the Sunoco lane. So both of these guys was able to run 1090 during qualifying. Foss with a 7, and Smida with a 4. Round 2 action to the Super Street Shootout here, the Draw RFC Shootout. So Rob Foss out in front with that little small block, but here comes that big block of Phil Smida. Foss turns on the red bulb, hands it over to Phil Smida off the starting line. Smida advances with a 1087 at 142 miles an hour. And here comes Tim Fletcher. Second generation Tim Fletcher out of Churchville, New York. He and Father Dave out here, Division I players. Right now it's the 69 427 Nova. Timmy's on the line against Dewey Boggs. And his 67 434 power plant Camaro, the Lancaster, Ohio drag racer. Matco tool dealer, Dewey Boggs. Tim Fletcher, Dewey Boggs side by side. And Fletcher breaks out by 3, giving Dewey Boggs a win with a 1094 at 142 miles an hour. And that brings up now Chad Taylor and Rick Watson. Chad Taylor, the 88 Camaro out of Sellersburg, Indiana. He's number 7 qualifier, ran a 1090 with a 5 yesterday. And Rick Watson, sales manager out of Buckeye Lake. 79 Malibu. Red light foul for Chad Taylor. Rick Watson staying alive. Taylor goes 1083 under by 7 at 119 miles an hour for the win. Okay. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Mosier Sportsman Shootout competitors. The 16 qualified cars to the staging lanes, please. Mosier Sportsman Shootout competitors to the staging lanes. Here we go with Super Gas. Round 2 of the Super Shootout. Draw RFC Super Shootout. Steve Theodore and Bob Hansha. Steve Theodore. Beautiful. Take a look at this car. This is just one real pretty 63 Corvette. Former Division Super Street champ, Steve Theodore, Deb Reinschild. North Olmsted base runner on the Sunoco lane, the Pontiac Firebird, Bob Hansha. 62-year-old mechanical engineer. So Bob and Steve, and Bob ran closer yesterday with a 90, and he'll take the win today with a 92 at 145 miles an hour. A little bit better reaction time in Bob's lane with an 026 as well. Pretty much having covered both ends of the racetrack. And here comes Tom Diamond, the 61-year-old consultant out of Dublin, Ohio, the 27 Ford Roadster, the 555 big block. Paul Fiddler here, the Sunoco lane, a 76 Chevy Vega with a 427 under the hood. Comes out of Willard, Ohio. So Tommy Diamond, Paul Fiddler. At the stripe, it's going to be Tom Diamond taking the win, runs 990 with a 6. At 155 miles an hour, Fiddler breaks out by 0.02 of a second. Brings up Rusty Cook. Rusty Cook, the 99 Corvette. Man, out of Cynthiana, Kentucky. Rusty and Teresa. He'll stage up alongside of Janice Swan, the lady out of Mooresville, Indiana. 73 Opel GT. A big block Chevrolet under the hood. Red light foul for Janice. Missed the tree by 16. Handing the win right on over to Rusty Cook. So So Rusty Cook will run it out to a 996 at 152 miles an hour for the win. Tough break for Janice. She ran a 91. Would have been the winner had it not been for the red light. Shane Snyder now. Dan Childs going to round out the Super Gas Draw RFC Shootout here. Shane Snyder out of Sunbury, Ohio, the 63 Corvette. And Dan Childs, Van Wert, 33 Ford Roadster. Well, Shane Snyder's going to take the win. He'll run 991 at 148 miles an hour. Big grin out of Chuck Cheeseman there as he walks back, watching on as Shane Snyder takes the win. Dan Childs right alongside with a 994, 150 miles an hour. Put a period on round 2. Super Con for the Draw RFC Shootout. So once again, we should have all Sportsman Shootout competitors to the staging lane, all 16 qualifiers. In the Sportsman Shootout, we need you to the staging lanes at this time. Photo ops up here by the Moser banner alongside the tunnel here. RS Draw RFC Shootout Super Comp coming your way. Change the category into 890. Take a little break in the action here, and I'm going to turn the microphone over to the voice of National Trail Raceway, Doug Ford. How you doing, Doug?
I'm doing great, Dennis. How you doing? You've been on here a long time.
I think I might have gotten a little too quick, but yeah,
Steve Hoyt, Fort Wayne, Indiana, and Barney Barnhart, Wadsworth, Ohio. This is round 2 of eliminations for Super Comp, 890 cars, 410s Pro Tree. The Blaster is in the Sunoco lane. 60-year-old Barney Barnhart driving it. Big block Chevy for power. Steve Hoyt, 60 years old also. Steve and Jen Hoyt Racing, advanced chassis. Steve Hoyt has 4 IHRA national event wins and a number of NHRA divisional wins. Good drivers. They both went 892 earlier to qualify. Hoyt was 892 with a 0. Barnhart was 892 with a 4. Barney Barnhart, right lane. Steve Hoyt, left lane. Barnhart goes 890 with a 7. 890 with a 9 for Hoyt. Hoyt won. However, Barnhart was quicker. Hoyt had a hole shot. So Steve Hoyt nailed it with the tree. Staging oh so carefully. Well, Sapanic got the light, but he didn't catch Kropfeld. Kropfeld went 891. Sapanic went 893. So Kropfeld got the win. 1/100th of a second difference. The margin of victory, 100th of a second. Close race. And we have 2 more super comps to come out for the shootout. Moser Sportsman Shootout. Moser Sportsman Shootout to the lanes. We need you right now, please. Moser Sportsman Shootouts. We need you to the lanes. Moser Sportsman Shootouts, we're pairing you up now. We need you in the back of the lanes for pairing. And we have 2 cars left in the RFC draw shootout. We're bringing them up now. And one of them is Steve Eckerd, the Pataskala Flash from Pataskala, Ohio. The Purple Oldsmobile. Phil Smida from Canfield, Ohio. 31-year-old electronic security man in the American chassis in the right lane. 598 cubic inches of big block for Phil Smida, and Steve Eckerd has 632 cubic inches, not to be outdone. 2 more pair of 890 cars. As Steve Eckerd, the Pataskala Flash, takes on Phil Smida. Well, Steve Eckerd didn't leave the starting line. Phil Smida went on down the racetrack and got the win. Canfield, Ohio American Chassis Dragster went 9 flat. And we'll have to push Steve Eckerd off the track. He got up and staged under his own power, and that's as far as he got. Right behind Steve is Adam Gerber in the red dragster, pretty car. And he'll be alongside Rusty Cook from Cincinnati, Kentucky. Rusty's a 65-year-old retiree in the American chassis, 588 cubic inches. He just won the last round of Super Street Shootout. This is Adam Gerber, Gerber Racing, American chassis. Jeff Gerber's his pit chief. Glenn, come to race control. Chaplain Glenn, come to race control, please. Glenn Kreider, come to race control, please. Rusty Cook. Right lane goes 892, not good enough. 891 for Adam Gerber from Massillon, Ohio. Gerber Racing gets the win.
Alex the photographer, we need you for the photo op here for the Moser Sportsman Shootout. Photographer Alex, will you please report to the winner's circle for the Moser Sportsman Shootout photo op. We'd appreciate that. Eric Lotz from the NHRA home office in Glendora, California, came in this weekend for the Jegs Northern Sports Nationals. We've got a really cool trophy up here in the tower. It's the Jegs Crown Trophy. As this is a Triple Crown race. The race starts out in Bellarose, Louisiana at the start of the season and moves on to Fontana, California, and it culminates right here, the hometown of Jegs Performance Parts. The Jegs Northern Sports Nationals. And there's a Jegs Crown Trophy up here. It's for the guy that was or gal that would be able to at least double down and win 1, 2, or 3 of the Jegs Sports Nationals in 1 year. It's only happened one time, Eric's told me, and we're looking to see if somebody can do that this year. I looked through the roster, and I haven't seen anybody that's run the other events that showed up to race here this weekend. So it looks like that's not going to happen. We'll hold on to this trophy for another year. It's pretty hard to do. When you're a sportsman racer, travel across the country from Fontana, I'd say Fletcher would probably be one of the guys that would come to mind that would be capable of doing it, howbeit he hasn't won in Sports Nationals at any of the other events, according to my statistics. It looks like, isn't that Chuck? Is that Chuck? Chuck Albio? big sigh of relief from Eric Lotz as he finally found a photographer to take pictures for the photo op. We got 16 guys out here, ladies and gentlemen. It's qualified for the Jegs Northern Sports Nationals, the Moser Sportsman Shootout category. It's a pretty cool thing. They start getting the points in Indianapolis at the points meet. Division III points meet in Indianapolis. That's when the points start. The guys qualify all season. And it ends up in Bowling Green, Kentucky for 14 people lucky enough to qualify. And Rob Moser himself picked the 2 wild cards. Give 2 guys that not chasing well-won points. They wind up being a wild card draw, and Rob Moser pulled out 2 of the qualifiers. Brian Siebenik and let's see, I got to look at my sheet here. I'm going to go back to my paperwork. Matt Hewitt were the wild card draws. Siebenik and Stock, and Matt Hewitt and Super Comp were the wild card drawn by Rob Moser. And Moser Engineering, folks, for those you don't know, there's a little bump in the road, border town, Ohio-Indiana line, a little town called Portland, Indiana. It's famous for nothing else than Moser Engineering. Moser's been building high-performance rear ends and components for over 30 years. Started out with the patriarch, Greg Moser, started the company. Greg had a passion for airplanes. Did a lot of flying, flown some experimental airplanes, and a fortunate crash took the life of Greg. Rob Moser picked up the command position at Moser Engineering, and for more than 30 years he's been supplying parts to you and all the racers and street riders and rear end parts and components from Portland, Indiana. It's been a great company for over 30 years. Puts up a lot of money for Moser Engineering for contingency awards and, of course, the shootouts, and he presents the one from Draw and RFC as well. The Sportsman Shootout is going to kick off here, first round of eliminations. Right now we're doing photo ops out alongside the tower. Stock eliminator go Brian Siemenik. He'll match up with Matt Hewitt. Scotty Reinschild. In Super Street, he'll match up with Bobby Smith. For Super Stock, it's going to be Nick Morris taking on Todd France. Stock eliminator Austin Richardson and Ben Wenzel. And Ben Wenzel got a kind of a break into the action here because Brina Splinger was slated to run. And Ben Wenzel was the next alternate. Brina couldn't make the show here. Marco Peruzzi, top dragster, take on Ashley Tidrick. For top sportsman, going to be Jerry Albert. Of course, Marco Peruzzi is going to have to hurry on back and get strapped into his top sportsman car. And Kendra Reinschild, Justin Moser will size each other up in Super Comp. And in Super Gas, it's going to be Jacob Elrod taking on Stephen Hoyt. So, interesting matchup. It's going to be a lot of fun here as we go into first round eliminations. So we're getting the drivers suited back up. I'm going to get them in their cars, get them on a ready line. In a few moments, I'll turn the microphone over to our racing colleague and a guy I admire, has been around for a long time, our chaplain for Racers for Christ for NHRA is Glenn Kreider. He'll give us the invocation, and the national anthem will play, and we'll get going with round 1 of competition in the Moser Sportsman Shootout here at the Jegs Northern Sports Nationals. And while I mention Jegs, I want to say a big thank you for the Coughlin family for all that they do for motorsports and their foundations, all the shootouts, and the Jegs All-Stars as well, the race that's campaigned at Route 66 Raceway during the national event. It's a very proud moment when you're notified that you are a contestant for the Jegs All-Star race. One guy that comes to mind to me was a very happy guy, was Ben Wenzel, one of the Jegs All-Star competitors. But there's a lot of them here that's competed in the Jegs All-Star category. Of course, most of you are Ohio natives, and you well know all the great things that Jegs does. Amongst being a big sponsor here at the track and the shootouts and part of this Triple Crown race, the Sports Nationals. Here's a company that for over a half a century has been supplying racers, car enthusiasts, and hot rodders with performance parts and accessories around the world and nationwide. Jed Coughlin and family has been racing with the Sportsman Racers. They support you guys wholeheartedly. They're out here racing with you, so they know full well what the racer needs because they're in the business to win races as well. Jeggy's here, and Mike and the crew, and I just want to tell you all, I'm very proud to be a part of this. It's my pleasure. be here doing this race for Jegs. So a few more minutes, we're going to get these guys strapped in, get them up the ready line here, and we'll start pre-race ceremonies with the national anthem and invocation. Just give us a couple of minutes here. We got everything queued up and set and ready to go. We're just waiting for the racers to get ready so we can go drag race. Okay. Well, heads up, racers, as we start to go into eliminations here, I want to make a quick reminder that the dial ends go on the left side of the car. You guys, you know that. Our lovely and talented computer girl, Allison, want to see your dial ends, and she's going to look at them from the left side of your vehicle. I think most of you know that, but we just want to put out a little quick reminder to you. Okay, so I want you to know, Doug Cook standing behind me, he wants you guys to know that if you don't know what side the left side is, he says it's the driver's side. So make sure the dial ends are on the driver's side of the vehicle so the lovely and talented Allison can pick it up and put it in the CompuLink Star Track system. So we're just a few moments away. We're just waiting for one more car to get up here to the line, and Papa will put a stop to him there, and I'm going to hand the microphone over to our Racers for Christ chaplain here in just a moment. So Bear with us, people. We're just waiting for the racer to get suited up and ready to go, and we'll kick this off. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take a moment one more time to welcome you to the Jegs Northern Sports Nationals. I'm Dennis Switzer on behalf of the staff of the crew and Richie Bowers and all the great people here from National Trail Raceway and, of course, the Coughlin family. I'd like to welcome you to National Trail Raceway and first round of competition in the Moser Sportsman Shootout. This time, I'll turn the microphone over to the Racers for Christ chaplain, Glenn Kreider, and he'll give us our invocation. So at this time, gentlemen, if you remove your caps. Glenn, will you do the honors?
Thank you very much. Pray with me if you would. Almighty God, we come to you right now, and Lord, we thank you for this great opportunity here. We thank you for the wonderful folks at Jegs that make this all possible and do all the work they need to and supply what they need to allow us to have this Northern Sports Nationals here, this NHRA event here at National Trails Raceway. Lord, we just pray your blessing on each one involved, each racer. We pray for a continued blessing of safety throughout this event and on each one on their way home. Lord, we thank you for this great country that we live in. We pray that you would bless us with continued freedom and protect our troops wherever they may be around the world. We ask this all in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Glenn. And if you'll please rise, face the flag, and gentlemen, remove your caps. We'll play the national anthem. All right, here we go. First round action, and it starts out with top sportsman. Got two qualifiers from each category. Two in top sportsman, top dragster, super comp, super gas, super street, super stock, and stock. Of course, the wild card. Right now it's going to be Jerry Albert and Marco Abruzzi getting ready to come to life. Heads up in this pit area, attention in the pits. We need the draw shootout cars back to staging lanes, please. All four competitors in each category for the draw shootout to the staging lanes. Sportsman shootout on the line with top sportsman Jerry Albert coming into the water box on the toy bar inside. And his 97 Chevrolet Camaro top sportsman entry, 622 cubic inches. The man out of Avon, Ohio, 49-year-old construction foreman. The Jegs machine. He'll roll in alongside of Marco Abruzzi. Abruzzi was actually the last car down the track yesterday. Made a pass in this car just to get a check down run. After pretty much everything was done, Marco was double entered here. And a busy man as he's running top sportsman and also top dragster. So Marco and Kim out of Warren, Ohio, the 47-year-old owner of Abruzzi Racing Transmissions. Beautiful 68 Hugger Orange Camaro. 706 cubic inches coming to life out of the water box there on the Sunoco side. 8th mile racing here. Marco, 4:39, his best effort yesterday. Problems for Jerry Albert. Marco, high gear back up there, a la Jungle Jim Lieberman. Tough break for Jerry Albert as they push his car off to the side, and that's going to make Marco Abruzzi the winner in Top Sportsman so far. Little nitrous oxide assist on that 706 cubic inch entry. So Marco ran 4:39, or Dials 4:39. And he'll solo into round 2. Well, once again, we need the 4 cars in the Super Shootout to the staging lanes. Please, the RFC draw Shootout cars to the staging lanes. We're down to the 4-2-1 on them cars. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Marco Abruzzi. Let's watch and listen. Beautiful Top Sportsman car. Make it fast down. Snow cold. 4:39 to Dial. He runs 4:42 as we continue on here in the Moser Sportsman Shootout. Now it's time to change the index. And we're going to go into Super Gas. The 2 competitors for the season. Forgot about that. I'm sorry, folks. Got to remind me, and thank you for Richie Bowers for being here and being a leader and taking a leadership role. I forgot. This is an 8th mile race, so this is an 8th mile dial-in. These are Super Gas competitors. However, they're dial-in for 8th mile. So Stephen Hoyt, dial 695. Jacob Elrod, 680. Steve Hoyt, the man out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, his 63 Corvette Roadster with a 565 big block Chevrolet. Alongside of Jacob Elrod, the man out of Lima, Ohio, and his 92 Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. He'll dial in at 680. So bottom of the scoreboards, you see the dial-ins. Here we go. Stephen Hoyt and Jacob Elrod getting set and ready to do battle. I had to remind myself, and I'm thankful that Richie Bowers was here to straighten me out. Redman's over here giving me the stink eye already. He knew what was going on. I made the mistake. I saw the Super Gas cars going in there, and I didn't look at the indexes and there's dials. Well, breakout pass for, red light foul for Stephen Hoyt. Jacob Elrod takes the win. Looking for a 680 on the bottom of the scoreboard. He'll run 681, 122 miles an hour. We had an 8th mile time run for these guys yesterday, last night, one of the last things we did last night. That brings up Nick Morris, the stock eliminator car out of Louisville, Kentucky. He'll dial the car 623 alongside of Todd France, his super stock car. Todd, the Louisville runner, 88 Beretta super stock entry. He's dialed in at 618. So 623 to a 618. Just about a tenth the difference. Chevrolet Ford matchup here. Nice wheels up launch for Nick Morris. And Todd France is going to try and run him down. A little bit of a handicap advantage from Morris, and it's a quick decision at the 8th mile stripe. Todd France takes the nod. He'll go 619 on a 618 at 107 miles an hour for the win. And that's going to bring up Austin Richardson against Ben Wenzel. Austin Richardson out of Greenbrier, Tennessee, the Richardson boys. And his 67 Deuce. 717 will be his chosen dial, and he'll stage up alongside of the guy that's been doing this for a long time. 1967. Ben Wenzel in a 67 Camaro out of Freeland, Michigan. And he's down 664. Past Jegs All-Star representative, Ben Wenzel. Been a Jegs All-Star stock winner in the past. Austin Richardson, Ben Wenzel Sr. Wind light says Ben, 666 on a 64, 99 miles an hour. Austin runners up with a 722, 84 miles an hour for his losing effort. And Scotty Reinchild, Bob Smith sizing each other up. Scotty out there in the toy barn side out of Brookville, Indiana. 33-year-old car store manager. 69 Corvette, just a beautiful car. 754, his chosen dial, alongside of Bob Smith's 67 Deuce out of Grove City, Ohio. The retired fire chief here in the Sunoco lane. So it's a 754 to a 681. Scotty's going to get to make the first move. Well, Scotty got away with an 1-0 reaction time. Bobby Smith left 106 back here, and he broke out. So Reinschild's going to take the win. 7:56 on a 54 in fine fashion. Bobby Smith left 108 back here, and he had to try to take a stripe to get him, and he broke out in the process. That's going to bring up Kendra Reinschild and Justin Moser. Kendra backing up from the burnout out there on the Toy Barn side. Another runner out of Brookville, Indiana. She and Scotty and little Cade. 07 American Chassis Dragster. 585 Big Block Chevrolet. And Justin Moser, second generation drag racer to bring the Moser name to the track. Out of Portland, Indiana. Racing in the Moser Sportsman Shootout here. Wouldn't that be cool? 620 the dial in for Moser. 476 for Kendra. Mark, Deb Harmon watching on. Rob Moser out here somewhere watching on. Rocky Van Note watching Justin Moser. Size him up. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. All draw RFC shootout cars should be in the staging lanes at this time. Draw RFC shootouts to the lanes. And Justin Moser just picked up his first round win in the Moser Sportsman Shootout as he goes 623 on a 620 at 131 miles an hour. Kendra left 175 back here. That's what cost the race. Whole shot victory for Justin. Matt Hewitt out in the Toy Barn lane out of Milan, Michigan. Advanced Chassis Dragster with the 598 dial alongside the door slammer. Brian Siebenach. Brian in a stalker, the 84 Regal. He'll dial 861, so the door slammer, of course, is going to get the handicap head start, and he'll make the first move. And Top Dragsters, you're on standby for your second qualifier. Top Dragster, you're on standby. Heads up in the pit area. Oh, Brian Siebenig, red light foul. Matt Hewitt gets the instant win. Dragster's looking for a 598. He'll run under 591 in a first to worst situation there. And red light comes on for Siebenig. That's going to end his day in the Moser Sportsman Shootout. And we've got the Moser Super Shootout coming your way, the Draw RFC Shootout. Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp. We're down to 4. It'll be the 4 down to the 4-2-1 in the Super Shootout here. Once again, Top Dragster, you're on standby. Be ready. Competition eliminator to follow, Top Dragster. Hey, Marco, we're waiting for you and your top dragster car back at the staging lanes. Marco Abruzzi, we're waiting on you. I understand you got a busy day, and, well, so do we. So I got a quiet time here. I want to make one little quick announcement here, and say I'm a little bit stubborn, a little stingy on my behalf. I just got a message from my son out in San Diego, California, Ryan Switzer, going to school out there and making his dad proud, and he's listening in on D3 TV. Attention in the pits, ladies and gentlemen. The directive come from Richie Bowers. Top dragster to the staging lanes, please. Top dragster. I got a bad feeling here. I see starter Brad out there holding court out in front of the tower here. Big laugh, and I'm pointing at the tower. I'm afraid Brad's making fun of the new announcer here. My good friend Brad Resale, starter Brad, the official starter for Division 3. All right, there's Marco Abruzzi. There's a busy man here today. He's double entered in the Sportsman Shootout. I think that's pretty cool. That's one tough drag racer there, Marco Abruzzi, the Pro Charger car, and he's taking on a supercharged car of Ashley Tidrick. How about this young lady, ladies and gentlemen, Ashley Tidrick. She's done a fabulous job. The family comes up, Brian and Ashley, they come up out of Cynthiana, Kentucky. The young lady is a 26-year-old dietitian, a 2010 egg and chassis dragster with a blown supercharged blown supercharged 468 big block Chevrolet. And Ashley comes to life first. Here comes Marco Abruzzi. Abruzzi Racing Transmission Miller Chassis Dragster. Marco, the 47-year-old owner and proprietor of Abruzzi Transmissions, a Miller Chassis car. It's a 540 on it. The dial-ins are set. Ashley Tidrick dialed in at 411. Marco Abruzzi 415. Tell you, very proud of the fact that Ashley's made it this qualified for this event and this race. Actor and top sportsman. So let's watch. Ashley Tidrick, Marco Abruzzi. Here we go. Marco off the line first, a little bit of tire shake there, but he'll take the win 419 on a 415, 161 miles an hour down to the 8th mile stripe. So guess what? This is very cool. Marco Abruzzi is entered in top dragster. He just won against Ashley Tidrick. Guess who he's supposed to race next round? Marco Abruzzi. He beat Jerry Albert last round, so actually Marco gets to set one out. Very cool, man. I don't know if this has ever happened. I have to check out with Eric. It's never happened before, but yeah, I think that's pretty cool. So we're moving back into the Super Shootout, the RFC Super Shootout presented by Moser. Dewey Boggs taking on John Parsons. And this is Super Street. 1090 the index. Dewey Boggs out on the Toy Barn lane, the left side of the racetrack, the 67 Chevrolet Camaro 434. Out of Lancaster, Ohio, and he'll take on John Parsons. Second generation Camaro, the 84 version. The 49-year-old shop owner out of Pataskala. Just right on down the road here. So John Parsons comes into the program. He was qualified number 2, ran a 1090 with a 1. Dewey Boggs ran a 1091. So we're down to the 421 here in the shootout. 4 cars left. This is the first pair of the 4 at Super Street. We got 4 cars in each category. Super Street. Here on the line. Well, just about dead even out of the gate. Pretty good old drag race here in progress. Dewey Boggs, John Parsons side by side. Now run it on out to the 1320, and wind light says Dewey Boggs. 1093 on a 1090 index at 138 miles an hour. Dewey advances in the semis. It's going to be Phil Smida and Rick Watson. Phil Smida out there on the left side. Out of Canfield, Ohio, the 88 Cavalier, 31-year-old drag racer, alongside of Rick Watson's 79 Malibu. Rick hails from Buckeye Lake, right on down the road there. Brad tells me there's a pretty good place to go hang out there at Buckeye Lake, the resort town. So Rick Watson and Mac watching on there. Here we go. Another pretty close drag race here, side by side, off the starting line. 010 and 012, respectively. Hand it to Phil Smida. 1092 at 131 miles an hour for the win. There's the 4 cars in Super Street, and we got Super Gas to follow. Change the category to 990. Tom Diamond and Shane Snyder. So, Cheeseman Brothers. I got to tell you, I'm keeping an eye on Chuck Cheeseman's face, and he's starting to smile a little more. He's getting a grin on his face. A vote of confidence for Shane Snyder as he rolls in, gets guided in by the old top alcohol funny car campaigner. And Tommy Diamond there, beautiful 27 Ford Roadster, 5.5 Chevrolet out of Dublin, Ohio. So Tommy Diamond, Shane Snyder, sizing up. Sorry about that. I just reported that the microphone's breaking up. We'll use the cordless for a while. This will work. So Tommy Diamond and Shane Snyder. Snyder breaks out 987 on the 990 index, and Tommy Diamond marches on. He'll run 990 with a 2 at 157 miles an hour. He's right there. A little bit better reaction time on the Toy Barn lane as well. And that brings up now Rusty Cook and Bob Hansha. Rusty Cook out of Cynthiana, Kentucky. It's a 99 Corvette Roadster at a 588 big block bow tie horsepower. Bob over here in Sun Oakland Lane comes out of North Olmsted, Ohio. 97 Firebird, 436 bow tie horsepower. Cars are staged, set and ready, flash of yellow and green, and it's game on. Throttle stops come into play. 9 and 9 Tets index. At the stripe, Bob breaks out. Rusty Cook takes the win, 991, 166 miles an hour for his winning effort. Rusty broke out by 3, ran an 87, 145 miles an hour.
Nice, cool pace.
How it is, since it's round of eliminations and
The adrenaline.
Yeah.
I'm going to put on my electrical engineer hat, which is
Yep.
the Red Bull.
Yeah. I don't drink any of this stuff. I used to drink those monsters, and I had to go in for a physical one time. And the girl says,
No, they'll mess you up.
I know. I had this nurse tell me, I went for a physical one day.
They're bad, pretty hard.
Yeah, they took my blood pressure, and I've always never had a problem, you know. And she goes, "Man, your blood pressure's kind of high. Are you nervous about this?" And I go,
Caffeine.
"I've never had a problem in my life before, you know." She goes, "Well, look, you're all right." She goes, "Let me just sit you in this room. You calm down a couple minutes, turn the lights off. We'll come back and check it again." Comes back, checks. She goes, "Oh, okay, you're good now." I said, "Wow." So I guess I shouldn't be drinking those Monster Energy drinks on the way into work. She goes, "Stop drinking those, you idiot.
Right.
Those are bad for you."
When they came out with those, I said, they're going to come out with an expose on those, and they're going to make
Was that full throttle?
bad
That
news.
red one?
Yeah, Billy nosebleed.
They churned me, I mean, it worked my stomach over, it'd be
Yeah.
like,
And people feeding that to their kids.
I used to drink
People feeding
Monster,
that to their kids.
low carb or sugar-free one, and I can't even do it now, but Billy used to get nosebleeds from that,
Wow. That's extreme blood pressure there, isn't it?
yeah,
People buy them by the case at Sam's Club for the kids.
it's not good. Bad news. Unless you put a Benadryl in it for the kids, that'd knock their ass out.
All right, here we go with Stephen Hoyt and Rob Cropfield, the Super Comp RFC Shootout car. Stephen Hoyt out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Stephen and Jan, the Advanced Chassis Dragster. 572 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. And Rob Cropfield out of Hamilton, Ohio. 48-year-old mechanic here, the 63 Corvette Roadster. 406 high wind and small block under the hood here on the Sunoco side. 890 the index, and Cropfield had a stellar day yesterday in qualifying. Ran 890 with a 2, and that was good enough for number 1 qualifying spot. Stephen Hoyt ran an 892. He put that car just about where he wants. So Steve Hoyt, Rob Cropfield. Super Comp competitors in the Draw RFC Shootout. Stop Dragster, you should all be in the staging lane. Stop Dragster. We need comp to the lanes, please. Competition eliminator to the staging lanes. Well, Stephen Hoyt turned on the red bulb. Rob Cropfield takes the win. 0.22 on the reaction time. Runs it on out to an 8.92. And a $1.54 for the win. So we're down to the 4.21. Actually, we're down to the 2.1 here pretty soon. So top Dragster should be in the staging lanes at this time. The call goes out to comp eliminator. We need comp to the lanes. Comp to the lanes, please. Thank you. All right, once again, I'm going to give a little tip of the cap to Phil Smida as he's double entered. Take a look at that beautiful dragster of Snyder's. He rolls into the water box there on the toy barn side. Here's a man that's double entered for the shootout. That's why the holdup was there. We'll continue on here in Super Comp category in the Super Shootout Series, the Draw RFC Super Shootout Series. Phil Smida out of Canfield, Ohio. 2015 brand new American chassis dragster. Isn't that a pretty car? 598 big block Chevrolet, and he'll roll in alongside of Adam Gerber. Gerber comes out of Massillon, Ohio, the American chassis car, 2007 Gerber Racing entry. So Smida having a pretty good day of it here as he's double entered in the shootout. Right now, he's going to take a shot at Adam Gerber to try to win this round of Super Comp. Bottom of the scoreboards, there's the indexes, 8 and 9/10. That's the magic number to look for. Phil and Phil Jr. and Adam and Jeff Gerber. The last pair of cars in the shootout, and we're going into top dragster here real quick. Going to pick up the pace here a little bit with the quicker and faster dragsters. As top dragsters are rolling to the ready line. So Adam Gerber rolls in, lights a pre-stage bulb. Next comes Phil. And the security stage. Phil's set and ready, and here comes Adam. Got 10 seconds to light the bulbs. Here comes the tree, and ready to go. Adam Gerber and Phil Smida. Adam with a little bit of reaction time advantage, and he'll parlay that into a win with an 892 on an 890, 172 miles an hour. Well, now that remains one category for Phil to concentrate on. I think he's still in the other car. So it's top dragster time. Qualifying session for top dragster. We were out here yesterday qualifying. This is qualifier number 2 for the top dragsters. Things are going to get a little bit quicker. And once again, we need comp eliminator to the staging lanes. Please, comp to the lanes. Top sportsman, start heading to the staging lanes at this time. We need top sportsman and comp eliminator to the staging lanes. Once again, top sportsman, we need you in the staging lanes at this time. Please, top sportsman to the staging lanes. Finish up a quick little shuffle here at the starting line. The starter Brad's out there overlooking the racing surface there. And we got Dan Norris and Rich Fritchie getting set and ready to go here in the first pair of cars, top dragster qualifying session number 2. All right, time to pick up the pace a little bit in the top dragster category. Dan Norris out of Brighton, Michigan, and Rich Fritchie, local hero out of Columbus, Ohio. The Fowler Engines supercharged dragster. Dan Norris, the Mike Boss chassis, 526 Hemi, supercharged dragster rolling into the water box on a toy barn lane. Got about 25 top dragsters on the property here this weekend. Number one qualifier yesterday when the smoke cleared was Tom Elliott. He ran a 625 at 219 miles an hour. Dan Norris wound up in the number 3 position at 222. 629, and Rich Fritchie, 687 was his best attempt, 197 miles an hour, and this is qualifying. So throw out the red lights, and reaction time's really not going to matter at this point. Might be a confidence builder at the best, but right now we're looking to go quick and fast. Your number 3 qualifier and your number 19 qualifier sizing each other up. Rich, a.k.a. Red Fritchie, out in the Sunoco lane. As Nan goes in, final touches to the motor, and she'll walk away, and Rich Fritchie rolling the stage up against Dan Morris. Here we go. Wow, good pass for Dan Morris. Exactly identical pass from yesterday. 629 with a 4 for Dan. He ran 629 with a 4 yesterday. You want to talk about consistency? That's luck. It doesn't get any better than that. Identical elapsed times for Dan Morris. Here comes Joe Hessling and Lindsey Barker. Hessling backing up from the burnout out there on the toy barn side. The 27-year-old engine builder out of Toledo, Ohio. Pro Charger car. American chassis dragster with a 540 big block Chevrolet, and he'll roll in alongside of Lindsey Barker with a big cubic inch, naturally aspirated nitrous assist Chevrolet 632 big block. Lindsey comes out of Kathleen, Georgia. Lovely and talented drag racer, 31 years of age. She and Roland Wood going to get set and ready to go here on a Sunoco lane. Joe Hessling gets a little inspiration from APD engine builders. Make the horsepower for that man out there in the toy barn lane. So here comes the tree. Let's watch. Yeah, Joe Hessling had to lift out about 300 mark. And Lindsey Barker motors on down to a 640 at 209. It's a 670 best for Joe Hessling. Lindsey Barker will stay number 6. Tom Elliott stays number 1 so far. And here comes Andrew Johnson on a long smoky burn out there on a toy barn lane out of Cynthiana, Kentucky. And his Spitzer chassis dragster. The 521 Hemi-induced entry alongside of Robert Vance Houston. Robert Vance over here in the Sunoco lane out of Newland, North Carolina. 2012 Race Tech chassis dragster with a 540 big block Chevrolet. He was your number 13 qualifier, ran 653 yesterday, 203 miles an hour. Let's see if he'll improve on that. So Andrew Johnson, Robert Houston, getting set and ready to go. Well, just about dead even out of the gate. 0:15 reaction time for Johnson, 0:11 for Vance. And at the stripe, Vance goes 6:53 at 2:08. It's a 6:23 effort, a little bit quicker for Andrew Johnson. Actually quick enough to move Andrew up to the number 1 qualifying spot and put Tom Elliott down to number 2. There's your number 1 qualifying pass at 6:23, 210 miles an hour. Good job for the Johnson crew. And here comes Junior Houston out Troy Barn side, backing up from the burnout. Another runner out of Newland, North Carolina. The other half of the Houston racing team and top dragster. It's a Race Tech chassis dragster with a big cubic hitch, 650 cubes. Danny Waddle Jr., local hero out of Pinkerton, Ohio. Diamond chassis dragster, Chevrolet 532, naturally aspirating entry. Yesterday during qualifying, Junior ran a 7:19 at 185 miles an hour. Going to have to pick up the pace here, judging by what I've seen so far. Well, let's see how consistent Junior can run. 7:19 yesterday, picks it up quite a bit, runs 6:52. What do you do with that? 201 miles an hour, picks up over a half a second. Let's dial that car in. So Junior moves into the number 14 spot. Danny Waddell, number 23 position in qualifying with that 7:15 fast. And a couple of more supercharged cars coming to life. Rolling in on the Toy Barn Waters box, it's going to be B.J. Sexton, the man out of Brooksville, Ohio, the undercover chassis dragster, 483 cubic inches of supercharged Chevrolet horsepower. Tom Elliott comes out of Brooks, Kentucky, and his Spitzer chassis top dragster. Tom, Suzanne, and they're blown, 526 cubic inch Hemi. So B.J. Sexton, Tom Elliott. Elliott was your number 2 qualifier yesterday. Ran a 6:25 at 219 miles an hour. And B.J. Sexton comes into the program qualified number 16 with a 6:57 best. Little 200 mile an hour pass there, 212 to be exact. Really like the way this top dragster field's going here with the superchargers. The guy's getting quicker and quicker. So Tom Elliott, 6 flat is as quick as they're allowed to go here in this category, and he's down there around 625. Imagine that's about all the performance he wants to make in this car out here in the Sunoco lane. Perfect reaction time for Tom Elliott, 0-0-0 across the board. 626, 122 or 220 miles an hour. Improved just a little bit there. B.J. Sexton, good enough for number 16 spot. He'll run 656, 210, his best effort. Tom Elliott moves into number 2. Andrew Johnson on top. And that brings up Tom Martino, 61-year-old retired gentleman out of Youngstown, Ohio. One of those Mack Sherrill chassis dragsters. I believe they build those down in Texas, if I'm not mistaken. Number 10 qualifier so far. He and Ryan posted up a best of 647 alongside of Larry Roberts. Larry Roberts comes out of Lawrence, South Carolina. Race Tech chassis dragster. 632 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. The 55-year-old, he's got a towing business and he's a shop owner out there in South Carolina. Larry and Shannon. Larry didn't have a very good outing yesterday. Only mustered up a 13-second pass. He had problems getting down the track, so hopefully all his issues are squared away. He'll have some data to go on for first round eliminations. Tom Martino, Larry Roberts. Oh, yeah. Larry's going to like that one. Looks a lot better here today. 665, 200 miles an hour. Great improvement for Larry Roberts. And Tom Martina goes 643. Good enough from the number 10 spot at 209 miles an hour. Larry Roberts. A great, great improvement. So Jim Prevost out of the water box there on the Toy Barn side. Comes out of Mundelein, Illinois. VRN chassis dragster with a 632 big block, and he'll roll in alongside of John Deacons. Deacons here in the Sunoco lane. Runner out of Louisville, Kentucky. 2012 racecraft chassis. Little purge of nitrous oxide coming out of the car. That's 760 big block Chevrolet. Building some big cubic inches in these things. So Prevost had a pretty solid outing yesterday. with a 640 lap at 209 miles an hour, and Johnny Deacons not get a good lap. Car had trouble getting down the lane in yesterday's qualifying session, so we'll see if he can improve. Good looking car, and Deacon's been doing this for a while. Look at the wheels up launch. Car carries the front tires out about 70 feet, puts it back down, he'll gather it up, and there's an improvement. 648, 207 miles an hour, and Deacon's crew are very happy. Jim Prevost, he runs 640, 209, good enough for a number 8 position. Next pair. Eddie Surratt out of Claysville, Pennsylvania. The 2015 American Chassis car is a brand new dragster for him this year. 540 big block Chevrolet with a power adder. Got a Pro Charger on it. Alongside of Mike Troth, the Alexander, Kentucky-based runner. Undercover chassis dragster with a Chevrolet 706 cubic inch motor. He and David Hopper. So Eddie ran a 663 yesterday. 217 miles an hour out in the sun. And Mike Troth qualified number 23. With his nitrous-assisted dragster, ran 677 at 207. So Eddie Syrek and Mike Troth getting set and ready to go for their number 2 qualifying attempt. Well, another stellar-looking side-by-side pass. Eddie Surratt goes 657. A little bit of improvement on yesterday's performance at 214, and Mike Troth goes 648, 207, good enough for number 11 spot. Eddie Surratt moves into number 19, and Andrew Johnson still holding on to the number 1 qualifying position at 623. And here comes Karma Hopper, instant Karma machine. Looks a beautiful dragster. Karma, she's a 51-year-old UPS supervisor out of Walton, Kentucky. Undercover chassis dragster, Chrysler horsepower, 655 cubic inches with a little nitrous assist, and she'll roll in alongside of Rob Moser, the patriarch, business owner, Moser Engineering. His Moser chassis, American chassis dragster, the Moser Engineering sponsored car. It's a Pro Charger car. Rob Moser. Of course, you all know we're running a Moser Super Shootout and a Moser Sportsman Shootout here at the Jegs Northern Sports Nationals. The patriarch of Moser Engineering, a 30-year-old company that makes all the rear end parts and pieces. Well, Karma Hopper on a pretty good lap, 005 reaction time. She'll run 650, improves by 2 at 208. Bob Moser goes 638, 216. He moves right on up in the number 7 spot. So Karma Hopper stays number 14. Bob Moser moves into number 7. That brings up Phil Oakley and Brian Keller. Phil Oakley completes his burnout on the left side of the racetrack out of Philpott, Kentucky. 42-year-old engine builder with a 2013 American Chassis Dragster, one of the probably the only car in top dragster right now with Ford horsepower, 638 cubic inches for Phil Oakley. And Brian Keller here on the Sunoco lane, the right side of the racetrack. It's a Spitzer chassis car with a supercharged Hemi. Macedonia, Ohio, his hometown. Brian and Rick stepping in there, take a look at the car, making sure everything's okay. Quick check of the gauges. Brian's happy, Rick's happy. They'll send the car. Brian had a pretty stellar outing yesterday. Wound up number 3 in qualifying with a 626 at over 230 miles an hour. Phil Oakley pretty solid with 660 at 208. 25 cars on it. We're going to fill the field here. Look at Brian Keller with a 001 reaction time. Here's here to play. Takes it very serious. 622 improves by 4/400ths of a second quicker than yesterday at 233 miles an hour. And Brian Keller, your new number 1 qualifier. Alongside of Phil Oakley, who's number 14 currently, with a 649 best at 208. How about that? Say hello to your new number one qualifier, Brian Keller, ladies and gentlemen. 622, 233 miles an hour. Problems for Mark Harmon. Starter Brad going out and make sure he can get reverse in the car. And they'll shove him back out of the way as quickly as they can. It's Tom Fisher sitting there idling. So Mark Harmon, Sunman, Indiana, the Spitzer chassis car, getting some manpower pushing him back. Tom Fisher patiently waiting. Tommy Fisher out of Englewood, Ohio, Division III player. Atkins chassis dragster with a 632 cubic inch Chevrolet. He'll go out on a solo pass for his second qualifying attempt. Joe and Tom. He ran 663 yesterday during qualifying. See what he does today. .667, 197 miles an hour for Tommy Fisher. Tough break from Mark Harmon. Hopefully they'll get that figured out. The fast lube dragster getting pushed off. So we continue on here, qualifying session number 2. In the top dragster, we'll take a look now at Anthony Elrod. Anthony comes out of Harrod, Ohio, the American chassis car, the Sunoco car, Sunoco Race Fuels car. He'll stage up against Joe Fisher here in a little bit, the Racing RVs car, Clayton, Ohio, his hometown. Take a look at this. This is one of those Chromeworks cars, man. You know, it starts out probably as an American chassis car. Then Chromeworks gets a hold of it. Puts on all the custom paint, beautiful chrome and powder coating. No part of this car that isn't beautiful. Joey Fisher. Remind you, part of the Jegs Northern Sports Nationals will have officials, I believe, from the certification team. Is that how it works, Redman? One of you guys go out and pick best appearing car and I think there's a best appearing and best engineering. Who does that? Richie, you?
That's right. Yeah, certification team does best engineered. Certification team does best engineered, and then we give numbers on best appearing, and everybody takes a look at it.
Got a drag racing icon standing next to me in a tower, or sitting next to me in a tower, I should say. Bill Redman Floyd. He said he'd promised me. I begged him, been begging him since I got here. I said, Bill, would you please come up and do some color? There's nobody in the business that knows more about Division III sportsman racing, I think, than Bill Floyd. Almost 40 years in the business of NHRA competition. And hopefully he's going to sit in with me. We'll do a little bit of color. And he's going to tell me a little bit of history about stock, super stock. I'm going to get an education. I'm a long-time student of drag racing. I'm still learning every day. And what better tutor to have than Redman? Right now, back out on the starting line, and coming out of the water box here on the toy barn side is going to be Anthony Elrod, as I previously introduced. He ran 7:51 yesterday. Let's see what he can do today. See if he'll improve with that American chassis dragster, the Sunoco car. And Joe Fisher, the Pro Charger, 540 big block. Beautiful Chromeworks chassis car. Comes out of Clayton, Ohio. He's a 43-year-old business owner. Ran a 6:51, and that was good enough for number 17 qualifier here. Both guys looking to improve. It's always good to go quick and fast. A couple of cars that, well, pretty evenly matched up. They both ran a 51. 9,000ths of a second between them. Well, still a reaction time for Anthony Elrod. He goes 009 on the tree, and he'll run it out to a 750. Improves a little bit there, 179 miles an hour. 652 comes up for Joe Fisher. Joey Fisher, 651, 214 miles an hour. Pretty solid pass. Here comes Ed Tools backing up from the burnout on the toy barn side. Lisbon, Ohio, his hometown. Innovative chassis dragster. Once again, Chevrolet horsepower, 588 cubic inches. Another Pro Charger car. Little power adder, driven turbocharger. And Justin Kirk. Comes out of Lenore, West Virginia. The 22-year-old truck driver. Supercharged 540 big block Chevrolet and an American chassis car. Justin Kirk and Randy Kelly. He qualified number 5 yesterday. 6:31 was his best effort. Ran a little bit over 221 miles an hour. Ed Tulis was good enough for number 28 spot during the qualifying session. Ran a 7:71. And there they go. Justin Kirk better on a tree and better at the stripe as he runs 6:41 at 2:16. Slows down by a tenth, but hey, we'll dial that car. Ed Tulis goes 6:64 at 2:04. Continue on top dragster qualifying session number 2. Here comes Ashley Tidrick and Marco Abruzzi. The same matchup as we had during the shootout. Ashley Tidrick qualified for the Sportsman Shootout, the Moser Sportsman Shootout. Right now she's sizing up Marco Abruzzi. I think she's going to try to put one on him. Still going to try and tree him. She's a little bit quicker car actually during qualifying on paper. She ran a 6:32 yesterday. Marco 6:42. So on paper, of course, we don't race on paper, but she was a tenth quicker. So the young lady out of Cynthiana, Kentucky, taking on the 47-year-old owner and proprietor of Abruzzi Racing Transmissions out of Warren, Ohio. Last and final call for top sportsman. We need top sportsman to the staging lanes, please. Top sportsman. Well, Mark will tattooed her on a tree with a 005. He'll go 6:43, 2:15, but Ashley a little bit quicker with a 6:34 at 2:16. Of course, Marco beat her in the last round of top dragster and done a great job of turning those cars around and getting them ready. So that's the last that's the second qualifying session. We'll have another one here a little bit later on in top dragster. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move into competition eliminator. Qualifying session number 2. Looks like we got about 8 comp cars on the property this weekend. A lot of stuff's going around the state of Ohio. We got, of course, the Mellow Yellow NHRA drag race out over at Carolinas this weekend, and got bracket finals going on at Indianapolis Raceway Park this weekend. Something going on at Norwalk. There's races going all around. Right now, we're going to take a look at Comp Eliminator. This is Competition Eliminator's second qualifying session. So once again, as we get set and ready to go, we're going to do a quick shuffle out there in the starting line. The Tractor Nationals happening right now. We're doing a quick rub down of the starting line. Brad Buchel overseeing our traction, making sure it's safe and equal playing fields for these quick and fast competition eliminator cars. I want to take a moment and say a warm thank you to the Coughlin family for the after qualifying party out here in the pit area at the pavilion. They had a nice band out here and provided some food, and people had a great time. It was just an awesome time here at National Trail Raceway. And what a great honor it is to have 3 of the 4 Coughlin family members here, 3 of the 4 brothers here in competition this weekend. It's great to see them all come out and support you, the sportsman racer. That's really pretty awesome. Well, once again, thanks to the Coughlin family and Jegs for all that they do and all the different programs that you put on. So Competition Eliminator. This is a very cool category. A quick rundown on Competition Eliminator for those of you that, well, we're all racers out here, so we pretty much know what goes on, but this is probably the most diverse class in NHRA competition with something like 58 different classes in the category. Competition Eliminator, everything from very fast 4-cylinders and dragsters to Ultras and big block Chevrolets. Right now we'll take a look at Tom Gardner, his F Dragster, little 177 cubic inch, half a V8, the 4-cylinder, out of Tonawanda, New York. Ran 8:32 with this car yesterday, and it was good enough for number 5 qualifier in the comp eliminator. His opponent over here in the Sunoco lane is going to be Jim Primizic Jr. Jim comes out of Wycliffe, Ohio. He's a 31-year-old pipe fitter. 07 Cobalt. C altered automatic. Taking on the F Dragster here in qualifying. 373 cubic inch Chevrolet horsepower for Jim under the hood of that Cobalt. Listen to that little 4-cylinder go to work. Todd Gardner almost squared up the tires there. 755 for Jim, 179 miles an hour, and Todd Gardner right alongside at 831, 159 miles an hour. Here comes our next pair of qualifiers in the comp eliminator category. D. Alder for Jake Savani. McKeesport, Pennsylvania runner, 95 Olds Cutlass, 316 cubic inch Chevrolet. It's a Savani machine. And Scott Shamness, ladies and gentlemen. Scott Shamness, B Dragster, 472 Chevrolet horsepower, Spitzer chassis Dragster, the C&M engineering machine. Number 7 qualifier yesterday, went 170 under, 701. B Dragster, 718 the index. D altered, 825 the index. Jake Savani qualified number 8, went 808 yesterday with this car. 701 best for Scott Shamness. Scott Shamness, 670 at 200 miles an hour, and that's great improvement for him. Jake Savani goes 808, dead on, 168 miles an hour, almost identical run from yesterday. So there's a very consistent race car at Jake Savani. Shamness improves, well, about 0.4 of a second to the better. Good job by him. And that's going to bring up Brian Siebenik and Greg Tabler. Brian Siebenik, the Toledo, Ohio-based runner. It's a Frameworks car. A RacingBlogs.com entry. Running under F Dragster Automatic. Alongside of Greg Tabler, the B Dragster Automatic from Columbus, Ohio. Greg Tabler, the man, 57 years young, retired mechanic, Boss Chassis Dragster. A little small block Chevrolet for power. Very strong, healthy small block, 358 cubic inch entry. And Brian Siebenik. Greg Tabler, winner at the U.S. Nationals back in the 70s with a car called the Killer, modified production. The Killer Camaro. And Redman says he still has the car. So Brian Siebenik, John Albert, Number 10 qualifier run 892, and Greg Tabler, 733. Interesting combination for Brian Siebenik. A little 4-cylinder Honda, 150 cubic inch car. Watch this car run U.S. Nationals. Made a pretty good showing there this year. My son Ryan and his lovely young lady, Victoria, in tow with me down to U.S. Nationals. Got to watch this little 4-cylinder Honda make a couple of laps, and I got to tell you, 8-second 4-cylinder Honda, I'm impressed. Man, look at Greg Tabler make a move. He's going on down the top end of the racetrack, 741, 161 miles an hour. Falls off just a little bit there. And Brian with the 916, he'll fall off, 143 miles an hour. Very interesting. Both comp cars falling off just a little bit there. Here comes Terry Smith, Ed Bennett III. Terry Smith out on the left side of the racetrack out of Liberty Township, Ohio. Advanced chassis dragster with a 500 cubic inch Mopar. A Dragster Automatic. Big block Mopar, single dominator alongside of Ed Bennett, the Carlton, Michigan based runner. Customs chassis dragster with a Dodge 513. the A Dragster car. Planetary transmission. Number 5 qualifier was Ed Bennett. Ran a 6:48 yesterday. And Terry Smith just a tick quicker with a 6:61 in A Dragster automatic. He was number 4 qualifier for his category. Pretty close in configuration. The A Dragster. Twin Dominators, planetary transmission. The A Dragster automatic. Wow, look at the wheels up launch for Ed Bennett. Put it on a wheelie bar, started going a little bit towards the wall. Decided to lift. It's a qualifying pass. That's a smart decision. Man, was that car planted. Ed Bennett put it on that little wheelie bar, and the car took off, launched for about 120 feet. Decided that's enough of this. It's starting to head towards the wall. I'll lift. Let Terry Smith run it on down. Smith almost mirrors his performance yesterday. He ran a 6:61 yesterday in qualifying, and guess what? Ran a 6:61 today at 2:02. Here comes Rudd Kelly out of Westerville, Ohio. And his Dodge Neon, the 453 Dodge Neon. He gets a little horsepower from the Larry Morgan stable, running B altered. And he'll roll in a stage alongside Chuck Habeel. Chuck and Michelle, local runners out of Gahanna, Ohio. Talked to Chuck at U.S. Nationals. He said, man, I live so close to Columbus, I got to be at this event. The U.S. Nationals was a less than prosperous outing for Chuck. We had a little conversation there real quickly. He rolls into Indy for the big go. Car doesn't sound right. Pull the valve cover off it. Oil in the water, water in the oil. That's not good. Let's change the motor. So they put in a new bullet, only to find out that the trans brake's not working. So Chuck rolls in for a first round of comp eliminator at the U.S. Nationals. He foot brakes the car to a first round loss. And he was your runner-up here at this event last year. A year ago, Chuck Habeel runner-up against David Billingsley. 2 years ago, 2013. We need stock, super stock to the staging lanes, please. Heads up in the pit area. Stock and super stock. We need you to the staging lanes at this time. One more time. Stock, super stock to the lanes. So Rudd Kelly, Chuck Habeel. 2010 Cobalt for Chuck and Michelle. Chuck, the 50-year-old attorney, corporate attorney. And a couple of locals. Westerville, Ohio is the hometown of Rudd Kelly. As I reported to you earlier, Chuck out of Gahanna. Just a beautiful couple. I've met Chuck and Michelle here recently and really enjoyed chatting with them. Great to see them in competition. Well, problems for Rudd. Chuck's going to be happy. 828, 160 miles an hour. Ran a 26 yesterday. But at least the car's running and got the trans brake working. Everything's working like he wants it to. So we can put a period on second round of qualifying there. Competition eliminator category. And that's an exciting field of cars. And 8 of them on the property this weekend. I'd like to see Chuck do well. 2 years ago, he runner up at this event, and he sure deserves a win after all their efforts coming out of Indianapolis. Big smile on Michelle's face, so I'm thinking things are looking pretty good for them this weekend. Thinking they're pretty happy, knowing things are going the right way anyway. And we got Top Sportsman coming your way. Be the Top Sportsman second qualifying attempt. Got about 10 of those cars on the property this weekend. Once again, we need stock, super stock to the lanes, please. Stock, super stock, this is your call. Look at the beautiful Top Sportsman cars. And the flagship car from Jegs.com. Mike Coughlin rolling in. Their home track here. Little home track advantage, hopefully, for Mikey. 3 of the Jegs boys here this weekend. 3 of the 4 could be here. Right now, Kenny Snops is going to size them up out of Lost Creek, West Virginia. 2003 Grand Am. Big cubic inch car. 632 cubic inches of GM horsepower under the hood. He was your number 8 qualifier, went 741, 186 miles an hour. Mike, Cody, and the crew rolled up yesterday during qualifying in this Jegs mail order 2013 Chevrolet Camaro. He's the 49-year-old son of the patriarch. The Coughlin family. Mike Coughlin went to the number 4 qualifying position with a 680, 205. So we'll look to see if they can improve. Right now, your number 1 qualifier is Lester Johnson. He's qualified number 1 with 651. Dylan Stott, number 2. Jeff Barker, number 3. Mike Coughlin here on the line was number 4. Marco Ambruzzi was number 5. Marco's a very busy guy this weekend. And Mark McDonald, number 6. Jeff Sexton, number 7. Kenny Snops, number 8. And Tim Irwin is in the number 9 position. I got to tell you, I got to give a tip of the cap to Marco Ambruzzi. I'm not sure how he's doing all this. Right now, let's take a look at Kenny Snops and Mike Coughlin. The Jegs machine. Man, I used to be able to do that real good when I smoked cigarettes. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need stock and super stock. To the lanes, please. Stock and super stock. To the lanes. Yeah, top end of the racetrack. Marco falls off just a little bit, 682. Kenny Stops going to stay number 8 with a 740 best at 185 miles an hour. And let's take a look at Jeff Barker now. Guy comes up out of Kathleen, Georgia with his 2006 Cobalt. Big block Chevrolet 747 nitrous assist. And he'll be rolling in alongside of Tim Irvin. The R&D car out of Mosier Engineering. 98 Chevrolet Illumina. Nice engine, putting a little bit of power under the hood. So Connie and Tim, small town of Portland, Indiana. Moser Engineering, the folks that put on all the shootouts here. Rob Moser out here in competition, as well as Justin. Right now it's Tim Irwin's time in top sportsman car. A lot of nitrous oxide being put in the air. They're doing a quick purge on the nitrous system. For the fans in the stands, the casual fan there. A little spray coming out by the windshield. That's the nitrous oxide as they're clearing out the lines. Make sure there's no air bubbles in or air gaps in the line. Let's watch. Jeff Barker, Tim Irwin. So once again, we need stock, super stock, class to the staging lanes, please. Stock, super stock, class to the staging lanes. And Moser Sportsman Shootout competitors, you're on standby. Heads up, Moser Sportsman Shootout, you're on standby. So Jeff Sexton backing up from the burnout on the left side of the racetrack out of Fairborn, Ohio in his 2003 Cavalier. 582 cubic inch big block Chevrolet, a little nitrous assist for that car. He and Sharon come in qualified yesterday in number 7 position. He had a best run of 699 at 198 miles an hour. Take a look at this beautiful 67 Mustang. That's Dylan Stott out of Columbus, North Carolina. 23-year-old parts man. Big block Ford, like 706 cubic inches. A little bit of nitrous to help. Here's the guy, qualified number 2 with a 660 at 208. So Jeff Sexton and Dylan Scott getting ready to size each other up here in the second qualifying session at Top Sportsman. Well, problems for Dylan Scott. He got a little bit out of the groove, and he'll have to lift. Jeff Sexton motors on down to a 698, 198 miles an hour. A little bit better than yesterday. Very consistent race car. Ran a 99 yesterday, 98 here today. Dylan Scott still going to hold on to that number 2 qualifying position with a 660 best. Less than stellar run here. The car got a little bit loose. Mark McDonald's going to solo on down the toy barn side out of Boonville, Indiana. Another beautiful 67 Mustang. True Ford horsepower, blue oval, 598 cubic inches. He and Deidre Westley qualified number 6 yesterday with 697 at 197 miles an hour. Let's watch him go down. And we're going to call the most sportsman shootout cars to the staging lanes one more time. We need stock, super stock class to the lanes, and the Moser Sportsman Shootout cars to the lanes, please. And thank you. So Mark McDonald, Deidre Wesley, going to take a look at the left lane this time. Remember yesterday they ran 697, 197 miles an hour. Let's see if they can improve. Once again, a little bit of nitrous coming out of the car. To get set and ready, go in and light the pre-stage bulb, stage the car, and solo on down the left lane. Well, he picks up 0.05 of a second, goes 692. Had 198, an improvement on an earlier 97. That's good enough for number 6 spot. Lester Johnson still holding on to the number 1 spot. And here's Lester Johnson now. Look at that 55 Bel Air, the 540 big block out of Cynthiana, Kentucky. A 52-year-old business owner. Qualified number 1 with this thing yesterday with a 651 at 214 miles an hour. It's a brilliant pass and top sportsman. Very cool car here. Thing looks mean just sitting still, man. I'm telling you, I like this car. All the predictors up here in the tower said if Lester gets this car planted, should run a 40. Wow, that looked good, Red Man. 648, how about it? 212 miles an hour. That's pretty good improvement for Lester Johnson. They hold on to that number 1 qualifier as the chutes come out top end of the racetrack. Some big grins coming back from the starting line there. Lester Johnson ran a 648, 212 miles an hour. How about that? I want to think back in 1955. You think the Chevrolet engineers expected that Bel Air to ever go that fast?
That is not it.
Sure it is.
Andy or Pat Cronenbitter, could you go to the Division 3 trailer, please? Andy or Pat Cronenbitter, you're needed at the Division 3 trailer over by the pavilion. Andy or Pat Cronenbitter.
Heads up in the pit area. Stock and super stock. Class to the staging lanes, please. Stock class, super stock class to the lanes. Moser Sportsman Shootout. 8 cars left. We need you to the lanes. All right, here we go. Stock class eliminations once again with Ken Witcher and George Antrobius. Ken Witcher, the 69 Camaro out of Beloit, Ohio. A couple of cars running under H stock automatic category. 1215 the index. This is heads up racing at its finest, boys and girls. The 54-year-old parts man out in the left side of the racetrack, his 69 small block 350 Chevrolet, staging up alongside of George Antrobius, the man from Bellbrook, Ohio. 69 Z28 Camaro, also with a 350 cubic inch power plant. 12:15 the index, wheels up, launch for Kevin Witcher, and he'll turn on the red bulb, and that's going to stop his march. And George Antrobius gets the instant win. Sees the wind light shining bright, runs it on out to a 11:35, 103 miles an hour, runs under the index. George Antrobio advances. Next pair up is going to be Julie Bierman and Dan Walcott. A pair of E-Stock automatic cars. The Gillespie 68 Firebird. Tim Gillespie and Julie Bierman. They campaigned this car out of Xenia, Ohio. Julie, the 57-year-old materials engineer. And Dan Walcott in Sunoco Lane, the big Dodge at Sport Fury. 383 Plymouth horsepower to Gaylord, Michigan. Dan Walcott, retiree, 65 years young. Both cars E-Stock automatic, 1170 the index. Julie ran a 1094 during qualifying yesterday, and Walcott ran 1116. Dan Walcott might have a little bit of a power disadvantage here. We'll see. Julie can hold him off. So here we go. Julie Bierman, Dan Walcott. Last and final call for the Moser Shootout. Last and final call for the Moser Shootout. We need all Moser Shootout cars back to the staging lanes, please. And RFC Shootout, gentlemen and ladies, you're on standby. So Julie Bierman pulls out a round win, 11 flat on 1170 index, 119 miles an hour. That's good for class. As we continue on here in stock class eliminations, we'll take a look now at Tom Rambo and Michael Brand. Michael Brand, a second there in the Sunoco lane, comes out of Hayden, Alabama. 73 Pontiac Formula, 455. G-Stock automatic, and he'll roll in alongside of Tom Rambo. Rambo, the 68 Camaro, the Parsons and Meyer racing engine entry with a 327. G-Stock automatic. Here's the man, ladies and gentlemen. The 2015 Mellow Yellow U.S. Nationals. Made it all the way through the stock field to the final round and runnered up. Tommy Rambo, runner-up appearance at the U.S. Nationals. That's huge, man. Got to tell you. All you need now is a win. You can scratch that off your bucket list. But, hey, man, final round appearance is pretty cool nonetheless. So G-Stock automatic, the index 12 flat. Rambo quality with 11.14 at 21 spot. 11.14 was the spot for Michael Brand, off by like 9 thousandths of a second's difference. So pretty good matchup here. Tom Randall, Michael Brand. Class eliminations here, and Michael Brand gets there first for the win. 11.03, 118 miles an hour. He picked up quite a bit from his 14 performance yesterday. So high fives all around for the team out of Hayden, Alabama. So, hey, folks, take a look at the sky here. We got weather moving down on us really, really fast, and we're going to try and get these programs in. When we get stock in the lanes, we need to Moses Shootout people to the staging lanes as quick as possible. We're going to try and be the front here. We want to get this eliminator in. So, Moser Shootout cars, you should be in the staging lanes. All the super stock cars should be in the lanes at the same time.
All right, RFC finals.
RFC finals, we need you to the lanes as well. And we might as well put the call out to top dragster. So it's pretty much the Moser Shootout cars, all of them. The 4, 4, and 4. Super stock, you should be in the staging lanes as we continue on with stock class eliminations right now. We got super stock, Moser Shootout cars, the RFC draw cars, and top dragster. Get these competitors back to the staging lanes, if you will, and hopefully we'll get through this weather situation that we were watching on our radar. It's moving in on us fast, and we'd like to see this get through. So take a look now as we continue on. Stock eliminator Q-Stocker. Paul Wong, S10 pickup truck, all the way from Las Vegas, Nevada. And he'll roll in and stage up alongside of the guy right here out of Franklin, Ohio, the Shemsprott Racing 66 Nova with Bill at the controls. Bill, the number 23 qualifier. He's currently number 11 in Division III points. Qualified with a 11.49 J-Stock. Paul Wong with a 13.65 index will lead the starting line first, and Bill Shemsprott will give chase for the handicap start. So Paul Wong out in front, but here comes Bill trying to reel him in. Watch now at the top end of the racetrack. See if he gets the job done. Not enough. Paul Wong holds him off. Pickup truck goes 12.59 for the win at 98 miles an hour into the 13.65 index. Here comes Chuck Beach, a man out of Delaware, Ohio, and his 68 Barracuda. F-Stock automatic alongside of Chuck Weber, the beautiful Corvette. Division I player out of Shrewsbury, New York. Shrewsburg, I'm sorry, I have to restate that. Chuck Weber, Chuck Beach, heads up racing. A pair of F-Stock automatics at the finish line. Wind light says Chuck Beach, that is. 1088, 119 miles an hour for the win. Picked up his performance from his 1095 best yesterday. So that brings up Bill Owens out of Grand Lake, Michigan. 2000 Grand Am alongside of the wheel standing Dakota pickup truck. Stephen DeZorny out of Leonard, Michigan. McCormack Racing entry. McCormack Motorsports, Judy McCormack watching on. Bill Owens got a Division III stock championship title to his name. Former national record holder, the front wheel drive car. 15.15 the index for Bill Owens, 12.65 for Stephen. The little white car is going to get the handicap head start, and Stephen will give chase in the McCormack entry. And watch the pickup truck here on a Sunoco lane. truck finds the track to his liking, he'll hike the front tires pretty good on that truck. Oh, man, tough break for Steve DeZorny. Bill Owens going to get a broke by. Single on down for the win. Tough break for the McCormick Motorsports entry. Heads up in the pit area. Heads up in the pit area. We need the shootout cars. The draw shootout cars. And top dragster to the staging lanes, please. All the shootout cars and top dragster back to the staging lanes. So Jason McCormack going to try and make up for the broken pickup truck here. The Columbiaville, Michigan base runner, the 66 Belvedere 426 Ace stick car, alongside of Caleb McFarland out of Manchester, Ohio. The Pontiac Formula 346 stick car. 1095 the index on A stick. It's my favorite class, stock eliminator. Very cool class. Watch Jason McCormick in the dock. This car likes to hike the wheels. Right? There he goes, wheels up launch for Jason McCormack. Caleb McFarland looking to hold him off. A little better early on as McFarland. He'll take the win, 10:23. 114 miles an hour to a 10:39 for McCormick. Better reaction time for McFarland. That's going to put him into the next round. Super stock coming right up. Round 3 of Superstock Class Eliminations coming at you. It's going to be Rick Brown and Jeff Taylor. Rick Brown rolling up on the left lane out of Lebanon, Ohio, the 87 Camaro. Former U.S. Nationals runner-up, 350 Chevy. Superstock GTD automatic. A couple of runners-up at the U.S. Nationals. Some pretty good showings for Rick Brown and Jeff Taylor coming your way. Taylor on a Sunoco lane. Comes out of Sellersburg, Indiana. Jeff Taylor Performance entry, 2006 Cobalt, small block, 350 Chevrolet. 4-time world champion, 8-time divisional champion. Jeff, Patty Taylor. Red light foul for Ricky Brown. Jeff Taylor staying alive. So Jeff Taylor, Superstock GTD automatic. He'll take it on down for a 970, 131 miles an hour. Round win. Jim Evanuik out of North Versailles, Pennsylvania, coming to life. The Veracari sponsored 98 Ford Escort, 351 Ford power plant. The GTA automatic car. He'll roll in alongside of Dan Jacobs, the GTG stick car. The 05 Cavalier, 305 small block Chevrolet, the Jacobs logging car. The former competition eliminator entry. Out of Elizabeth, Indiana, his hometown. Ann Breedham, Jacobs. So 1075 the index for G, 10 flat for A. Little orange car is going to get to make the first move there in the Sunoco lane. Well, let's watch. So Jim trying to make up some ground there. Jake was a little bit late, but he held him off with 959. 136 miles an hour for the win. Jim Evident alongside with a 903 to 148 miles an hour. A little bit better reaction time on the left side. Jacobs able to hold him off. Brings up Dan Kyle now out of Lawrenceburg, Indiana. The 87 Pontiac Firebird. G automatic entry alongside of Jeff Donna, the man from Gordonville, Missouri. Show Me State runner, 98 Pontiac Firebird. Superstock 11H automatic. Index is 1060. Red light foul for the wheel standing Pontiac. Dan Kyle's going to stay alive and advance. So Dan Kyle, motor's on down to a 10.04 at 110 miles an hour, and he'll pick up a winning ET slip as he swings off the top end of the racetrack. And here's your odd man out, Mike Morgan, Superstock M automatic out of Brazil, Indiana. His 77 Pontiac Firebird. High wine and small block, little Pontiac 350. Came into the program qualified number 22. Ran 11.01 best. 840 under the index. So the index now 1185 for Mike Morgan. He'll make the show. Nice, easy pass. This late in the season, got a super stock car with a lot of expensive parts and pieces under the hood. Always best to save the motor, and that's what Mike Morgan's going to do. Doesn't need the info, just needed the run. Once again, class eliminations. I have a new hero here this weekend, ladies and gentlemen, and his name is Marco. Marco Abruzzi, one of the hardest working guys on the property this weekend. And having a great weekend of it. And here comes Marco again. His top dragster. So Marco Abruzzi rolling up. Going to make a solo pass in his top dragster. This, ladies and gentlemen, is part of the Moser Sportsman Shootout. Marco Abruzzi's opponent couldn't make it because Marco is running Marco. He gets a solo pass right into the next round. I got to tell you, man, this guy's been one busy individual. Double entered here. Top sportsman, top dragster. Here he is in the top dragster out of Warren, Ohio. The Abruzzi Racing Transmission Miller Chassis Dragster. Kim, Nick, Emily, Jeff Coons, and the crew all along here. The man out of Warren, Ohio. Man, what a great job he's doing this weekend. What do you think, Red Man? He's bound to win something this weekend. Here's the cool thing, Red Man. Both Marco Abruzzi's are dialed in at 415. Let's see how close he can run to that number. How about dead on with an O, Red Man? Marco beats Marco, runs dead on. 4:15 with an O at 172 miles an hour. Man, how about this guy? This is crazy. I don't think I've ever seen this kind of thing before. And here comes Ben Wenzel Sr., man. Shades of nostalgia. I love seeing this car. It's one of my favorite cars. C. Stocker. Ben Wenzel out of Freeland, Michigan. Dave and Ben, their 67 Z28 Camaro, original 302. Alongside of Todd Francis, Superstock E Automatic, the GT car, out of Louisville, Kentucky. 88 Chevrolet Beretta, he's dialed 619, and Ben will dial 665. And this is part of the Moser Sportsman Shootout Series, so they're running to the 8th mile. Ben Wenzel, Todd France. Here we go.
Todd France with the U.S. Nationals in 2 different classes.
Red Man, walking book of NHRA knowledge. Todd France, left side of the racetrack, winning 2 classes, stock and super stock, at the Big Go. Oh, I'm sorry. Red Man corrected me, stock and comp. Unbelievable feat. Winning 2 classes, the U.S. Nationals. So Ben Wenzel gets the nod, 666 on a 65, 100 miles an hour. And here's a former U.S. Nationals winner as well as a Jegs All-Star representative and winner. Justin Moser rolling in. This could be his race. Well, we know it's his father's race anyway. Moser's putting on the Sportsman Shootout. Justin, the 2nd generation, well, 3rd generation runner to bring the Moser family name to the track. Out of Portland, Indiana, the American Chassis Dragster, and he'll roll in alongside of Jake Elrod's 92 Corvette Roadster. Jake Elrod as well, 2nd generation runner. Comes from Lima, Ohio, 565 big block Chevrolet. He's dialed 680. Justin Moser dials down to 620. So Moser's going to have to show us patience by 0.6 of a second. Here we go. Once again, throttle stops come into play. Super comp, super gas style. And it's a 680 on a 680 with a 117 miles an hour, and Justin Moser runs 621 for his runner-up effort here. 138 miles an hour. Jacob Elrod takes the win. 680 with a little bit of change. Good, consistent race car. And here comes Scotty Reinshield, the man out of Brookville, Indiana, the 33-year-old drag racer. Beautiful 69 Corvette super street car. He's dialed 753 alongside of Matt Hewitt, advanced chassis dragster out of Milan, Michigan. 593, his chosen dial. Scotty Reinschild, former Jegs All-Star champion, staging up here on the left side of the racetrack. Mark Hewitt, very careful to roll in and tickle the stage bulb. And here comes Scotty Reinschild, and the tree drops down. Reinschild with a handicap head start. And here comes Matt Hewitt, going to try and reel him in. And Reinschild holds him off. 7:55 on a 53 at 112 miles an hour. And Matt Hewitt breaks out on the dial, runs a little bit quicker, 591 on a 593 dial in. So Scotty Reinschild advances. That's pretty cool. So a little bit of a holding pattern right now as we wait for cars to roll into the stage beams. Just finished up the Moser Sportsman Shootout. Be nice to see. Yep, top dragster. Final call of the lanes. Comp eliminator to the lanes, please. Top dragster. Final call. Comp eliminator. Start making your way to the staging lanes at this time, please. Once again, we need top dragster to the staging lanes, please. Top dragster to the staging lanes. Comp eliminator, you might as well start rolling. Well, man, I'll tell you, we were just a few minutes away from finishing this up. Rusty Cook, Tom Diamond getting ready to go in for the final and gas here in a shootout. We got the finals in gas and Super Street and Super Comp, and we're getting a little bit of moisture on the track, and we're going to wait and see what happens with Mother Nature and see what she has to provide for us. But at this point right now, we're not looking real good. We tried to expedite this program as fast as we could. Situation happens where we can't get it in. Well, guess what happens now? We'll split the money for the shootout. So we'll wait and see. We're in a holding pattern right now, see how much precipitation we're going to get. Starter Brad makes that call, and he's out there walking all around right now. He's our hands and feet on the ground there to let us know what's happening as far as the precipitation on the ground. All right, the official word is rain's starting to pick up a little bit exponentially, so what we're going to do is send everybody back to the pit area. The Super Gas guys are turning around. They're heading back to the pit, so we'll be in a holding pattern here for a little while, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, it looks like Mother Nature's not going to cooperate with us, and we'll wait and see what's going to happen and watch the radar as well as I'm sure most of you do. Go to your smartphones, your weather. Had a pretty good day of it yesterday. We needed that kind of weather here today. So appreciate your patience. Wait and see what Mother Nature has in store for us. We'll keep you posted. we'll try the track. Finish up here tonight. So we'll know the story in about 30 minutes, just so you know. We don't want to keep you all hanging out there. This is the plan as it's put into place right now. So 30 minutes from now, we'll know what we're going to do. If the rain lets up and quits, and it looks like we can dry the track. We looked at the radar, and it looks like there's just another little mass moving along behind this one. But once again, we don't want to tie everything up. We got most of the stuff, important things done that we needed to do today. Everybody's qualified. Some fields were wide open, so stand by. We'll call you back in about 30 minutes, let you know what's going on here. We'll get the official word from Richie Bowers. Thank you. Well, a little update on what's going on out here. Right now, currently, we've got equipment out on the track. We're in the middle of the drying process. Looking at the radar, it looks like behind us, whatever what was coming our way, looks like it's going to miss us. Standing here talking to our starting line guide, Brad, and he says, well, the top end, and Richie agrees that the top end is always the hardest to dry. So what we're looking at right now is about an hour from having this track dry, and we're going to give it our best shot, see what we can do about getting this done. Well, as we all know, the fields are full. I mean, everybody's going to race tomorrow. Looks like the qualifying effort is kind of a moot point right now. But we're going to do it anyway. We'll run the qualifying qualifiers if we can. So once again, what's happening right now is we got all the equipment we have on hand out there drying the track right now. We have personnel out there doing their best to dry off the top end of the track. And this end here will dry up pretty good, we think, up here towards the tower. But we're still about an hour away from calling cars back to the staging lanes. Just to give you the heads up. Thank you very much. Appreciate your patience.
Attention in the pits will Rob Mosier, a representative from Mosier Engineering. Please come up to race control, room 103. Rob Mosier, a representative from Mosier Engineering. Please report when you can to room 103. Thank you. out here at the Saturday part of the NHRA Jegs Northern Sports Nationals. Unfortunately, as we were drying the racetrack, as you could tell, if you were standing outside or anything like that, it got really, really cool, really, really windy, and then started misting and raining again. We've decided that we are securing the event here for Saturday. Here's the deal. 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, Super Street, round number 1. As scheduled, we'll go out at 8 a.m. That'll be followed by Stock Eliminator, Super Gas, and Super Stock and Super Comp. Top Dragster, Comp, and Top Sportsman roughly scheduled for 11 a.m., round number 1. That'll be followed by the Junior Dragster's opening time trial. At roughly noon, around pre-race ceremonies area, we are going to go into the semi-finals of the Mosier Sportsman Shootout. So the 4 remaining competitors in the Mosier Sportsman Shootout, you'll start roughly at around noon for your semi-final. The final round will be determined based on how the day progresses after that. The Draw RFC Shootout presented by Mosier Engineering finalist. In about 20 minutes, we'll be going to the pavilion area, registration area. We are calling those 3 finals secure as well. So the winner and runner-up will split the purse. And we congratulate all of you on your wins here on this Saturday. So that is the game plan. 8 a.m. Super Street. Round number 1 will be set to go, followed by Stock, Super Gas, Super Stock, Super Comp, then into Top Dragster, Competition Eliminator, and Top Sportsman. Quick reminder to everybody, the RFC Chapel service is scheduled to start Sunday morning at 7:15 a.m. in the Jegs Tower Suite, 2nd floor, room 205. We invite everybody who is able to come on up and enjoy a chapel service prior to Sunday's final elimination. So once again, thank you from NHRA and Jegs and the National Trail Raceway staff for your participation. And we will see you all tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., Super Street. Round number 1 is we're going to crown us 8 national event winners throughout the day. And hand out a bunch of money for that Mosier Sportsman Shootout between 4 stout individuals. So again, enjoy your evening, and we will see you all 8 a.m. with Super Street, round number 1. the following 6 competitors who are still in the Mosier Draw RFC Super Shootout presented by Mosier Engineering. These 6 competitors, they would like to take your winner circle photo, just the drivers, under the pavilion when you get up there. So hang tight. Tom Diamond, Rusty Cook, Adam Gerber, Rob Kropfeld, Phil Smida, and Dewey Boggs. We need those 6 competitors once you get around the pavilion area to hang tight. Plan on taking that photo at about 5:15, so if we could have all 6 of you there by then, we would greatly appreciate it because, well, I think they want to give you money too, and that's not a bad thing.